Okay, I think the YouTube's and Twitch is running. Let me grab TikTok. Get TikTok up and running. All right, TikTok's up and running. Awesome, good to go. Let me double check everything fits on the screen here. We're doing a pick your poison here tonight. A lot of live streamers do the pick your poison stream. I do kind of like it. It does give people some options. If people don't want to come in and talk about God, that they could pick one of the other ones. If they want to talk specifically about Jesus, they can do it. They want to talk about some of the tangential topics, like, hey, I don't know, maybe flat Earth is true because of the Bible, or maybe the abortion topic is valuable, because of the Bible, or maybe same-sex marriage, obviously, because of the Bible. Typically, it should be a lot of fun, though. We should be able to get some good conversation rolling on in here. These are pretty, I think, pretty well worn, not well worn, pretty well, pretty well received topics typically. But it looks like we got a guest up in here already. So without too many delays, we'll just grab the first guest.
Hello,
Metatrash. Your name sounds very promising, but you're at least 18. You said, right?
No, I said I'm 42.
Yeah, which means you're at least 18. Cool. So
I didn't say I'm at least 18.
Well, it's just demonstrably true that if you're 42, you're at least 18. That's how the
but I didn't
words work.
say that is what I'm saying.
You actually don't have to.
You don't have to what?
You don't have to say that you're at least 18 if you say
I know
that you're 42. I didn't say that you did.
I know, and I didn't.
What I said is that you're at least 18. But this is gonna go really well.
At least 18, which I didn't.
If this is the best of your listening and deductive skills, this is gonna be a wild ride.
I'm gauging the intelligence quotient at the very beginning just to cut it off.
Yeah, somehow I doubt that's what's happening. You just said something stupid,
get into
and
it.
then
let's see how quick you drop me.
You just said something stupid, and then I responded to it. Yeah,
here come the insults, everybody.
It would be no, I said you said something stupid.
Hey, my dad can beat up your dad.
But I mean, it's not even difficult. He's not alive anymore. Is your dad alive? You're 42. You're same age. You're same age as me. Is he still alive?
My dad, yeah, my dad's still alive.
Was he like at 80? You think he's in fighting shape?
Is he 80? No, he's like 70.
Man, you think he's ready to throw dukes up?
Throw dukes up? I don't know. Possible. I thought that's what we were doing. Like middle school, lunchtime. My dad can beat up your dad. I'm just retorting.
Seems to be what you're doing.
Insult like dumb or something.
Well, it sounds like you
call me stupid or dumb.
Sounds like you might be making the case for you.
That's not how that's said, which is ironic.
Yeah, that's exactly how it said. You're making the case for you.
Repeat what you just said.
Yeah, said you're making the case for you that you're dumb.
Okay.
You're proving it with every sentence. So, which topic did you want to get cooked on?
Homosexuality is not wrong.
Sure, yeah. Why do you think it's wrong?
Well, first, I do believe there is such thing as right and wrong. Do you believe
like objectively?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I guess in order to get to even playing ground, I don't think objective morals exist. I think morals are basically
okay. Then
subjective.
I'm subjectively right.
Well, again, that's the fun thing about subjective morals is we do actually get to decide where the playing ground is. So, for example, if you and I both have subjective morals and we agree that it's generally wrong to do things that are harmful, that's basically our starting point, right?
No, harm is subjective.
Well, I agree, but do you think it's wrong to do harm?
Well, I don't know what harm would mean.
You don't know what harm is. Do you need a dictionary now? Put a one in the chat, y'all.
Help me give the objective definition of harm.
let me know in the chat if you need a dictionary for the word harm or if you just know what the word harm is.
Yeah. Are
I'll just give it
dictionaries
to you.
definitions subjective? Because I noticed when I look
Well,
up harm in one dictionary, it says something different than when I look up harm in another dictionary. Why is that?
so harm is actually really easy, right? So when definitions
Oh,
come into the English language, we just kind of know pretty much what we mean, unless you're living in different time periods, right? So we're living in the same
so if
time
I have two
period, and we both
dictionaries, will they say
know
the same thing under harm?
they'll be pretty damn close.
Can you act? Oh, what? They're not the same though.
Do they need to
Why?
be identical? Do they need to be word for
That would mean
word?
they're subjective.
Well, tell you what. Tell me what your definition of harm is.
I don't know. I don't know what harm would be. I don't know.
Well, it sounds like you're too dumb for this conversation then, because harm is typically
There's another
physical,
insult.
mental,
My
or
dad can beat up
emotional
your dad.
damage.
What is if
So,
I go
so
to
what's
the what is
so
harm?
what's
Just
your
tell me what harm
definition?
is.
I just told you you
Just
were
no,
not
tell me what
listening.
harm is. Go ahead. I don't
It's
know. Tell me what it is.
physical, mental, or emotional damage.
Okay. When I go to the gym, I hate going. It's arduous and it's painful. Is that harm?
Not only is it not harm, it's also
Oh, it meets all
desirable.
the criteria
So
of
it
harm.
actually doesn't meet all the criteria because it's
Which criteria
typically
did it not meet?
because harm is not producing a good fruit, whereas going to the gym isn't actually
Oh, so
producing
now we're adding
harm.
in more
So
subjectivity, a good fruit,
I'm
more
actually
subjectivity.
I'm
How
actually
do we
not
qualify
adding in.
good? How do we qualify
It's
what a good fruit
crazy,
is?
crazy that you won't let
How do we
me.
qualify what a good fruit is?
So now I'll just mute you. I'm assuming you're used to getting
Yeah, that's
muted.
what I thought.
Yeah, it is what you thought.
That's what
You
I
you
thought would
get
happen
you
every.
get muted in every conversation because you just talk over the host, and now you're gone. So the reason why going to the gym isn't harm is because it actually makes you stronger and it doesn't damage your muscles. I know there's like this old talking point where like going to the gym like produces like micro tears in your muscles and then your muscles go in to repair it. It's actually not that not that type of a process. I realized that that was a very popular talking point in like I don't know gym bro circles for a long time, but it's way more complicated than that, like a million times more complicated than that. So no, going to the gym doesn't harm you; it actually just makes you stronger. That's why people go to the gym. Harm would be something like, for example, somebody at the gym comes and throws a weight at your head. Then yeah, that would produce harm. But going to the gym to work out doesn't produce harm. It's the dumbest thing, which is why you ran. You didn't have any good talking points. You just had to run, which is fine. We're used to that. We're used to cowards running around here. Hoping Mega Deconstruct, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, let's barbecue on this beautiful Wednesday or this beautiful evening. Rock hard for Doug, for sharing. We listen, we know we're doing that, friend. And thank you so much as well for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. Huge. And Power Ranger, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says Ben Randall from your last live is a good friend. Oh, the Ben that I talked to. Okay. Was so surprised to see him. PA Church Life have the same friend group, even after I deconstructed. Great people, open to discussing anything. That actually has been my case. So I think it's really easy to think that because people get up on my live stream and they behave like children, that that's what it's like in like the Christians are like all the Christians are. That's actually not been my experience. The Christians that I went to church with were mostly pretty nice and kind individuals. They didn't do any of the nonsense that the Christians on these live streams get up to. So I would say, you know, for anyone who's in the debate space, don't don't let the people on TikTok and YouTube debate streams inform you of what all Christians are like. They're not all like that. Are a lot of them? Sure, but certainly not all of them. All right, I got 2 more super chats. We don't have a guest in the queue yet. We just started the live stream, so it'll take a minute for some people to fall in. Some people had asked, what is a flurf? I'm shocked. In 2026, people are asking what a flurf is. A flurf is somebody who believes in the flat earth. If you are a Christian and you believe in the Bible, the reality is you should probably be a flurf. The Bible just demonstrably teaches flat earth ism, I guess you might say. And there's not too much you can do to get around that. I mean, you can do like maybe an argument from like words don't mean words. We're pretty used to that. But other than that, I don't think that there's a case to be made that you shouldn't be a flurf if you actually believe in the Bible. And the knight who says "knee," or the knights who say "knee," good to see you. It says, made an observation on Aaron Raw. Did you ever notice that Kent Hovind sounds like Rocky the Gangster on the old Bugs Bunny cartoons? Rock Harvard, like, I know I haven't actually. Now I'm going to check it out. I'm actually a little bit curious myself. I'll have to. It's been a while since I've watched. So Rocky the Gangster. I'll give it a look. All right, let's grab our next guest. I think it's going to be Steph from the YouTube queue, and we'll see what we're going to do here. How you doing, Steph? Steph, are you at least 18?
Yes, I'm 18. Well, I'm 27. Sorry.
Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I don't need your exact age. I just have to make sure that you're at least 18 because we can't talk to people under 18 on these streams.
What did the first guy say? I'm not at least 18. What? I'm not at least 17.
Yeah, the first guy, yeah, he came in and said, I'm 42. And I said, okay, so you're at least 18. And he goes, no. I think, okay, this is going to be a wild ride already. Then he proceeded to crash out, which is about what we expected. So nevertheless, we're doing kind of a pick your poison here tonight. Which one of the topics is of his interest to you?
So I was on this channel a while ago. I see you uploaded a video a while ago, or like 3 to 4 days ago, maybe, of us debating. But it was bad. It was very bad. So I'm again here for God's existence. I think I did the Genesis 3:15.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So you were up.
I'm going to try a different angle. Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, or actually probably a couple of months ago now, right? Back
a couple of months ago. Yeah, my
Christmas.
power was off and everything. So it was like we have this thing in South Africa, load shedding, but it wasn't even load shedding. It was just like the power went out, and then it's like out for like 2 to 3 days sometimes. So sure. I tried my best, but yeah, man, I'm gonna try a different debate. But yeah, just work with me or against me.
Well, sure. So what are you trying to bring to the table here?
Okay, so the theory I'm going to use, the theory or whatever, the first thing I want to say, I'm not English. I'm actually Afrikaans. So if my terminology sounds off, I hear terminology is a big thing on this types of platforms. So I'm going to mess up some words. I'm going to say something wrong. I'm going to try my best. I'm going to try to argue with basic, simple words. So the argument I want to go with is that Christ did rise from the dead.
Sure.
So thus God does exist. Would that be fine with you?
Well, I think you've got 2 topics. You might not realize it. I think you got 2 topics. So I think the first topic is, did Christ rise from the dead? And then the second question is, if Christ did rise from the dead, what does it mean? Yes. And I think, there's a couple ways we can take that one, but probably we want to start with, did he actually rise from the dead?
Yes. Okay, perfect. Yeah. I'm good with that. Let's do the first one then.
Sure. So what would be the reason why you think he did?
Okay, so I'm going to do it in simple terms, and then I'll try to elaborate. So when you look at the Bible, the Apostle Paul writes to the Christian community in the Church of Corinth.
1 Corinthians 15.
Okay, 1 Corinthians 15.
I already know the talking point. Don't worry.
Oh, you're right. Dang it, man. Dang it.
I've been doing this for a while.
It's so good. I always watch your stuff, man. It's so good for me also to get smarter, because you can't stay dumb and try to be a Christian in this world. That probably for you, that sounds like a contradictory statement.
Well, like in the modern age, if you're in the information age, and we're definitely in the information age, you don't want to believe something without having actual information on it, because the information is now available, and people who disagree with you will access the information. So it's definitely one of those time periods where you can't get away with stuff that you could get away with, say, 75 years ago.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree 100%. But yeah, so the debate I was going to go with is 1 Corinthians 15, where Paul tells the people of the church that if Christ didn't rise from the dead, then leave the faith. And he tells the believers to...
it says our faith is in vain.
Yeah, then he says our faith is in vain. And I just think that's a profound statement to make. if there were witnesses in the times. Like if you go look at the crucifixion, after the crucifixion, there was about, I don't know exact numbers, like I said, but the bit of research I've done, I think there was about 120 people that went from the crucifixion, or from the ascension of Jesus, that went into the upper room to pray. So Paul says, and I know this is different times, Paul hasn't come to faith yet, but he makes a statement and says, if Christ didn't really rise from the dead, which seems like general knowledge in the day and age where they lived, if this didn't really happen, stop believing, because then your faith is in vain. So that would be my argument there. So that would be my opening statement, if I may.
So I think the disconnect that you're going to have is you're assuming that Paul is like the source of the information for his resurrection, but I don't know if Paul is a great source, right? So Paul, admittedly, seems like he fell off his horse and bumped his head, and maybe even had like one of those near-death experiences. And those are pretty frightening. A lot of people have had them, and it's not terribly uncommon for people to have one, say, from a religion that you're even hostile towards. So I'm not sure I understand how Paul validates the resurrection. Like, Paul didn't witness anything. He wasn't a witness to the resurrection. So I'm not really sure how he could validate the resurrection.
Yeah, I think I could argue also to say the same thing about not being sure. But yeah, it's a difficult thing. Let me just get my words here. It's a bit stressful also to debate on this type of platforms, but it's fun. You have to challenge yourself. So what you are saying is, like, Paul may have had like a incident where he fell, bumped his head, and he had like this experience with a Christ-like figure, and then they depicted it as Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I would call it a grief vision, maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's one of the things as a Christian I always tell God, because there's a lot of delusion in the Christian community, and I think you would also know that, maybe more than I do. But especially when people start using the gifts, they just ramble around, or they start. I don't want to call names, but there are people that do like these crusades, and they just go crazy, and that's just weird. I don't really like those types of things. But I've lost my train of thought here. But where were we? Sorry.
Right. So I guess I'm trying to figure out how Paul is a good source for the resurrection. I'm not really sure I understand how he can validate Jesus' resurrection, since he didn't witness it.
Yeah, this is actually a challenging thing for me also, because I always pray and say, God, I don't want to be deceived or delusional. I want to know you exist. So I almost feel like you would believe in God if you knew he existed, right? So if you had the evidence. And I'm like, okay, God, I don't want to convince myself that you exist. I want to know you exist. And I think with that argument, I can agree. If you say to yourself, God exists enough, you're going to start believing, and you're going to start seeing supernatural stuff. But that would be out of a state of delusion or schizophrenic or something like that. Would you agree with that type of?
I think you can. So, to be fair, I know two people that are legitimately diagnosed as schizophrenic. So I think probably the way we want to word this is because not everybody who has like a psychotic break would fall into that classification. But I would say that it is relatively common for somebody to have what we would classify as a psychotic episode, even if they don't have a prior diagnosis. So, and we see this quite a bit. And, so for example, if you read the writings of Julian the Heretic, Julian says that the Christians were in a habit of going in groups to the tombs, waiting to see apparitions.
Okay, so what? Say it again.
There's an emperor named Julian the Heretic. He reigned in the early 4th century, and he said of the Christians, specifically those from Galilee, the ones who believed in Jesus, he says that they had a habit of going to the tombs of dead people in hopes to see apparitions. So it seems like the idea that you could or would see somebody after their death was pretty well accepted within the culture.
Okay, I see. Probably like what's the when Jesus comes back, the people are gonna stand up out of the graves and stuff like that. They're probably like waiting for something like that to happen, or they could just still be waiting for Jesus. What he's writing. So I understand the argument, but yeah, it's like that's my point. I think you can take it from any sense. Let's say Paul didn't fall, and he said I think because Paul didn't write it, someone could lie about it. But because John, or they assumed John wrote it, I don't think he would lie about that necessarily, about the experience Paul had. But yeah, that's probably what Paul told him. But there's also multiple witnesses he wrote about. So he doesn't really write about Paul only. He writes about Paul having the experience. There are people around Paul. And then also he had the vision to travel to a certain guy called, I think, something with a T, I forgot now, to pray for him or something like that.
Yeah, so when he gets blinded, he has to go and find a gentleman who prays for him, and then he receives his eyesight.
Yeah, I think it's also like 3 days later or something. I'm just guessing now. I'm not too familiar now with the exact facts, but yeah, exactly that.
Right.
So I just think,
So okay. I agree that Paul says that there were witnesses. So in 1 Corinthians 15, he says that Jesus appeared. He actually doesn't mention the same witness that the Gospel of Mark and John mentioned first. He doesn't mention Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene, according to Mark 16 and John 20, was the first to see the resurrected Jesus. But he omits her in 1 Corinthians 15. He says that Jesus first appeared to the disciples. And then he says to a group of 500 witnesses, but he doesn't actually tell you who the witnesses are. So there's nothing that we can really glean from that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, but let's use John's writing in Acts about Paul witnessing Christ, and it's also about multiple people.
You mean Luke, probably?
Luke, yeah, sorry.
Right, yeah, because theoretically Luke wrote the book of Acts. Now there's some debate as to when it was written and what percentage of it was actually written by the original Luke and what was added later. But we could just grant for now that Luke and Acts had one author, even if we don't know who the author is. So you're right. Luke does mention that there were people who saw the resurrection. Does he tell you who his sources are?
So Luke saw people from the resurrection, and you're asking me if he specifies who the witnesses are.
Right, yeah, because so Luke is claiming to be a historian, and good historians, even in Luke's time period, typically told you where they got their source from, especially if they were going to be copying it from a prior historian or somebody else who previously wrote on the subject. Then they would say, this is the source of this particular piece of information, and here's what I may or may not say about it or add to it, right? Unfortunately, Luke doesn't do anything of that nature. We'd have no idea who Luke's sources is. He just says that he's recording the story to make a full account from people who were sources. We don't know who. To me, this is like really poor recording, and we've got even better recording for other miracle and deity stories in the ancient Mediterranean. So, for example, there's a young woman, and the name of the young woman is Philinian. And Philinian died as a young girl, and she was placed in a tomb as per usual. And somewhere about a year and a half later, she started making appearances in her old home. And it was first noticed by a young man serving at the home. She must have had a crush on him. Yeah. We can get more to that later. She would appear to this young man, and then a nurse working in the home saw the apparition and reported it to the mother. And the mother of the deceased daughter would not believe it, thought she was out of her mind. And so they devise a plan to kind of wait outside. Well, they go and talk to the boy, who affirms that that's what's happening. And he couldn't believe that she was dead because he wasn't around when she died. And so he's like, what do you mean this girl that's been talking to me is actually dead? And so they devise a plan where he'll, at the usual time, he'll be in the bedroom and she'll appear. And then, they'll come in and see if she actually is appearing. And then sure enough, they do. They witness her. And then it gets crazy because they actually bring this to a council of the locals, and the council's like, "You telling me what happened?" And then a council go to the tomb. Well, there's more to it. We'll get back in a second.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
council go to the tomb, but listen, she's been dead for a year and a half. They go to the tomb. She's not in the tomb anymore. And then they're like, okay, well, this is weird. And the mother's like, actually, she's here. She's dead in the bedroom. We can talk about how she she died the second time. That's extra for the story. But then the council goes to the room where she lay dead the second time and found her there, even though she had died a year and a half earlier and was already placed in a tomb. And this is written by a historian of ancient Rome, Flavian. So like we've got a bunch of different types of accounts like this where dead people go missing, or there's like an empty tomb, and a lot of them have huge groups of witnesses. So I guess I don't understand why we would reject all of those accounts and then be like, well, but the Jesus one, that one actually did happen.
Yeah, I see. That's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, I'm gonna go from here. This is an interesting one. Like I'm so excited to come up with all this, and then you have such good points, and I'm like, okay, I need to go work on it again. But let's see, because you have such a broad knowledge, man. It's crazy. You're not the normal
to be fair,
guy,
I went to
approach. Yeah,
I did go to school, and I studied professionally, so I got a little bit of a head start.
Okay, yeah, that's awesome. What did you study, like philosophy or something like that?
At first I went to school for engineering, and then after that I did 2 years of Bible college and then a master's degree in at a seminary. So like an MDiv.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what got you out of the religion? Was it the contradictions and stuff like that firstly, or was it just you grew away from it?
No. For me, it was just the fact that Christianity could not be true. So the New Testament cannot be reconciled to agree with the Hebrew Bible. The only way you can get the New Testament to be true and you can get Jesus to be the Messiah is if you go into the Old Testament and literally just allegorize everything, just change the meaning of all the words and say, well, it happened spiritually. Yeah. All of these like actual predictions from the Hebrew Bible where God said he was going to do something. Actually, he didn't mean he was going to do that. He did it spiritually. Whatever spiritually means is whatever you need it to mean, right? And so once I realized that the New Testament was completely incompatible with the Hebrew Bible, Christianity was kind of out the window.
So just for the fun of it, if the New Testament wasn't written necessarily and you only studied the Old Testament, you would have been a bit more convinced, or would have stayed with the Old Testament longer. If that was the case.
I would say if I grew up in the Western world and Christianity didn't exist, I might have been inclined to be of one of the Abrahamic faiths still yet. But it's hard to know because, like, without Christianity, the religions of the Western world were very, I don't know, locally centered. Like every locality had their own religion, like the religion of the Celts was different from the religion of the Germanics, right? And so it's hard to say how I would have ended up without Christianity existing.
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting, man. It's nice. It's nice to hear that. I'm also busy with a Bible school course, also a 2-year Bible school, pretty in-depth, like theology-based, but it's more practical. But we're doing hermeneutics and systematic theology and everything now, looking at worldviews, stuff like that. It's very nice, very nice. But obviously, I watched you yesterday night also. It's like 12:30 in South Africa, like in the morning. So it's a very late night, but I enjoy it. So I appreciate the things. Let's go to maybe one of the the thing I looked at this morning with one of my colleagues, because I also work at church, was Psalm 22 verse 16 that you also debunked, where you talk about the lion, like a lion at my hands. And I did a bit of research, and they talk about the I don't know what it is in English, the Septuach or something like that.
The Septuagint.
Septuagint, where they say, because the writers of the Septuagint, what do you say, interpreted it as pierced or to dig, that is why it is interpreted as such. Does that make sense? You've probably heard this point, but
I'm somewhat familiar with the point, but I don't even think in the Septuagint they translated that particular fashion. So in the Septuagint, we've got 6 different editions of the passage. So it depends on if you're reading the Aquila, or if you're reading Symmachus, or one of the others, maybe the one by Origen. There's different versions of it. So the one that most people like translate into English as Doug just says oruzon, and oruzon just means to like literally dig. It doesn't mean to pierce. But because people wanted it to be about Jesus, they just translated it as pierced. But the reason why this happened is because the earliest Hebrew manuscript that we have from the Judean desert most likely preserved a very, very old manuscript corruption. And in the original Hebrew, there was a word that was, let's say, corrupted. So I'll draw a picture real quick so you can see, because if you don't know Hebrew, it's going to be hard to visualize what I'm talking about. So
like today I had the Strong's book in front of me, and like the Hebrew is just like, what even is going on? There's like little dots underneath the letters, and it looks like a coloring book, man, in one color. But
so this is the word that shows up in the Masoretic text. It is ka'ari, and it means like a lion. And the majority of our Hebrew texts that are ancient, prior to the Masoretic tradition, have something kind of like this. However, the oldest one that we have,
my stream is very blurry, so I can't really see for some reason in the way I'm debating. Like on YouTube, it's fine, but when I'm in the debating screen, it's blurry. I think my internet is not good enough to see.
It could be if your internet's not good enough. I'll hold it up. You can see it later. But for the audience, so the top word is ka'ari. It just means like a lion, and the bottom word is ka'aru, and ka'aru, as it turns out, is not a real Hebrew word. So the problem that we have here is people are like, okay, if ka'aru is a word, then what word did it come from? Because it's not a real word. It's obviously conjugated, perhaps. And so they're like, well, listen, if you take this aleph over here, there we go. If you take this aleph and remove it, it could be a conjugated form of kara. It'd be karu, and karu would be they dug, right? So earlier translators they're like, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe they just accidentally put a letter in here and it's supposed to read they dug, but I don't think that's a good way to do it. What we know now about most copyist errors is that one of the most common errors is for this letter at the end of the word. That's a yod. That letter kind of has a little bit of a tail when you write it in like an artistic scribal form. So, but what would happen is often that tail would get longer and longer. And then somebody would be like, hey, listen, they'd be like, is that a yod or is that a vav? So the letter down here, the letter down here is a vav. Well, one of the most common mistakes in Hebrew is writing a yod accidentally as a vav. So the most likely case is that the end of that word just got corrupted. We have lots of evidence that that's a very common corruption. It wouldn't make sense for the author to have the word karu and then just randomly insert an errand aleph after the first letter. That's not something that you would see very often. So, for the most of history, it's just been something similar to like a lion.
Yeah, so it's like like what's that game you play when you whisper into someone's ear and at the end, like at the 15th guy,
Telephone.
the word is like super distorted. But I think it can go both ways. Like the one writer can write it shorter also. It could go both ways. But yeah, I think the oldest manuscript, to use the oldest one and compare it to the newer ones, probably would be the way to see how the word changed. What do you make of Zechariah? I think it's 10:12
Zechariah 10, I mean 12:10 maybe.
or 12:10. Yeah.
Yeah, in Zechariah 12.
12.
So Zechariah 12 is fun. It does actually say pierce, by the way. In
Yeah.
12:10, the word dakar for pierce shows up. So we know that this is literally referring to
Yeah.
a piercing. Now, the problem is, in Zechariah, you've got two things. When the person is pierced in Zechariah, it's probably referring to a slain warrior, or it's just a metaphor for them piercing God, which, by the way, there are actually other places in the Hebrew Bible where God talks metaphorically about his people wounding him because they were so disobedient. But nevertheless, the thing that makes this, I would say, certainly not about Jesus. I think there are two different things. Let me put it on the screen and I'll show you where the problem shows up. 1 second. I just got to link up my browser.
I'm going to quickly load up the YouTube also. I'm just going to mute it to see the screen better.
Yeah.
I don't know why. But yeah, like I said, I'm in South Africa. There's great internet, yeah, just not where I live. So
yeah, it's probably just your connection is a little bit slow. So in Zechariah, what you've actually got here is an oracle of what most Christians would interpret as the final battle, when all nations come against Israel, right? So verse 2 tells you that. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, who stretched out the heavens and founded the earth and formed the human spirit within. See, I am about to make Jerusalem a cup of reeling for all the surrounding peoples. It will be against Judah also in the siege against Jerusalem. On that day, I will make Jerusalem a heavy stone." So he talks about how all these people are going to come against Jerusalem. Then he's going to grant the clans of Judea victory in this battle. And then it says he's going to destroy all the nations that come against Jerusalem. So this is kind of an end times war. But look at what happens at the end of this, right? It says, on that day, the mourning in Jerusalem will be as great as the mourning for Hadad Rimmon in the plain of Megiddo, and the land shall mourn, each family by itself, the family of the house of David by itself, and their wives by themselves, so on and so forth. So basically he's saying, listen, when this event happens after this battle, all the tribes of Israel are going to mourn. They're just going to all come and mourn. And you might be saying, well, maybe that's going to happen when Jesus returns. And I would say two things to that. Number one, I would say that in John 19, the prophet, or not the prophet, well, the author of John 19 says that it actually already got fulfilled. So if you look in John 19 towards like 34-ish, it says, "Instead, one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and at once blood and water came out. He who saw this has testified, so that you may also know and believe. His testimony is true, and he knows that he tells the truth, so that you also may continue to believe. These things occurred so that the scripture might be fulfilled. None of his bones shall be broken," which isn't a real prophecy. And again, another passage of scripture says, "They will look upon the one whom they have pierced." And so he's interpreting this as the Romans looking upon the one who they've pierced, which certainly couldn't be true, because this is talking about an actual like battle that's going to take place. And if there is a way to harmonize this and say, well, actually, when Jesus comes back, they're going to mourn and look upon the one that the Jews, pierced. He's going to say the Jewish people are going to mourn and look upon the one that they pierced. The problem with that is this battle shows up again in chapter 14 of Zechariah, and it makes it very clear that what's going to happen after this battle is over, on top of what happens in chapter 12, is going to make Jesus completely irrelevant. So what it says in Zechariah 14 about the post-Armageddon type of battle says, "Then all who survive of the nations that have come to Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, and to keep the festival of booths. If any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, the Lord of hosts, there will be no rain upon them, and the family of Egypt, and if the family of Egypt do not go up and present themselves, there would be no rain for them, so on and so forth. And then there's going to be plagues. So, and then in the last part, he actually says, every cooking pot in Jerusalem and Judah shall be holy to the Lord of hosts, so that all who sacrifice may come and use them to boil the flesh of the sacrifice. So after the final battle, there's still sacrifices and offerings happening, and even the foreigners are doing them, and the foreigners are going to be doing the festivals, like the festival of booths, which is known as Sukkot. So if this is the case, if they're actually, if all the people are going to be forced to follow the law of Moses after this kind of end times battle, well, it means that the Jesus narrative is irrelevant, because the Jesus narrative is supposedly that there is no more sacrifice needed and you're no longer bound by any of these laws. But Zechariah, the one that we just referenced for the supposed person being pierced or entity being pierced, would actually just disagree with that entirely.
We'd say they still have to be sacrificed after that prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Interesting, man. Interesting. Dang it.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm gonna get better. Hopefully.
You will. Well, you're in school. You're learning, so.
Yeah, it's very. We did worldviews this week, and it was pretty like you guys always use these big words like monotheistic or monotheism or
monotheism,
polytheism, and we were like working with these words. I was like so excited, man. It feels like I'm going to start understanding what you guys say. Like half of the time, I'm just like, what? What are like even talking about science? I just gave up with that because I'm not going to get anywhere with the scientific debate.
Sure,
but it's fun. It's fun.
It is fun.
I appreciate it so much.
Well, I mean, you're in school. You're going to keep learning. So when as you continue to learn, just call on back, and we'll talk about this stuff. Okay.
100%, man. Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Sure thing. Cheers,
I'll
buddy.
see you again then.
Yep.
Cheers, man. Bye.
Nice guy. Interesting. I'm shocked by the amount of people who don't know of the real problem in Psalm 22. It's a pretty significant problem. Also, the Psalms aren't prophecies, right? Yoda St. Cloud, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, good evening, everyone. I hope you had a kick-ass day. Yes, even you. Well, same to you, my friend. Rock hard for Doug. Horrors for life. Deflock your state. That company got caught using the cameras to spy on youth gymnastics? No fucking way. I am not shocked at all. 0% shocked. Fucking A. Say no to surveillance states. I'm with you. We don't need nanny states. It's not required. Our words, good to see you, friend. Hope you're doing well. Hey, Justin. Paul and I are back from Japan. Great trip. Glad to hear it. Glad to be home and watching you live again. Rock hard for Doug. Well, I hope your trip went well. It's great to hear from you. Hopefully we'll be able to connect in the future and hear about your trip to Japan. Always wanted to visit. Still attacks a bit. Thank you for this. Project Friend says Christians have this big imagery bag outside of time and space that they can put anything that's illogical in, or they can't explain. Keep up the great work, Justin. Yeah, that's all right. But in order to really stay in the faith, you do need like this area where illogical things can happen, and where like the reality of our physical universe can't touch them. They need some space. They need a safe space for God, basically. And Narcissa, great to see you. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat, friend. That's huge. Says, at John Doe, I'm so sorry that honesty offends you. Call in and defend this irrational thinking, or shut up. I take this to mean that there's a John Doe in the comments crying that I'm actually running a live stream, and I obviously disagree with one of his pet beliefs. John Doe, call in. We'll talk about it, and we'll have some conversation. All right, I'm going to get Liam and then Paperless, and then after that, it looks like God's Sword. Maybe I see loading dots of doom. I might be taking Liam if Liam connects. Yeah, people are already saying no, not God's sword. God's sword usually comes around just to crash out. So, I mean, obviously, if he comes in and he doesn't crash out, we'll give him some time to speak. If he comes in and crashes out, then I think we all know, what's probably going to happen. But, anyways, Liam, you're not connecting, Liam? I'm not sure what to do for you. I'll cut you, buddy. If you find better reception, come on back and we'll get you into the conversation. Let me grab Paperless and we'll get Paperless into the conversation. How you doing, Paperless? Paperless, can you hear me? Paperless, you don't have any headphones selected. You have no audio devices. You can't hear a word I'm saying right now. Why didn't you select an audio device when you came into Video Ninja?
Hello?
There you go.
Oh, let's go.
There you go. Now we can work on this. Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, your microphone's not the best in the world, but it is working.
I thought I put Papa Bless. It might have auto-corrected. I didn't realize you were talking to me.
Oh, it looked like Paperless from here, but the text is so tiny on the screen that it can be difficult to read. So let me blow this up. It says Papa Bless. There we go.
There we go, yeah.
All right, Papa Bless. Are you at least 18?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sure. And which one of the topics did you want to engage in?
God does not exist.
Sure. Are you a Christian?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Okay. What would be a good reason to believe that God does exist?
Well, I would say you're making the authoritative truth statement, so the onus is on you to provide an argument why he doesn't exist.
Well, yeah,
so if
sure,
I can defeat that argument, then I could provide my argument in refutation, I guess.
Sure, yeah. Well, God is illogical because you can't do anything outside of time. So a creator of all things, like a creator of time, can't actually do anything. So if God is outside of time, it means he can't take actions, he can't think, he can't even have a conversation with somebody else outside of time. So it just means, creating space-time is kind of out the window.
Yep. So when you say God does not exist, that's presupposing that is a truth statement, correct?
It's presupposing that my statement comports with reality.
No, that it's a truth statement, right?
Are you trying to run tag now? What do you think a truth statement is?
No, like you agree that truth statements exist then?
I believe that propositions can be evaluated.
Evaluated? So are you coming from a materialist perspective then?
Until somebody can demonstrate that there's something non-material, that's all I have. Can you demonstrate
so
that
what about
non-material
consciousness
exists? What about it?
What's that? That's
It's
material?
It's your brain, yeah.
So any statement that your brain would make, is that determined then?
I'm still a little bit agnostic on determinism, but if I have to pick between determinism and non-determinism, I'm going to pick determinism.
Okay, so then if everything is physical and it's just one thing causes another, right? Then what could you possibly do to determine one thing true or false if everything is all determined?
I don't think that's how those words work. So when I say that something is determined, that just means that the sequence of events are going to play out. Like if I rewind the tape 10 years and then let it play again, the identical same sequence is going to play out. Now, when it comes to making truth evaluations, all we're asking is if somebody makes a proposition, like they said, hey, listen, the sky outside is raining. Well, I can look outside and see if it is raining. If it is indeed raining, I would call that proposition true, meaning the proposition seems to match the reality.
Yeah, and then the person doing that evaluating, right? That's not a material thing, that's an agent, which I don't think you can give an account for consciousness or the ability to evaluate from a materialist perspective.
It is a material thing, yeah. The brains, just like computers, have the ability to process. You know that computers process and they're not sentient, right?
No, process is completely different from evaluating one thing true or not.
No, it's not. Computers can evaluate truth.
Only because we tell them what true is.
No, they can just evaluate like ones and zeros. It's really easy.
Yes, and then the end to what they tell us is true or false.
Like, you never
is
seen a
purely
calculator
programmed
before?
by us. A what?
Never seen a calculator before? Any calculators?
Who makes the calculator?
Aren't doing.
You think a calculator?
processes?
Yeah, because we make them do that.
Yeah.
We determine what true and false is and tell the calculator to do it. It still needs an agent to determine what true and false is.
It's not doing that. It's not determining true and false.
No, we are. We're telling it what true and false is. We're telling it that 1 + 1 = 2.
That's what I'm saying. Processors are not operating off of true and false. Processors are taking an input
I agree.
and then computing the input to receive an output.
Yeah, exactly.
And then it gets more complicated. That's
totally different than us.
Which is what you have. No, it's actually not. If you just use the typical processor, say like inside of a supercomputer, one that's actually capable of running like an AI or a local language model or a large language model, the amount of processing happening there is absurdly large, and it basically mimics. It's not perfect. Certainly, it isn't as rational as a human yet, but it mimics the human brain very well, the ability to determine something to be accurate or not. Now, that doesn't mean that it's always right. Sometimes it says things that are not accurate, but so do human brains. Sometimes we say things that are not accurate.
Yes, but all this is presupposing that there's right and wrong, that there's true and false. But if everything's deterministic, then everything just is, and you can't make
true and
false
doesn't have anything to do with determinism. I don't know why you keep confusing the two.
No, because you can't have truth if everything's deterministic. That's my contention.
I think you're confusing two different things. So truth is irrelevant to determinism.
No, I'm saying truth isn't possible if you're a determinist.
Why?
Because if everything is determined, right, then any evaluation you would make would already be determined. So there's no way to determine what determination would be true or false, because everything is a determination already. How can something be a determination?
I think you're confusing. You're doing determination. You're confusing it with predestination. Like somebody wrote in advance what was going to happen, but that's not how that works. Determinism isn't predestination. Determinism is just that the molecules, like say for example, in your brain, are going to behave in a particular way because of physics. That's all it's saying. It's not saying that our brains can't process.
From your perspective, yeah. Yeah, but the idea of process, what you're doing is you're skipping into this immaterial realm where all of a sudden you're allowed to make truth claims.
I didn't
and
say
if you're materialist,
immaterial
that place
realms.
doesn't exist.
I didn't say immaterial at all. It's happening in the brain. Brain's material.
So can you ever? So what's a thought then?
A thought is firing of synapses and other parts of your brain. It's all material.
So then.
That's why we can alter them.
Okay, I'll
like we can literally alter your feelings by giving you like particular substances. We can alter your brain states even. So for example, if you take like anti-psych meds, so people who have psychological breaks with reality, their brains are actually perceiving things that don't even exist. But if you give them the right med, their brain does perceive things typically that do exist, and then they don't perceive things that actually fail to exist. So like we can determine pretty well that thoughts are like physical and they're happening in the brain because we can manipulate them using physical means.
So when you say
in
physical,
the brain,
you don't mean that you can actually, it's a physical thing. Like you can't
observe
a thought. No one's opened the brain
yeah,
and
you
seen
actually
a
can.
thought.
Yeah, you can. That's how Neuralink works.
So you're equating an idea with being able to hook up synapses to where I would like fire my finger.
Yeah, that's how
my finger.
Yeah, that's how brain chips work. Yeah, you nailed it.
So then I guess you would say that thoughts don't exist, but only the electrical impulses exist?
Oh, well, thoughts are the electrical impulses in your brain.
So then one electrical impulse is allowed to tell another electrical impulse that it's wrong?
That's how processing works, yeah.
So then why should I listen to one electrical impulse over another electrical impulse?
I didn't say that you should.
And you don't.
Also,
that's not how it works.
You're making truth statements.
Also, just in case you wanted to, just in case you wanted some further information, my good friend Ems is here. He's a medical doctor. If you need better information.
Or no, this isn't about medical stuff. This is about philosophy. It has nothing to do with medical.
We were just talking about the brain.
No, it is not. Philosophy isn't a thing.
No, I'm talking about that it makes no sense to say that but we're basically ignoring any form of metaphysic, right? Takes away your ability to make any sort of truth claim, because any sort of truth cannot be.
No.
Oh well, you're assuming a fundamental rationality to reality, and you can't prove that.
Your claim was
unless you're going to do a
thoughts are
consequentialist
separate.
fallacy. Do you want to do that?
Your claims were that the brain is separate from your thoughts. Was it not?
No.
What is the
I'm
claim
saying
that
that
came
thoughts
later?
can't be accounted for, nor consciousness, in a purely materialist perspective.
Why not?
Okay, well, can you see, taste, touch, or smell a thought or consciousness?
You don't have to.
That's a category error. Can you smell the color blue?
No, I see it.
Yeah, you just made a category error. That's why you can't smell the color blue. You can see the color blue.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
some
Well,
people
you're
thoughts-
saying that if
thoughts
everything's
are-
material, right?
Thoughts are things that you can't see because you're inside your head, but also we can see them with imaging. So,
You can?
yeah, brain scans. We've got all kinds of cool gadgets today to do brain scans, and we can actually read some of people's base thoughts at this point. In fact, AI imaging is getting good enough to where there are like hundreds and hundreds of ideas that we can tell people are thinking about just by scanning the brain.
But basically, do you think truth exists as a category?
I think it's a proposition. I don't know what you mean by category.
Like, does truth exist?
I mean, does it have individual ontology? No, I already told you. My theory of truth is that truth is what we call something that comports to our reality. So if in fact,
so it's a social construction?
If in fact you say that something is true, I can evaluate that proposition. If that proposition matches reality, then I would just say that it's true. But I have no reason to believe that there's some sort of like a truth floating around in the universe like a platonic form.
Yeah. Do propositions exist?
Not in the way you think they do. I think propositions are made by brains.
So propositions exist inside a brain.
And propositions are formed by brains. They're like the processes that brains can engage in. I mean, I would say CPUs too. I mean, CPUs, people don't give enough credit to computers these days, but processors are capable of making propositions as well.
So propositions do exist.
Propositions are things that there are statements that things that do exist make.
Okay, so they're real or not real?
I don't know what you mean by real. I have no idea what you mean by real. I mean,
you're a materialist, so you'd have to say that they're material.
Well, no, they're not material at all. They don't. We'll try this again. Propositions don't exist in the world. Like you can't put a proposition in a bucket. Propositions is something that is done by a brain. It's a process. Like science isn't a noun. You can't put a science in a bucket. Science is a process that you engage in. A proposition is a formalized statement from your brain. That's it.
Okay.
They don't exist.
So it doesn't exist because it's not material?
It doesn't exist because it's just what your brain is doing.
Or are you saying you have faith that something immaterial exists like a proposition? Is that what you're telling me?
No, that's what you're telling me. I don't believe that propositions are material or immaterial. Propositions are just things that our brain does. This is not very difficult.
So a thing that a brain does, is that material or immaterial?
The brain's material. I already went over this. Are you
okay? No, but the thing that a brain does,
trying to find a way to get back on the script.
Yeah, that's what I'm going for.
Processes,
so a thing that a brain does.
Processes of material things are obviously material.
But so a material thing doing something, that's not material. That's a process, right?
The processes of material things are material.
Well, they consist of material, but they're not material in themselves.
They don't exist in themselves. So, for example, if I roll this ball down a hill, obviously it's material. This thing is rolling, but the process of rolling doesn't exist. The process of rolling just describes what it's doing.
So how do you know that processes exist then, if they're not material?
Because we defined what processes are. So, for example, when this thing rolls, we just call that rolling. It's the process of rolling.
So we come up with it?
did we determine what we want to call that behavior? Yeah, we get to do that in language. Yeah.
So it's arbitrary in how we would define that then if we're coming up with it individually.
If you get to define like what you call something, then
Mhm.
yeah, like language. Well, language isn't arbitrary. I think that's an oversimplification of language. But language itself is in fact determined by the speaker. So, for example, the word we use for rolling when we roll this ball is obviously different than the word you're going to find in Japan. But the idea is the same. You can look at the process or the behavior, and you can develop a word to describe it.
So then, and then in the process, you're assuming causality, right?
I'm not assuming anything. Processes we would understand are a sequence and causality, but causality has nothing to do with the conversation we're having right now. Unless you wanted to pivot to the next argument, like one of Aquinas's 5 ways arguments, which I'm sure will be brand new.
Causality,
no one here has ever done that one. We've never heard that before.
You're assuming causality?
I didn't assume causality.
In your debate?
Do you just want to ask if I believe in causes? Because that seems like what you should be doing. I didn't assume anything.
No, but saying you believe in processes presupposes that you believe in causality. Is that a fair statement?
Well, I mean, anyone who believes that processes happen, like individual steps happen, obviously believes that the thing that comes before the effect is going to be called the cause.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Do you think that processes happen?
Oh no! I'm doing an internal critique of your paradigm.
Yeah.
So
I know you
I'm
are.
assuming your perspective.
Remember, like 15 minutes ago when you said you were going to give me an argument for why God exists, and now you're actually just not. You're just burden shifting.
No. You're making the truth statement.
We all actually.
I told you after I refute your truth statement that I would give a argument in favor of mine. But
you actually didn't address my
your paradigm.
you didn't address my truth statement at all.
No, that's what I'm getting at.
Still you're actually not getting there. The question at hand is whether or not it's logical.
I think you don't
or
like
rational for something to
That's what's happening.
Do anything outside of time. That's actually the basis of my argument.
If you're listening, notice
you haven't touched it at all yet.
Causality, and he knows there's no materialist proof or way to assume causality without having faith in it. That's what's happening right now. Okay?
No, causality is literally what physical things do. This is not even a difficult thing. In fact, causality
and how do you know
should make you squirm, because if God is outside of time, God has no causal power, because all causal power acts within time, and God's not inside of time. So God has no causal power, whereas in the physical world where I live, everything has causal power. Anytime a physical entity is moving or changing, it has causal power.
So you are assuming causality exists. So when you see
I
one
already
eight ball
told
hit
you
another,
that causality
and the other one
exists. I don't know why you're so slow on this.
So when you see one 8-ball hit another 8-ball and the other one moves, right?
Yeah.
Does that 8-ball cause the other one to move?
The momentum, yes, causes it to move. But we agree that causes happen. Are you going to are you going to address what I said about God not having causal power?
I'm saying that in your paradigm, you can give no account for causality other than the fact that you have faith in it.
I don't have faith in it. I know it happens. We watch it happen. Like, do you know that we know causality happens by a fact? Like, listen, I'm gonna drop this pen, and I don't just have faith it's gonna fall. I know it's gonna fall. Oh no, it fell.
You only think it's gonna fall because of inductive reasoning.
Because causality, because I know that causality does exist. When something physical engages with something else physical, it's going to touch it or it's going to manipulate it. That's what we call a cause.
Well, I would say that you can't use any of your senses, right? Which is how you interact with the material world. You can't use any of your senses to actually perceive causality. Now, what happens is you see one thing happen and another.
Why can't I just did it.
Happen. Okay, well then, what sense are you using to
I'm using
causality?
At least 2 different senses. I'm using my sense of touch because I know when I'm holding it. I'm using my sense, actually 3 of them. I'm using my ears and my eyes, and I'm looking at when I open my fingers. That's gravity is going to cause that Well, I'm just going to cause them to fall on the floor now, but I can hear it
So
and I can
you're
see
not,
it. So
you're not familiar
I'm
with
not,
David
I'm
Hume's
not
critique of
guessing.
induction then?
Well, no, remember I went to school to study real stuff. I didn't go to school to do this nonsense philosophy garbage. So when I drop something,
Another truth statement. Okay.
witness, like I witness
Mhm.
things falling,
Mhm.
which means I know
Yeah.
that there's something causing it to fall. Or if I throw something,
Or
I
no,
know
that's
that
an assumption.
something's
That's an assumption.
cause.
You see
No,
one
it's
thing happen
actually
and then
it's not
another thing
assumptioning.
happen.
That's what cause
And
is. That's what cause is.
no, you see one thing happen and then another, and you assume the thing prior led to the thing after. Correct?
Well, I know that it does. Yeah,
How do you know that?
You could
because we
build a
can watch
relationship
it.
by, and you can build a relationship
Because
when you
what?
can predict what is going to happen. And Justin
See,
predicted
what I'm
what is
getting
going to
at is
happen based on information he
all
has.
this relying on
Yeah,
causality?
I
You're
mean,
purely leaning on
not only
inductive
can I
reasoning,
observe
correct?
it, I can just use it to make predictions, right? So, for example, if
Mhm.
if I launch, I don't know, if I launch 1,000 apples, I have
Mhm.
like 1,000 priors to believe that if I launch 1,001, that apple is going to get launched too. That's just how that works.
Mhm. Yeah. So you're purely relying on inductive reasoning then? Is that fair?
No,
Well, that's exactly what you're doing. You're saying, I see something happen, so I assume it's going to happen again in the future. And
oh
if I
no,
see
that's
it happen
not.
a lot, then I say it's just always going to happen.
No, that's not what I'm doing to determine causation works. So you're confusing causation with repeatability.
Mhm.
Causation is different from the
Mhm.
repeatability. If I throw 10,000 of these balls, well,
Mhm.
they might not be repeatable. I might not know exactly what's going to
Mhm.
happen 1,000 times.
Mhm.
The reality is,
Mhm.
every single time, I know that there's a cause for it.
No. Well, the issue is that cause is it's a metaphysical, right? A metaphysical
No,
statement that you,
no,
or
I
like
don't think it
whatever
is.
you would call it.
No.
Nope.
So you see one thing happen and then another, and then you know that's causality because
Because it's
what?
in the physical world. When physical items contact
Mm-hmm.
each other in space,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to
Yeah.
act on each other. That's what we call
Mm-hmm.
causality. Causality
So
doesn't have
mhm.
an ontology. Causality isn't something that
Yeah.
exists transcendentally. Causality is just what we cause, or what we call one thing acting on another thing. We just call that causality.
No, that's what you, when you see one thing happen and another thing happen, when you see that happen over and over again, then you call that causality.
No,
No.
that's called
Yeah.
repeatability.
If you can understand the
So then
mechanism
how
with
would you know
which
that one thing causes
But
another if you didn't see it happen?
It certainly is,
Just
like,
exactly.
really sounds like what you need to do is get acquainted with a real dictionary.
Mm-hmm.
Like what's how are we not straight on these words?
No, I'm really sure. Well, the issue that we're running into, right, is that I'm trying to show you that you have faith in causality, and
No, I
there's no
don't.
material means by which
I
you
do
could
not
come up
have
with the
faith in
idea of
causality.
causality.
Again,
Right.
you're confusing two different arguments.
Mm-hmm. Or no, they're connected. I know
They're
they're two
not.
different arguments. Yeah.
They're not connected.
What'd you
So
say?
I don't have faith in causality. Now you can have faith
Yeah.
in a particular
Oh, no,
cause
they're
having
totally,
a
they're
repeated
totally connected.
action, right? So for example,
Yeah.
you might have faith that if I put gasoline in my car, it's going to cause the engine to turn over, you know. That's something where, hey, listen, your engine may or may not turn over based on the series of causes that are fed into it. But the reality is, we're not having faith that causes have effects. We know that causes have effects. We labeled it. We determined what we're going to call it. We called it cause and
So then it's
effect.
a metaphysical category then.
It's not
It's a
metaphysical.
label
No,
you're coming up with.
it's language.
Okay, well then where do causes exist?
They don't exist. We describe phenomenon again. So you're confusing the same discussion we just
Yes,
had about
exactly.
the
That's what I'm
brain.
saying.
You're now confusing it with material objects. Causes don't exist
No,
transcendentally.
I'm illustrating it with material objects so you can
You're
see where the
certainly-
error is happening.
There is no error.
So one thing happens,
Yeah.
and then another thing happens, and
Yeah,
you
and we-
assume that first thing causes the second one.
We know that
This idea of
we
causality,
know that it does because we watched
you're
it
making
happen.
that word up.
Yeah, we did make
Yes.
up the word causality. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So causality is made up.
All words are
Because
made
you're
up.
just observing one thing happen and then another.
Do you just not know how like language works? All words are made up.
Well, I think they could be describing real things. The issue is if you're a materialist, then causality.
They are
You can't
describing
be
real
really describing
things. They're
anything.
describing two things that exist in material reality acting on each other.
Mhm.
This is really sad.
In time.
This can't be the
time.
best. This can't be the best you came up with. So you're just
And what
not
do they
going
teach
to
in those
address.
What's happening
informations?
is-
Come on.
To be clear, you're
Yeah,
not going to
right.
address what I said about God having no causal power outside of time.
Or well, no, because that's a.
Well,
Well,
that was
I
my.
was still
Well,
doing your
that was
internal
my.
critique.
Well, that was my
but
whole
that's a dumb
argument.
statement to begin with.
It wasn't. So that was my whole argument, and you didn't address it the entire time you're up here. So you can leave and stop boring my audience. Ems, could you imagine
Genuinely,
being
what do they
that
teach
smooth brain?
philosophy? Why do philosophy courses exist? It's like a pyramid scheme. You just graduate to just teach philosophy again.
The sad thing is, I enjoyed philosophy class, but
Yeah,
like a lot of
you
these
take it as
people.
like you take it for fun. You don't just take it to make it a career.
True. A lot of the people.
It just teaches you how to speak and teach others the same thing you learned.
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of people with philosophy degrees that can use them for benefit, but like if you think you're going to get a job using your philosophy degree, it's not really going to happen. But nevertheless, I don't know. What are you going to do? You know, the guy wasted money on some philosophy courses and he wants to go use them on the internet, and this is what we end up with. What are you going to do? So, friends, I said I was going to bring in God's Sword next. We'll see if they crash out. I'm going to grab 6 or 7 super chats here so we don't get backed up, and then we'll get God's Sword in here. Hey, Jameer says, which apologist do you like least? Oh, fuck, that's a tough one. Okay, hold on. Do I like the least? There's so many bad ones. Okay. One of the ones that I always have very much disliked are like Lee Strobel. I'm not a fan of Lee Strobel. He has no expertise in the field. He's an idiot. He has no idea what's happening. I have a little bit of respect for some of the ones that are actually educated, like William Lane Craig. Fuck, even Gary Habermas, although he's kind of clownish. But like people like Lee Strobel that pretend to have expertise in this field when they clearly don't, they can just get lost. We don't need them. And Dylan, thank you for this. Oh, sorry, I forgot to read the rest of the super chat. It says, Jeff Durbin is mine. His soulless stare is the stuff of nightmares. He camps clinics with a megaphone. I would love to see you debate him. Actually, I've never even heard of the guy. I've heard of Jeff Dunham, but never Jeff Durbin. I'll have to give him a look. Thanks for the new reference.
Why would he camp clinics?
I don't know. Let's see. Jeff Durbin, apologist. I'll look him up and see what I can find. Dylan, thank you for the super chat. Friend says, happy hump day. Well, happy hump day to you. I've been reading the book of Sirach. Oh, it's a banger, and it's been pretty bad so far. It's got hellfire, sure, sexism, yep, child abuse, absolutely. That's 3 strikes and out for me. It was a very popular book in the early church too, by the way, and in like the late antiquity of Judaism. It was super popular. I do recommend reading it. And Tobit, when you get to Tobit, it's got divination. So I mean, check that out. House 70, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I can change your thought process by giving you some chemicals. That's the best evidence that thoughts are the result of material interactions inside your brain. Agreed. But and actually, there was one guy who had there was a really interesting case where he had gone up on trial for pedophilia, and the defense was like, listen, this guy's brain is he's like brain damage. Like it's he wasn't like this before the injury. And so they actually ended up doing a brain surgery on him. Now, obviously he's like convicted. You do shit, you get convicted. But he never reoffended, and to of his own admission, he never after the correction ever had any thoughts about being with children again. So like even very specific desires can be curtailed using medical interventions. It's because it's in your brain, y'all.
But I think the only problem is connecting the structure or the specific components of the system itself to specific thoughts. Like, why does a lack of serotonin cause you to be depressed and suicidal? Why does an increased level of serotonin cause you to be euphoric? Like,
yeah,
that still doesn't make sense to me. Why are those linked?
It it's really weird, and you know, one day we'll probably have more solid answers, but it's a very interesting field to study. Technomancer, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says Phil Bros being unable to understand simple words while thinking they're the smartest person in the room is wild. I will never understand what makes somebody want to come on and get cooked. I'll never get it. And it's not just that they come on and they say dumb stuff. They say dumb stuff confidently and think that you're an idiot if you don't agree with them. And the reality is, like, the problem you've done is you've heard an argument from a philosophy class, and you've granted that all the words in there and all the concepts are true. And then when somebody pushes back, you're dumbfounded. Yeah, because we don't believe the same shit you believe.
Bro did a live IQ test on Ian's 2 days ago.
No
and
way.
He got a below average IQ.
That's fucking amazing. I have to figure out how to do that. Okay, that's unbelievable.
It's just an online IQ test. He agreed to it. It was 35 questions. And
that's
then at the end,
crazy.
It just pretty much said he was below average.
I fucking love it. Okay, now I know. I'm going to ask him where I can find the test, because I might whip that out during live stream sometime. Holy shit, that's fun. Okay. Narcissus said, thank you for the super chat. Big W, it says, at John Doe, this might be a friend you can go to church with. That's true. Listen, John Doe, listen, join the conversation. Get up in here. Would love to hear from you. Last super chat from our friend William Rogers. Good to see you, friend. It says premise number 1, the manosphere, toxic masculinity, asserts that real men don't cry. Premise 2, Jesus wept. Does this mean Jesus wasn't a real man? Nailed it. Yeah, the manosphere would hate biblical Jesus if biblical Jesus existed. They would not like this character. All right, I said I'd bring in God's sword, so we'll get God's sword in here, and then after that we'll get Mike from the YouTube queue, and then John after that. Welcome in.
Isn't this the guy that crashes out like immediately?
Yeah, pretty sure. I think I would say welcome back, God's sword.
Hey, how's it going, brother? Long time no hear.
Long time? I don't know. It hasn't been that long, has it?
Probably like a week or two.
Yeah,
so
right.
I was listening to your earlier. Yeah. You were stating that most of your argument is based upon linguistics, whereby linguistics can cause a problem because man themselves define the linguistics.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have a problem with linguistics.
Is most of your argument based upon linguistics themselves? You don't have a problem with linguistics?
So all arguments are going to be linguistic. Which argument on the board above did you want to address?
Yeah, God does not exist.
Gotcha. Why should I believe that God exists?
Because you would have to understand that if you're not believing that God exists, then most of your paradigm will mostly be based upon theoretical claims.
I have no idea what you mean by theoretical claims.
Stuff like
we have evidence. It's not just theoretical claims. Although you fail to understand what a scientific theory is. A scientific theory is not the same as a hypothesis. A theory is an explanation for something that is rooted in a body of facts, like electrical theory.
But in the case of gravity that you brought up earlier, it changed from Newton to Einstein, and now I believe it's quantum theory. So it has changed.
What do you mean it? What do you mean it changed?
To provide a more diverse or better explanation.
What do you mean it changed?
Meaning that the theory itself, what's used to define gravity, has changed over time. So
I
first
don't
was
think
Newton, Isaac Newton theory, and then that went to Einstein. And
no,
now
what
in
changed?
2022,
what changed about the theory? So the only change that happened was Newton thought that gravity was a force, like something drawing the apple. Whereas when we got much later, like in Einstein said so it's actually probably not a force. It might actually be just a warping of space time. And now quantum is trying to, like the quantum field theory, and the people in that world are trying to figure out if there's something more going on. And I don't think they have a determination as to how gravity works on the quantum level. Or at least they might not have a consensus. There's certainly ideas, but not a consensus. But that doesn't mean that gravity doesn't exist. Gravity is obviously something that is what we're classifying as the cause of things that are drawn towards bodies of mass. So, like trying to figure out how it occurs or like where it comes from is different than does it exist.
I didn't claim that it doesn't exist. Your argument was that theory is actually something that's based upon evidences and therefore it cannot be a hypothesis. I'm stating that according to your own words yourself just now, a hypothesis is exactly what the theory of gravity is and was, because they still haven't refined it to show you how it actually works, right? So even later on, if you find a different explanation for gravity,
I don't think
the next explanation will remove the previous quantum physics.
So I don't think you understand what like gravitational theory is. So like gravitational theory is not a guess. We've got a body of facts, body of evidences and tests that we use to come up with gravitational theory. That's not to say that it can't get tweaked. Obviously, theory can get tweaked over time, but I have no idea what any of this has to do with God existing. None.
Well, my argument is that without God, you will come to believe that you are from some sort of ape. You're from some sort of evolutionary process, which you cannot show us or demonstrate by any form of evidence.
Well, that's not true at all. We've got like shit tons of evidence for evolution. Did you just not read an evolution book ever?
Well, what has evolved within an urban environment over the past 2,000 years visibly under man's documentation?
What do you mean by evolve? We've got like thousands and thousands of species that evolve. In fact, we've done evolution tests, like speciation tests in lots of animals. In birds, we've observed that speciation can happen as little as 10 generations. That's all it takes for speciation to happen.
The birds, what did the bird become? A phoenix?
No, it becomes a different type of bird. So speciation happens when one animal can no longer reproduce with the animal that it branched off of. So say, for example, you've got a pigeon, and then you take that pigeon to an entirely new environment, and they're in a whole different environment. They can actually, in just 10 generations, they'll no longer be able to mate with the species that they started at. Like, say we took pigeons from New York, they wouldn't be able to mate and produce viable offspring with pigeons from New York. That's how quickly speciation happens. And once you can no longer mate with the species that you came from, you're technically a new species, and you're going to go on producing theoretically with your own species inside of that environment, unless you break off again and go somewhere else. So speciation is something we observe all the time. Bacteria, birds, like all kinds of shit.
Which bird has exhibited such speciation? Can we see?
I mean, a bunch of them. Hold on.
And again, I'm saying within the urban environments, not the Galapagos Islands. I
have no idea what urban environments have to do with this.
Why would urban environments matter?
It matters a lot because urban environments require the most adaptation, and therefore also has the most viewership.
How the fuck did you determine that?
Because there's more people living in an urban environment.
Sure, but we're talking about birds. Birds don't live in urban environments.
Is that a problem for you? Wait, is it a problem for you guys in an urban environment?
It just you just said something that's not true.
All right, that's your claim. But can you show me the bird?
No, it's just not true that there's more in the urban environment as opposed to, say, like the jungle.
There's not more people living in a city than in a jungle.
What does people have to do with it? People don't prey on birds.
Well, I'm talking about man's documentation. So within the past 2,000 years of man's documentation,
we don't document in urban areas.
Which require more. Are you guys okay?
I don't think you are.
How so?
I think because you're connecting things that have nothing to do with each other. Why would we be recording? For example, I'm assuming you live in an urban environment. When was the last time you recorded a bird changing to anything?
Oh, there are actual societies that do that.
And I'm asking you.
So for hundreds of years, people have been recording. Wait, 1 second, bro. For hundreds of years, 1 second, bro. Is it okay? Are you okay? Let me just
I am
respond.
okay. Thank you for asking.
Right. So that's why I ask you first if you're okay. You're not allowing for pushback. But there are societies for hundreds of years, Audubon Society, stuff like that, that record birds and record all these species within the urban environment. So you're claiming speciation. I'm asking, okay, cool. Let's see within 2,000 years, because within an urban environment, they require more adaptation to the environment. So within that environment of man's documentation, how can we see the evolution?
We have, is London urban enough for you? God's word, is London urban enough for you?
Bro, are you okay? You sound like you're breathing heavy.
I am okay, yes, thank you.
It's an urban environment, right?
I'm asking you, is London urban for you, enough for you?
In what year? What year?
In the last few decades.
In the last few decades? What has evolved in the last few decades?
I'm asking you, is London, the largest city in England, is it urban enough for you?
He doesn't seem to be okay, host. I'm not sure who this guy is.
He's okay. Sure he's asking you, does London count as an urban environment? Yes or no?
Well, it's quite obvious if London is an urban environment. He's pointing to the past few decades. That yes, that's an urban environment. So
then why didn't you just say yes?
Yes.
I did say yes, and he
you didn't.
He started talking like this. Is London an urban environment?
That's
Bro, tell you the evidence.
That's how his voice works, Thord.
He sounds like a worker. Bro, can you tell
what's a teleworker?
It sounds like he's gonna ask me, yo, you have a problem with your bank account. You go to the store and go get some gift cards. That's what you sound like, bro. That's what you sound like. But bro,
I mean,
can you
mean his accent?
Within an urban environment?
Yes.
Wait, are you saying? Well, hold on. Are you saying that he has an accent like a telephone scammer?
Well, did I say he's scamming people? I just said he will be telling people that you have a problem with your bank account. Does that sound like a scam? Maybe he works for the banks.
Yeah.
Why are you trying to racially profile?
You just said someone who has people go out and like buy gift cards. Those are telephone scammers.
Do that sometimes. Why wouldn't the bank ask you to
what a fucking xenophobic piece of shit.
Well, that's what you're trying to do, right? Turn around. Because the obvious thing is that you can't.
Imagine thinking everyone with an Eastern accent. Yeah. By the way, do you have any scratchies?
What has
I accept Target and accept Walmart gift cards.
What has evolved in an urban environment over the past?
Sure, but I'm asking you, do you have any Target gift cards?
Yes, I have Target gift cards. I will send it to you.
Yeah, please do. DM me them.
Also, according to another study, salmon have seen to speciate in as little as 14 generations.
And Justin, the reason I was asking about London is because you can look up the London Tunnel fly.
Wait 1 second, bro. Salmon is something that they say is internal, as far as it's not visible. They don't change from salmon to anything else.
I said speciate. Do you know what the word speciate means?
I'm talking about evolution, bro.
So am I. Do you know what speciation is?
It's not becoming something else, bro.
That's what a speciation is. I'll ask you again. Do you know what speciation is?
Well, what does the salmon become? Go ahead.
It's still a fish. Do you know what speciation is, or do I have to spell it out for you? I already told you. Did you hear me when I told you what speciation was?
Well, that's a claim, bro. They're saying that the previous
so you don't know then
salmon cannot reproduce with their current species.
That's what speciation means. You got it. Because its genes has modified since it broke off from the core group.
And that would be a claim.
Everything we're saying are claims, dummy. That's how this conversation works. You make a claim, I make a claim, and then I back it up with facts, and you back yours up with incredulity.
No, I don't have incredulity. I have actual science on my side.
No, you don't. I just quoted from a scientific paper that salmon speciate within 14 generations, and birds speciate within 10 generations, depending on the type of bird. It's 10 to 20. So into a different species of bird. Were you not paying attention? That's what species are. Species is when you can no longer mate with the prior group. It's called speciation.
But have you considered that I have an accent of a person that is calling to get gift cards?
Do you need Target gift cards or Walmart gift cards?
Whatever sells better.
You understand that all evolution is small changes over a long time. You understand that we've been, life forms have been evolving for 4 billion years. So even if you're only changing tiny changes at a time, maybe the new organism has a slightly reddish tint rather than whatever tint that it had before. The reality is, when you do those types of changes billions of times, you're going to look entirely different than what you looked like before. That's how that works. It's not that evolution happened and like a duck just gave birth to a fish. That's not how that works. An organism started out looking one way and then had billions of adaptations, actually more than billions, because a lot of animals mate more than once in a year. Billions and billions of adaptations, so much so that the animal billions of years later doesn't resemble anything like where they started. That's simple. It's not difficult.
Well, again, that's a claim.
We have evidence for that claim.
Speciation, no, I'm going through the species. You're saying you have evidence, bro. It's salmon, and it hasn't changed visibly. They haven't said that they become a different sort of salmon. They're still salmon.
Yes,
but they're not.
They're a different sort of salmon. Yeah.
Previous salmon.
Yeah, they're different species of salmon now. Yeah.
So that would be a straw man of Darwinism.
That's not a straw man of Darwinism. That's literally like word for word, like what he would describe evolution as. It's small adaptations over time. Listen, you've never read anything. You've never read anything from Darwin. You should not be talking about Darwin.
Well, he was a racist dog. But the interesting thing about
Darwin was a racist.
If you don't have
he actually might have been. I've heard some of those claims. I've heard some of those claims before, but yeah, the irony is that you were literally being xenophobic towards my friend over here because he had an accent. Mm-hmm. Apparently, yeah, and racist actually. What a good Christian, really making Jesus proud here tonight, not understanding basic science. Let me ask you a question. We've talked about a number of things on this live stream as it relates to evolution, but you've probably not heard me talk too much about the olfactory receptors of air-breathing sea and ocean animals, have you?
What relevance does it have to the conversation, or does it steel man your evolutionary claim? Because see, the interesting thing about your evolutionary claim, right?
I was just going to give you an argument in favor of evolution. Did you want to hear it?
No, yeah, but if I can actually grant you evolution, I actually support your evolutionary basis.
There we go then. So we don't even need to do it.
Well, to a certain extent, I believe that you are coming from the ape. So therefore, if your argument earlier was also about linguistics.
Well, no, we currently are apes. We are apes. You and I were all apes.
You are. No, not me.
No, we're literally classified as apes. We're in the same family as apes.
Well, that's the interesting thing. If you're an ape, are you against or would you be willing to study the ape society to form a new governance, a form of governance that will be without language?
What the fuck is the ape society? Are you okay? This caller is not well.
I'm trying to find your objective morality, bro.
So there is no objective morality. You went from evolution's not true to objective morality. Like that's a crazy pivot. Why would we believe that objective morals exist?
Yeah, Justin, you know what he sounds like? He sounds like when a writer is trying to write somebody that he thinks is smart.
Hold on, Habibi. I'm trying to listen to Ems over here.
He sounds like a writer trying to write a smart character.
Yeah, that's for sure the case.
Go by your arguments. I'm granting you your argument that you're from the ape. So at what point in time
so we don't. So we're not going to do that anymore. Then you're just going to grant evolution. Love it. right, so your next argument is going to be some nonsense about objective morals. So why would we believe that objective morals exist?
Well, that's the thing. If you're saying you're from the ape, then your obvious morality will come from the ape societies of the world. You should prefer the jungle.
You got it.
To be without clothing, and you should also prefer to eat and cannibalize your young.
But I'm not that
against
I'm not that species. I'm not that species of ape, and also you shouldn't be against cannibalism because your Bible supports it. God punishes whole groups of people with cannibalizing their own children. So
no,
maybe you should be pro cannibalism if you believe in the Bible God.
Well, no, God warns people that if they keep leaving God and they choose the alternate of life, then that is what will befall them.
But no, he says he's causing it.
Saying that your objective reality cannot come from the ape society, and
no, he's
because you're claiming that you are.
He's causing it. So he says in Jeremiah 19 that he's going to cause them to eat their children. Do you forget to read the Bible?
Because God is everything to a certain extent. Well, God is all things.
So God causes everything to happen?
But once you leave God and reject God, what will happen to you?
So does God cause everything to happen?
Well, the rejection of God.
This guy's allergic to answering questions. Is this yes or no?
No, I'm actually answering your question.
So here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to ask you a yes or no question, and you're going to answer it, or I'll move on to the next caller who can answer easy questions.
Moral objectivity
no one's
from the ape society.
There is no moral objectives,
you're no
especially
gorilla, bro.
If they come from minds like ape minds, like my ape mind, then they're clearly subjective. Just like your laws from God would be subjective because your God is a mind. So my point was very clear. Does God say that He's causing them to eat their children, or what?
Once you reject life,
so you're not going to answer it. Okay, so it sounds like we're just going to move on since you're incapable of engaging in good faith questions or answers. I would run from that too. That's what it was. He was
He was too smart for us.
He got us. We're cooked. We're just a bunch of fucking apes that need Target gift cards. I could not believe he said that about you. I have no idea. Like, you typically, the people that get, let's say, stereotyped have a different accent than the one that you have. Most of the people on this stream love your accent.
He was trying to like find anything to say.
Yeah, you're right. He just didn't have anything. He had literally nothing, and he, like usual, he just comes to crash out.
Yeah,
he did. All right, friends, I'm going to grab just a couple of super chats. We're going to get John in here next. Misha, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friends. Says, how dare you make racist comments about Ems and his beautiful voice and accent? Can we boot this POS? We did, actually. I don't know what, I was hoping because he kind of had a slow crash out today. So I was hoping maybe he'd stay up for a little bit and not be as bad as he was, but what are you gonna do? It was bad. It was rough.
He sounds like if Ben Shapiro spoke slower.
Yes, indeed. Maybe not as smart as Ben Shapiro though. Even Ben Shabibo gets a couple things right. Dustframe says donating to the M's gift card fund. We're gonna need it. We're gonna need a whole slew of these Target gift cards. Hopefully they got $20 scratchies and not just the $5ers. Ontological shock. Thank you for the super chat. Says I love M's voice. What's that?
I only take 500s.
All right. I think that Microsoft might have something like that. I'll have to check into that. Maybe Apple or Microsoft for the big items. Ontological agrees. I love M's voice. It sounds so cool. God Sword is being so weird. God Sword is always being weird. This is not a serious individual. We just bring them up for funsies. 5D, the dodgeball, great to see. It says humans have been around for maybe 300,000 years. That's about 0.0075% of the amount of time evolution has been going. He has no concept of time. Also, I'd take orangutan society over a religious one. Rock hard for Doug. And that's actually fair. There's some animal societies that have developed much better morals than the morals we're going to find in the Bible. I think I would take some of those over the biblical morals.
Mm-hmm. And somebody said that I always sound like I'm out of breath. That is because I am. Yes.
Yeah, actually, that is the case. Anyways, Brian, friends, I'm just going to read 2 more super chats. Please, while Ems is up here, hey, show him some respect and send some gifts. Don't send me all those TikTok gifts when Ems is here. Shower my man with some gifts. Brian says God's sword would be really pissed off if we listed what stereotypes his accent could spark. Also, they only need to read an 8th grade textbook for this. That is the case. You don't need advanced learning to do any of this stuff. Nothing I've said so far needs like a college degree. And Furtive Patak, thank you for the super chat, my friend, says the Holy Spirit always seems unprepared for the hafil. I know the Holy Spirit, when it comes up in these debates, never. I know it's supposed to know all things, even searches the mind of God, it says. But there's never prepared for the hafil verbal stem. Just isn't there. Maybe the biblical writers just got it wrong. Who knows? Maybe that is the case. And to that, Ryan would say, indeed. All right, let's bring in John. And it says this might be John Doe from the comments, but maybe with a typo because it says John Die. So we'll find out. Welcome in, John. Are you at least 18? And did you mean to type John Doe?
Yeah, 42.
Awesome. So I'm going to write down John Doe. And you're at least 18. And which topic on the board did you want to address?
I guess I've been watching your show for a while, and I agree with a lot of things you say. I just wondered if you've ever approached the Bible from a mythological standpoint or esoteric and occult standpoint instead of a literal standpoint.
No, I don't think it makes sense to me to do so. If we're just going to take an ancient text and interpret it like willy-nilly with woo-woo goggles on, I don't know why we'd even pick the Bible. We could do Ovid's works. We can do the writings of Homer. Like, I don't know why we're just randomly picking the Bible.
Well, I mean, I just thought that was the subject of discussion. But have you heard much about the Kundalini?
I know a little bit about Kundalini. I know a little bit about Cuddlingus as well.
What do you think about that? What's your opinion?
I think it's woo-woo nonsense.
Okay. I guess my opinion on God, I used to be a Christian for 38 years and was raised Southern Baptist, evangelical, and just started really looking into things, seeing all the contradictions in the Bible, and was just like, something's wrong here. Something's going on. And so I started listening to a guy. This is just one of them. His name was William Donahue. I don't know if you've ever heard of that guy before. And he started explaining the language of symbolism that goes back all the way back to the Sumerians, Babylonians, Phoenicians, Egyptians. And it's a language that's spoken through symbolism. Have you heard of that?
No, I don't believe in like mystic symbols. Did this have something to do with God existing? Is that what we're talking about right now?
Well, yeah. In the comments, I guess they thought that I was in disagreement with you. I'm in agreement with most things, but my opinion, my belief, well, I'm not going to say belief, knowing is that God is everything that exists, that was created not by man, it has the divine spark in it. That's my viewpoint, at least at this point in my life. It could be changed, possibly, but I'm always up for critique. But yeah, just wondering what you think about that.
So I don't know what you mean by God is everything. Are we suggesting that the everything is sentient?
What do you mean by sentient? When you say sentient,
is it a thinking, acting agent?
I would say so. There may be different ways and forms that it thinks. Not the same as a human being, but just like there was a study that came out not too long ago about plants, they can sense that you're there. They know what colors you're wearing. So I don't know exactly how they sense that, but they have to be conscious in some form to be able to do that.
How
right?
would they know? How would they know the colors you're wearing? How would the researchers even test that?
I mean, I'm not the scientist. I don't know, but I'm just letting you know what I've heard.
I'm interested in that. Like, have you read the study yourself or something? Like, how did they test for that? Because I cannot conceive of a way you can. I'm saying, do you know what? Have you read the study? And if you have read it, what was the mechanism they used to test if the plant was conscious about what color you're wearing? Because I cannot conceive of a way to test that.
Right, and I see what you're saying. Yeah, and I understand completely what you're saying, but I would have to go back to the study to read that. I'm not really sure what the mechanism is that they judge that.
I think maybe the whatever source you're referring to might be conflating knowledge with behavior. So, for example, if in fact, let's say people wearing red surround a plant. Oh, you can't smoke on live stream, buddy. Sorry.
Oh,
it's against the rules. They'll take the live down.
Okay.
But so for example, if I'm wearing a bunch of red, like the photons that get absorbed by red and the ones that bounce off of my red shirt are going to hit that plant differently. So we would say a different light spectrum would be hitting the plant, and maybe there's some sort of photoreceptors in plants where when different light spectrums,
there's like you have chlorophyll, which forms like it's the protein, the green protein that's within the chloroplast, and that absorbs light at different spectrums at different rates. So, for example, some light colors, I do not remember what, because this was like 7 years ago or something. But anyways, so specific light spectrums are absorbed less than others. For example, green is ironically the least absorbed because it is what is reflected the most. And red would be absorbed a lot more than green. Blue is absorbed, I think, less than red, but more than green, so and so. But how would that imply that the plant has a conscious experience in which it knows what you're wearing?
Well, that's what I'm explaining, Ems. So if plants are doing photosynthesis, they must have photoreceptors, right? So
they have specific proteins that absorb. So, for example, what it is that these specific proteins absorb, they have electrons which are pushed into a higher energy level, and that pushes or powers specific protein pumps or proton pumps within the cell, and that causes the production of energy. But they don't have photoreceptors. Photoreceptors would be specific cells designed to detect light, but these are proteins that absorb the energy from the light, causing electrons to be elevated to a higher level.
Right, but that's kind of the point that I'm making, right? Is depending on which light waves are hitting the plant, it might behave differently. And then the onlooker might interpret that as, well, the plant knows what color. Well, the plant doesn't know anything. It doesn't have a brain, right?
Exactly.
So that's just a reactionary behavior is what I would suggest.
Okay, almost like an instinct type thing.
Yeah, it's kind of like,
not even an instinct. It would just be reactions. Venus, for example, if you, Venus flytrap.
Yeah, Venus flytrap doesn't know what it's doing, but it's got a number of hairs on the inside of it. When you trigger enough of the hairs, it causes it to shut, but it doesn't actually think. It has no idea what it's doing. It looks like it knows, but it doesn't. We just, we tend to anthropomorphize things that look like it's thinking.
Correct.
100%.
Okay.
But let me answer a little bit, or do a little more Q&A on this God is everything, because I think we can get somewhere. So, do you believe that God created everything?
I would say yeah, but I can't define God because I don't think that he or she, if it is something, it is both male and female. I can't say that it has a body or something that can be viewed. It's outside of our comprehension, I would say, and that may have some past from the things that I was taught as a child. Coming up, it may have some part into why I think the way that I do.
So, but my point is, if you believe that God, or the thing you're calling God, created everything, then it must be separate from everything, right? If everything is God and everything didn't always exist, then we can't say that God created it to exist, right? Unless you think that God just happened at one point to be nothing.
Yeah, that is an interesting analogy there. I don't know how to explain that. And I was going to say too, on a side note, like from my understanding now at this point in my life, the scriptures or whatnot, and from what I've read and understand now, they conflated two different gods. So Yahweh was the God of the Old Testament, and then you have Abba Father or agape, which means unconditional love. So if you read the Bible, there's no unconditional love there, because if you're going to go to hell, then that's a condition. If you don't love me, you're going to burn eternally, and that doesn't line up with a God that never changes. So then when you start studying Yahwehism and Yahweh and where that word came from my understanding, he was a lowercase God and was put in charge over Israel. And there were all these different gods. So you see all these different religions in every different society and culture. Those were different gods that were put, or were angels, that what they say, they were put over these different civilizations.
So
it was just a just God.
I don't know if I entirely disagree with you here. Like obviously you and I agree that the Bible is nonsense, so I'm not sure that's a valuable thing to go down. But I'm just trying to work through the topic that you selected, namely that it sounds like you think God does exist. And then we kind of got to the point where it seems like the definition of God doesn't really work all that well. So I think that might be the terminus actually of that particular topic. Unless you want to maybe do some thinking on it and come back and try it again, I'm more than welcome to have you back up if you come back.
Well, I would say at this point in my life, I would consider all of us gods, and we are all in this training ground of gods. And so we're each a part of this whole spectrum, this whole God itself, but God is living his experience through our eyes as consciousness. So in my opinion, God is consciousness. And so there's not a body for God besides these avatars, which are humans, where it sees everything. It says that it's omnipotent and omnipresent. Well, that would make sense because it sees everything through everyone's eyes, and we are just different reiterations or different avatars of God, and our persons are meant to be that way, and we're supposed to live that life in that full personality authentically, with love towards our anyone. Like, we're supposed to show love to every race, every kind, every people. We're not supposed to be judgmental. And so, yeah, I feel like, I'm not really sure the verse, but I'm sure you know, because you're very well versed, and I really like that. Ye are gods, but will die as men.
Yeah, Psalm 82.
Yeah, you're very very good with that. So what do you think about that verse?
Well, I think you and I probably agree on the verse, but I think the problem with like me being a god, you being a god, I think it suffers from the same problem, which is like prior to us existing, we wouldn't have been God, right? So it means God still has to somehow exist outside of the creation somewhere.
Correct.
Right.
Okay, so would that mean that he couldn't exist before, if that was before we existed?
Well, what I'm saying is, if God existed before we existed, and then God created us, that would just mean that we're not God. God would be different than us.
Okay. What brings you to that conclusion? I'm interested in us. It's interesting.
Well, if I create something, definitionally, it's not me. Like, I created a child, and my child, while it shares some of my DNA, it's not me, right? I planted some plants behind me. I'm hopefully going to keep them alive, but they're not me. They're separate from me, right? So when I create something, it's obviously distinct from me. So then I can't say that I am it. So if God created us, it wouldn't make sense to say that God is us since He created us.
So could he? Is it possible, theoretically, that he could create?
I'm sorry, say that again?
And I said, is it possible, theoretically, that he could create avatars of himself in a multiplied version? Is that possible?
I mean, do you think that He created small gods on the earth and those are humans?
Yes, that's what I'm asking. Is that possible?
I don't know if I would call them avatars, because if they're avatars, then He'd be animating them. Which means theoretically everybody would agree with God, and we would all know that the God existed because the God Himself is animating us. But since that's not the case, it seems like if God created us, we're just a separate creation, and that God is not actually animating us like an avatar.
But would that like, where does free will come into that? If you have free will not to believe these things, could you have just had, like, if you look into the reincarnation theology and belief system, it's an amnesia. You don't remember when you came onto this earth and made that soul contract, actually who you were before when you reincarnated. Is that possible for you just to not remember actually where you came from and not know and have the choice to either believe it or not? Is that possible?
I mean, it is possible if we think that souls exist. Like, I don't see a good reason to think that souls exist. But if souls did exist, then I could see a path forward for suggesting that we just don't have past life memories. But I'm not sure talking about possibilities is the best way to move closer to a point that you're trying to validate,
Okay, so I guess here's a question. So, like, all the civilizations and what is your opinion on all the civilizations and their ideas on each civilization and their different gods? Is that just like mythology that's made up, or and like, you go back to the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Phoenicians, the Sumerians, you see these engravings in stone of, like, what they would call unidentified flying objects. Now they were visited by something from the sky. Do you think those were all like hallucinations or delusions, or because they all kind of line up even with different civilizations across the earth that never even knew each other, like the Aztecs, Mayans, the Egyptians?
We don't have.
I mean, you can name a that all had that
we don't
same
have actual records of that
experiences. Just wondering what you thought on that.
So I've seen the images by the Zachariah Stitchins crowd, and they're actually really easily explained if you read or study ancient Near Eastern literature. But I'm not really sure why I would interpret them as UFOs or alien spacecrafts. They were really fond of putting discs in their reliefs. And if you read their text, the reason why they did that is because they thought all the heavenly bodies they didn't think they were orbs. They actually thought that they were discs. So they believed in the heavens there were these discs, and the discs represent the individual deities.
Okay.
And you would expect to have some writings about this.
Plasma, right? What do you consider plasma to be? Because it's a very strange phenomenon, and I've even seen it where it's just like floating across the ground. They call it ball lightning, but it almost seems like it's conscious, like it's making a decision to move in a certain direction. What do you think about that? Or what is that?
Plasma are basically just ionized gas clouds. So an ionized gas cloud is when the particles become charged. And when you have a mass of them, a large mass of them, they exhibit all kinds of interesting behaviors. But that's all plasma is.
Interesting.
Yeah, but listen, John, it sounds like we might probably agree on a lot of things, and I don't know if we're in the realm of debate anymore. We're just kind of in the realm of chit chat, and I think once we get to the chit chat part of the conversation, I probably have to move on to the next guest that will come in and debate me on something, since this is a debate stream. But definitely an interesting fella. I appreciate you coming in and being nice. And I'll be doing a Q&A soon, like I think in 2 weeks on a Sunday. Come by on the Q&A day and we can shoot some questions back and forth. How's that?
Yeah, I would love that, man. I appreciate you talking with me, man. Love you, dude.
I appreciate that. Take care of yourself. Yeah. And we, again, appreciate you being kind. A lot of people aren't.
Yeah, brother.
Cheers, man. Well, he's nice at least. The woo-woo was a little thick, but he was nice for sure. Carlos is here. Carlos, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And Megs, good to see you as well. Says, I would assume he knows the people who study birds studies them in the wild and the urban environments. Yeah, that would be the case. People study birds in urban environments as well. How do you think we know so much about pigeons predominantly living in urban environments? And Dr. Carla, my friend, thank you for the super chat. It says, my dear Justin, I've listened to hours and hours of your lives. Hey, thank you. I appreciate that. And I am pretty sure that God's sword is the least smart. And that's saying a lot. Rock hard for Doug. You know what, Carla? You might be right. God's sword is just not bright. Like, I've seen educated people say dumb things about evolution. Yeah, like in those Christian movies where they're always like, the biology professor at college is evil and hates God, and then the Christian comes up and just stumps them with one hard question about homochirality or some bullshit. But that's not how it works in the real world. CS or C Design. Hey, thanks for the super chat, friends. Says Kundalingus, a new age religious movement that reinterprets the meaning of speaking in tongues to bring forth the coming in my kingdom. Fucking amazing. We did it. We coined a new phrase. I love it. That was good. All right, I'm gonna grab our next guest. Doesn't have a name, but they've been in the queue for a while. And then after that, we're gonna get Avali. I think I said that name from the queue. Let me bring in our next guest and get a name. Welcome in. I don't know your name, but you're in glasses and a yellow shirt. Can you see yourself on screen? Oh, hold on. Your microphone's muted right now. There you go.
How about now?
It's better now.
I'm sorry, there's no name?
Yeah. There's no name when you came in. What should we call you?
I'm sorry. It's Mike.
Oh, you're the same Mike that was in MYKE?
Yeah, I fall. Yeah, I fell.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah, my connection is really crappy. I'm sorry.
It is a little rough, but we're gonna work through it. So, Mike, you're at least 18, I suspect. And which topic on the board did you want to talk about?
Well, abortion.
Sure.
You said I can't see very well what you said there, but I think you said why should Christians be for abortion? Is that what you said?
Yeah, my claim is that Christians should be pro-abortion. I can make it bigger if it's hard to read. Hold on, let me.
No, it's okay. It's blurry, but I get it. Why do you say that?
Oh, because for a couple reasons, but primarily because I think the greatest goal of Christianity. Well, let me ask you a question. Jesus's goal is probably the same goal that Christians should have, right?
Yeah, to follow his path, right?
Well, what do you think Jesus's goal was? So if we go,
he tried to teach us love, charity, humility.
Right, but what was his end goal? Like when Jesus says, or even the Bible says that Jesus came to do a particular thing. I'm thinking like John chapter 3. What do we think that goal is? It seems to me like the goal of Jesus coming was to save as many human beings as possible, right?
Yeah, okay. Through what? How did he how do you think Jesus was trying to save them?
Well, I'm not entirely sure that the method is relevant to the topic. I'm just trying to make sure we agree on what we think the goal that Jesus had, right? So Jesus' goal is something akin to he's going to save as many people, and then he sends out his disciples to do the same. He tells his disciples, Matthew 28, to go out and preach, to all the nations and baptize them in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And he says things like this. So his goal is to save as many people as he can and get them into the kingdom. And that's great. So I think Christians probably should have the same goal. The goal is to save everybody that's possible to save, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But you're diverting from what you claimed.
No, we're going to
okay.
That
Christians should be for abortion. Is that what you said?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Pro-abortion.
Yeah.
But why?
Oh, so the reason why is because, in fact, I can do a premise-based argument, but the reason why is because you probably believe that babies who get aborted go straight to heaven.
No, they go back to the circle.
What circle?
They have to try again.
Wait, I thought you said you're a Christian.
No.
Wait, I'm sorry. I apologize. So you're not a Christian, but you want to argue for a Christian?
No, not exactly. For abortion.
Right, but we're talking. My claim is that Christians specifically should be pro-abortion. Yeah. I'm not saying everybody should be.
Yeah. No, nobody should be pro-abortion.
Well, again, if you're a Christian, you should be, because the goal of Christianity is to save the lost and to save as many entities as possible and get them to heaven. And abortion accomplishes this. In Christianity, it's almost universally accepted that babies who are aborted go directly to heaven. But if you don't abort them, that means that they have a chance at going to hell, which means your best odds of getting as many people in heaven as possible is to make sure you do the abortion.
What? What are you saying, man? No.
That's what I said.
No.
Where's the disconnect?
Listen. Abortion is, let's just say, you are here to make yourself better. Do you agree on that?
We're talking about Jesus' goal right now.
Right?
We're talking about Christianity, right? If this argument isn't rooted in Christianity, then you're in the wrong place.
Forget about Christianity right now.
That's my claim. My claim is specifically for Christians.
Why specifically for Christians?
Because it's funny. Because Christians don't realize that their religion supports abortion. No. I'm not saying that outside of Christianity everybody should be pro-abortion. This is specific to Christians.
No, why specific for Christians?
Because they don't know it yet.
Yes, of course they do.
No, they don't know it. They haven't read their Bible. They don't know anything about the book. The Bible is obviously, if you take the book seriously, gonna produce a viewpoint where Christians should absolutely be pro-abortion if the goal is to send babies to heaven. All right, but you're not a Christian, so we're not going to do
actually, it. No.
Did you want to pick a different topic?
No. Look, where does it say you shall not kill?
Well, abortion isn't murder.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Not according to the Bible. In fact, in Exodus 21, it's an eye for an eye. If in fact you murder a human being in Exodus 21, it's eye for an eye. If you cause a miscarriage, you actually just pay a fine. And in Numbers chapter 5, God instructs them to, if you believe that your wife has been cheating on you, which would probably happen if she turns up pregnant, you take her to the priest and they're going to give you a magic potion, and that magic potion is going to determine whether or not she's guilty of cheating or not. And then if it turns out that she's guilty, it says that her belly will swell up and her womb will fall away. It'll discharge. And if there's a baby in there, that means the baby's going to be aborted. So if in fact the baby came through an illicit union, God actually does want that baby to be aborted.
What if I told you that he doesn't? He wants all babies to be born. He wants all babies to have their chance to live.
Where's that in the Bible?
This is our chance to make ourselves better.
Well, root that in the Bible somewhere.
In the Bible?
Yeah, that's what.
What if I told you I didn't read the Bible?
Well, that's the source of Christian doctrine.
It must be there somewhere.
It's not there.
We are here. Yeah. Look, would you
imagine making a claim from the Bible, having not read it, and just saying it must say it? This is not good. This is not a good look, Mike. You came in being very nice, and I'm glad that you're a nice guy, but this is not a good look for you.
Yeah. No, listen. Right. I didn't come here to discuss either Christians are pro-abortion or not. Nobody should be pro-abortion.
Okay, well, no one cares. My topic is specifically about Christians. Now I have to put a note in here, do not clip, boring AF. Sorry you had to put up with that, friends. He was in the guest box for a while, so I wanted to give him a chance to speak, but holy shit, did he bring nothing to the board. Okay.
What was he? Was he like Hindu?
I have no idea, but he wanted to discuss abortion without even knowing my position on it. Like, he just assumed that I was I was going to debate pro-abortion politics. Like, he didn't even ask me what my position was. My position is not that individuals should or shouldn't be pro or against abortion. It's specifically that Christians should be pro-abortion. I think if you're not a Christian, there's a lot of different ways you can make up your mind on the abortion topic. But if you are a Christian, I think it's pretty much there's only one way to do it. You have to basically have to be pro-abortion. But maybe the next guest will give us a better argument. Avali, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing good, brother. How are we doing?
I'm doing well, thanks for asking. Avali, are you at least 18?
I am indeed.
Awesome. And which topic on the board did you want to address?
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the Christians should be pro-abortion again, if that's cool.
Sure. Are you an actual Christian?
I am an actual Christian, but I will say I'm a relatively new Christian. I'm not, claiming to be a biblical scholar or anything like that, but I'll try my best to tie my argument to the Bible.
Sure. Okay, so the argument is pretty simple, is that Jesus's goal was to have as many people come into the kingdom as possible. And so the means by doing that, I think there's a couple different means. Obviously, you would probably agree that preaching would be one mean. Miracles might be another mean. Convincing people. Belief certainly seems to be a primary motivating factor. But I also think that abortion should be weighed in here, because aborted fetuses would go directly to heaven, which means you're maximizing the number of babies that are going to heaven. And I realize that you might be saying, but like that, the person who does the abortion might actually go to hell. But I actually don't think that's the case, because it seems like if your motivation is to send that baby directly to heaven, then it seems like you're doing Jesus's work. And Jesus says in Matthew 16:25, those who want to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it. So if someone's willing to risk their eternal life to save the life of a baby from hell, it seems like Jesus would actually be okay with that. In fact, he might reward you for it.
Yeah, so I suppose then, based on, correct me if I'm wrong, your argument sort of like it's based on theology. It's like a twist on theology, like consequentialism based on theology, and you're basically just asking, does the means justify the ends? So the means being abortion, does it justify the ends, i.e., eternal life after? I'd probably say that there's a lot of, throughout the Bible, there's verses that obviously cover things like I don't, can I say the M word on live? I don't want to get your live restricted or anything like that.
Yeah, you can say
I'll just say it on the live. All right, well, various verses that cover murder, like Exodus 1, about shedding blood, that says that, it basically just says you should not shed the blood of another person. I think it's. I just don't think that if we look at it head on, under no circumstances does it, give permission, apart from self-defense, for you to take the life of another human being. And I think it's a risk. It's a big risk, if you're willing to go that far. For you,
I'm willing
risking salvation.
I'm willing to take the risk.
I mean, yeah, it's your prerogative. If you want to take the risk, go for it. But
so again, it's
better to be safe than sorry.
It's not really. This is not an argument that you should protect your own life. Right? The argument is that you should actually sacrifice your life. A true Christian would be willing to sacrifice their actual life and soul to make sure as many babies as possible end up in heaven. And I think if you did that, I think Jesus would actually be okay with that, because we're told, you've probably heard in the Bible, God commands killing of babies all the time. He commands it in 1 Samuel 15:3. He does it himself in the Exodus. He commands it in Deuteronomy chapter 20. And there's a couple, Numbers 31 as well. And the reason why, if I ask you, why is it justified for God to kill a baby? What would you say?
Because he's the creator and he can do as he wishes with his creation. That'd be how I'd interpret it.
So their suffering doesn't matter?
I mean, yeah, I'd say it matters. Obviously.
Then what's the justification?
Well, I think when he ordered, was it the Passover, and where they all had to mark the doors with the blood? I think that was because he warned them time after time after time. Look, stop what you're doing. Otherwise, there'll be dire consequences. And they didn't heed the warning. They had their own.
Who didn't heed the warning? You mean Pharaoh?
Yeah.
Yeah, but people unrelated to Pharaoh lost their children. So, for example, even the slaves. It says in Exodus that the slave at the handmill is going to have her firstborn killed. That she didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, she didn't do anything wrong. So I can't exactly justify it myself. But it was warned. It was warned that it would happen, and the Pharaoh obviously chose to disobey. And whilst I do think it's not fair on them, I mean, you could basically say, look, how they lost their lives through no fault of their own. Therefore, you can't exactly justify abortion through no fault of the fetus's own. Well, if I can concede and say that was wrong and that they shouldn't have lost a life, I could also say that the fetus in the womb shouldn't lose their life either, because they've done no wrong through any fault of their own.
Right. So in the God worldview, when God has babies killed, the typical justification is something akin to, well, it's okay that they suffered because they're going to go to heaven. So what we're suggesting then is, in the Christian framework, at least...
Do we actually know that, though? Or are we assuming that?
Well, there actually is a case for it. Well, I'll make two cases. One, the easiest case, even without looking at the Bible first. If a baby gets killed and it goes to hell and then suffers in hell for all of eternity, that's like the cruelest thing ever. It's hard for me to imagine God being just and then sending a baby to hell. And so the alternative then, if you're Protestant typically, is that, well, then they obviously get to go to the kingdom because they haven't committed any sins and they didn't reach the age of accountability. So essentially, the justification for why it's okay to take a life is because they're actually in a better place in heaven. The suffering was justified by the goal.
Well, I sort of asked them, well, why exactly did he create us then? Because surely it would be better to just have everyone go to heaven and not have us live on earth in the first place.
Right, I agree. So if the goal is to create human beings and then have them, through their own free will, do something. So for example, sometimes a problem of evil, the solution that people like to use is called soul building. The idea is God allows and even causes suffering to help people soul build. But this whole thing falls apart.
The character.
Yeah, it all falls apart if God has babies killed, because babies can't soul build.
Yeah. What? So do you mean when God has babies killed in the Bible, they can't soul build?
Well, at all. For example, Like, I think give me a minute, I'll double check my statistic, but somewhere upwards of 40% of all fertilized eggs will never actually make it to birth. They'll be miscarried, or they will they'll just get flushed out. It's a huge percentage, which means God just doesn't. If that was a problem, God wouldn't have designed the body to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could make the argument that God has an individual plan for everybody, and some people are, destined really to soul build, whereas in other people's plans, they go to heaven or hell early. Well, heaven early. I don't think anyone goes to hell early, but
so just to double check for people who are going to be wondering about my number of 40%, I remember where I got it from. Now there's a study that says there is between 40 and 50 between 30 and 50% of fertilized eggs don't make it to birth. So 40 would be right in the middle of that. So that's the number based on the medical science. So to me, it would be weird that God would implant knit in the mother's womb this particular soul, right? If life begins at conception, we assume it has some kind of a soul. It's weird then that God would design it so that these babies just don't make it to birth. But theoretically, they would go to heaven, right? These miscarriages.
Yeah. In theory, they'll go to heaven. The miscarriages,
right? So it seems to me that God isn't really all that concerned about babies dying in utero.
But does that necessarily mean that he wants us to take means directly against his word in order for us to get there, basically?
Well, I don't see why that would be a problem.
Does he? I mean, he commands us not to kill. He doesn't command us to kill in order to help people get to heaven.
Right, but that's the problem, right?
No,
so
in fact, he orders the opposite.
But he does order you to abort fetuses, though.
Does he?
Yeah, in Numbers chapter 5, yeah. In Numbers chapter 5, if you suspect that your wife is cheating on you, you can take her before the priest, and the priest is going to make her drink a potion that if she's guilty, meaning she did cheat on her spouse, it says that her womb will swell and that her womb, her private parts will fall out. Which would indicate that if there was a baby in there, which is probably why the man would become suspicious, then they would come out with it. It'd just be a miscarriage. It literally says that the womb will rot. It'll rot and fall away.
Is that in the Old or the New Testament?
Well, that's in Numbers chapter 5, which is the Old Testament, but I'm not sure it matters which testament that it's in, because Jesus said to follow the laws of Moses, and the Hebrew Bible says that you have to follow the laws forever too. So I'm not sure the testament matters.
Well, I was just wondering because obviously in the New Testament you've got the life and death of Jesus, and I think Jesus dying for our sins as punishment, and then obviously us having free will. I think maybe in the Old Testament, as a punishment for sin, because the Old Testament is barbaric. There's no doubt about it, and it's violent, and it's full of consequence. And I think, as a consequence, based on how things worked back then, I think, maybe God decided to change, from harsh judgment to, allowing us our own free will. And that's why Jesus came. And, so we could escape, that type of punishment. And, he's giving us the chance to redeem ourselves now on earth rather than suffer punishments like that in the Old Testament.
But did the baby do anything to receive that punishment?
No, the baby didn't.
Right. Okay. So, like, you're saying that once upon a time, God thought it was perfectly okay to kill innocent babies?
I mean, I don't know how God works. I don't claim to know how God works. And on the surface of it, I can understand why it looks barbaric. But, as a punishment to the mother, there's no justifying it in my eyes. But I'm just trying to figure out sort of why that would happen.
Right, but that's my point is, like, even if you think God changed his mind, like, it's weird that at any point in time, God would say that it would be okay to execute these innocent babies.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, as God's creation, He can do with me what He pleases. You know, if He wants me unalived, He can unalive me, as far as I'm concerned. But, you know, I think after the New Testament, I think, you know, the way things changed in terms of God's harsh judgment. You know, for whatever reason, I don't know, He decided to change it. That's up to Him. So, you know, I think it just brings up you do bring up an interesting argument. You know, it says in Psalms, why create, you know, why create, you know, in the flesh what you know before, you know, when we're in the womb, basically. So
yeah, like why even let if God's going to have 40% of fertilized eggs essentially aborted or miscarried, what's the point in knitting any of them in the womb? Just don't let them get fertilized. In fact, God, on a number of occasions, closes the wombs of individuals. And so, like, if God can just close the womb and prevent you from having a child that could potentially go to hell, if it lived, it seems like that'd be the better thing to do than to, you know, have it get aborted.
Yeah, I mean, maybe those were the people that He chose, that, you know, to have eternity in heaven, and the people that He chose to be on earth are just the people that He chose. You know, but He does give us our own moral agency, and I don't think that therefore permits us to unalive, you know, His creations in the womb. You know, if you could justify to me why, you know, taking the life of an innocent child is, you know, the moral thing to do, then, you know, potentially I could be pro-choice. You never know.
But if morals are objective and unchanging, then it sounds like if it was okay to do then, it should be okay to do now.
I mean, it was okay for God to do. I'm not God.
But so then they're relative. Morals are relative. Like it's wrong when we do it, but somehow right when God does it.
Well, I'll just say yes, because God is God. I'm not God. So if He wants to do one thing, He can. I follow the rules that have been set by Him. He doesn't have to follow my views on morality.
So if God doesn't follow the moral obligations, it sounds like they're not objective because God can just choose not to follow them.
Well, yeah, I suppose for us, it's you know, it's a different set of rules. But for God, you know, God can do what God wants.
Well, I mean, we agree that he no one's going to stop him from doing whatever he wants. I think the question is whether or not it's you know, moral. If you have an objective moral code says that it's always wrong to murder innocent babies, it seems that it'd be wrong when God does it too. And God doesn't like it. If you go to Proverbs chapter 6, God says there are 7 things that He hates, and one of those things is hands that shed innocent blood. But His hands shed innocent blood, so it seems like rules just don't apply to God.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, I mean, I suppose His rules are different to ours. Is the only way I could, you know, justify it.
The God sounds evil, actually. Like if He said rules for thee, but not for me. Like He said, it's terrible to shed innocent blood, but then He does it. It sounds like He's just kind of a hypocrite.
If they go but if they go to heaven afterwards, is it really evil?
Nailed it. If they go to heaven, is it evil? No, that's my whole point. If you send babies directly to heaven, then it's not evil. You're doing a good thing, not a bad thing.
Yeah, you're doing a good thing to them, but maybe it wouldn't be good for you then, because
no, it's okay.
You're going against the commandment of do not kill.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Why is that okay?
Because Jesus says that those who find their lives will lose it, and those who seek to save their life will lose it, and those who lose their life for my sake will find it. Meaning, you should be willing to give up everything to do Jesus' work.
You should be willing to give up your own life, not the life of another person.
You're not giving up the life of the other person. You're sending them to heaven. You're giving them true life.
No, but you're taking away their earthly life.
So what? That's not important.
You're going against their plan for his life.
But why is that important?
Because you're altering the plan for their life.
Yeah, but why does our existence here matter?
Ooh, right. That's a good question. I suppose you could answer it in quite a multitude of ways, really. Or is it, you could argue that, you know, it gives us a chance to grow as people. It gives us a chance to find salvation ourselves.
Do miscarried babies get a chance to grow as people?
Yeah, but why does it matter? They go straight to heaven anyway. That's your argument.
That's what I'm saying then, right? If the goal of having people live here is that they can soul build, well, God should give everybody the chance to soul build.
Because but you don't. Whilst that's an important aspect, I also think that experience and experiences are what's valuable on this earth, and you completely take away for that person to have future experiences.
No, you don't. He has he has exactly as much infinite time he's going to get.
Yeah,
they're still going to live infinitely in heaven, and they can experience anything they want in heaven.
Yeah, in fact, we're
endless, infinite lifetimes as they
wish.
Yeah,
but exactly. We're maximizing their experiences.
It actually doesn't make a single difference. It doesn't matter because the earth is a fallen kingdom with sin. Why should we have them live in sin?
Because I think it's important to have those experiences.
So it is important to have sin.
Because then we
God neglected that part when he made Adam and Eve.
Because to experience heaven, you have to know how bad Earth is.
But sure it did.
So babies don't go to heaven?
You would fully appreciate it. No, in order to appreciate it fully.
So babies don't.
So babies can't appreciate heaven when they get there?
Well, I don't know. I've never been to heaven.
And do you think God can't make you appreciate it?
Yeah, I'm sure he can.
So what is the point?
Because everyone's got their own predestined path. Some people refer to it as God's plan, quote unquote, right?
Oh, sure. So it is God's plan when we abort babies.
Mm-hmm.
Not necessarily.
How? Everybody's predestined.
Because you can use your free will in order to cut that short.
But my choice is the predestination of God, because I'm following God's plan to send whatever souls I do send to heaven.
How do you know?
Heaven.
What? But are you talking solely about abortion here?
Yes, I'm populating heaven, yes. Would you wish to, for example, Justin was born a Christian and now he's not a Christian. I think it would have been better for him in a Christian worldview to be aborted as a baby so he would go straight to heaven.
How can you be born a Christian?
Or he was born into Christianity or raised into Christianity. And then he left Christianity. So it would have been better for him under your worldview to be aborted so he would be straight to heaven and not fall into his heathen ways.
I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm. And for me, I was born away from Christianity, so it would have been better for me to be aborted, so I never had to be corrupted into whatever I was born into.
I suppose your path could be...
So my path is probably, I should have been aborted so I can go straight to heaven.
I get what you're saying. Yeah. I don't know.
I would actually thank the person who aborts me.
Yeah, if I was a baby that got aborted, I would be thrilled that they aborted me when I saw them in heaven because that means I didn't have the potential of going to hell. Could you imagine?
Goes to hell where they are.
Yeah, if I'm a parent and I'm thinking, man, there's a chance that this baby could go to hell. That's a terrifying consequence. It seems like if we want to ensure the afterlife, which the afterlife is the most important thing ever, right? That's for all of eternity. That means our mortal life here means literally nothing. It pales in comparison. That means you got to send those babies directly to heaven, baby.
In a few trillion years, do you think the 60 or 70 years you spent on Earth is going to matter?
Well, it's just a blip in time, isn't it, really?
So it doesn't matter, yes. So we sent them from So again, in a trillion years' time, they would have lived almost exactly the same amount of time as you have lived. Them a trillion years and you a trillion and 70 years. So pretty much nothing.
All right, great for the baby. They get to go to heaven, right? What about the mother who's...
it's a sacrifice. We're following Jesus because Jesus sacrificed himself for humanity. So now we're sacrificing ourselves for our children.
Exactly. Yeah, because Jesus says, I give you a new commandment that you love one another just as I have loved you. You also should love one another. And the way Jesus loved us is by laying down his life. He says, no greater love than this, to lay down one's own life for a friend. So if we're willing to lay down our immortal life for the cause of Jesus, I don't see how he'd be mad about that.
What about you?
And you'd even be beating Jesus at his own game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, laying down your immortal life, but what about the life here on Earth?
Oh,
You're not laying that down.
It's
You're just
meaningless.
taking
We
the
don't
life
care
of
about
another.
that.
And you're
Why
muffled, by
not?
the way.
We lost your audio. Yeah,
Your
I
mic's
think your
Oh,
finger
sorry,
might be on the
sorry.
mic.
Yeah, we're good.
Well,
Wait, so
I don't
why do you
care.
not care about one here?
I don't care
Yeah,
about the
why
mortal
not?
life. The mortal life is a blip. It's
Why not?
nothing.
Yeah, but you live 100% of that time.
So what? No,
Why
I don't
would it
know
not
that. I have no idea
matter?
how long I'm going to be alive for. I could die tomorrow.
Mhm.
Yeah,
In fact,
but in order to
I could
transition to
die
immortal, the
like
life that you
in
live
this
here,
live stream.
you
I
lived
could croak
100%
right
of
now
it.
as we're talking, and at
Yeah,
least
and you still
people would
lived
be like, "Well,
100% of your
he
life on
died
Earth.
doing what he's loved. He died arguing with people." But my point is, the mortal life is a blip compared to eternity.
I don't even think you're going to remember it in a few million years. You wouldn't remember that you had a life on Earth, probably.
Nah.
Yeah, but if we're being judged based on our moral actions on Earth, then surely it would
Sure,
matter
but
to some degree.
I'm not giving the child the opportunity. They're just going to be
Also,
sent straight to heaven.
There's no such thing as there's only one unforgivable sin, which means before I die, all I got to do is ask for forgiveness.
Yeah, but it's about if your heart's in it or not. Like,
It
obviously,
is.
God will know if you're gonna.
If I abort all those babies because I love Jesus, obviously He's going to know that my repentance is real.
Because He did it to sacrifice Himself.
Well, I mean, if it says that murder is wrong, especially the life of innocence, then why would He do that then? Why is it not murder?
Justin can take that one.
Yeah, so
it says in your book, stuff like that.
Let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's imagine, I don't know if you have a sister. Imagine you have a sister, and she gets pregnant at 13, and she figures, hey, I'm too young for this. I'm going to get an abortion. Then say a couple years down the road, she becomes a Christian, and she's like, man, I feel bad about that abortion. And she's like, and then she prays for God to forgive her. Do you think God will forgive her?
Yeah, sure.
Right, because all sins can be forgiven, right? So what that means is that, like, if you send your baby to heaven through abortion, and that's a sin, well, you can still be forgiven of that sin. It doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to go to hell.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So it sounds like then
it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. Yeah, you send the baby directly to heaven, you get forgiveness, you go to heaven.
And then they owe you everything in heaven now.
I mean, that's one way of looking at it.
I mean, it's just a win.
If someone,
everybody goes.
Then again, yeah, but you're not repenting because you don't feel bad, because in your eyes, you're seeing it as doing them a favor. So you're not actually repenting for unaliving them.
Oh, sure, you'd be repenting.
You wouldn't. You wouldn't, because you'd be glad you did it.
Well, you certainly would be glad that you did it, but for example, like there's a lot of people who commit sins.
That's not repenting then.
So it is. Follow along. It is repentance. Okay. So, for example, repentance just means that you've turned from your ways. It literally means you're no longer doing the thing. And so, when you repent, there's a lot of people that do things. So, say for example, if I was a Christian. Now, I might abort many people, as many babies as possible so that I can get them all in heaven. But that doesn't mean I won't have some kind of eternal conflict. I certainly might still feel some type of a way, because I am taking a life, which means even though I'm doing it for Jesus, when I repent at the end of my life, I'll be repenting because there's obviously some part of me, some conflict within inside of me that thought, well, maybe the thing that I'm doing is really risky, and maybe this isn't exactly what I should be doing, but I feel like logically, I feel like it's the best way to go about it. So you can still ask for repentance. Say, God, listen, I don't know if what I was doing was the right thing. It feels like it was the right thing. I think it's the right thing. But if I'm doing the wrong thing, I'm sorry for doing the wrong thing. I don't want to do the wrong thing, but I feel like this is the right thing. So you can repent even if you don't specifically feel guilty for doing a thing, just because you're like, listen, I don't even know if the thing that I'm doing is wrong. In fact, Job, he used to offer offerings for his own children. It says, in case they accidentally sinned. And there are all kinds of offerings in the book of Leviticus for accidental, sins. So it seems like, you certainly can get forgiveness and repentance as long as you ask, even if you're not entirely sure what you did, or even if you're not sure that what you did was wrong.
Yeah, but when it comes to murder, especially in the Bible, there's no gray area about how we're supposed to act. It says, "Do not murder."
It doesn't say anything about murdering babies, about aborting babies. In fact,
that's
if you read,
the "do not murder."
Well, that's not murder.
Why is it not murder?
Because it's not born yet. So in Exodus 21, there are different rules.
So because it's not born yet, it's not murder.
Yeah, that's the point. So according to the Bible, right? So in Exodus, right?
But it's still a human life.
Well, maybe. That's not entirely clear according to the Bible. I mean, it seems to be possibly clear. But in Exodus 21, what happens if you strike your slave and you knock out the eye or the tooth?
Is it something like the same thing will happen to you? Is that right?
Well, the slave gains their freedom. If you knock out the eye or the tooth of a non-slave, then you got it, an eye for an eye.
Yeah.
And then we have another set of rules that applies to fetuses, right? It says, when people who are fighting injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judge determine. If any harm follows, then you shall give life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth, hand for hand, foot for foot, burn for burn, wound for wound, stripe for stripe. And this exact law, believe it or not, shows up in the other ancient Near Eastern law codes. In fact, a lot of these laws in Exodus are just robbed from Hammurabi. But the reality is, this law code is actually pretty popular, which stipulates that if you cause an abortion or a miscarriage through fighting, it's actually not life for life. It's you just pay a fine.
Well, in that case, then if I went out and pew-pewed a pregnant woman, why would I be charged with double homicide then if it's not murder?
Well, because they're not following biblical laws. Like the American law system is not based on the Bible.
And it depends where you are too. So
okay, but in modern society we don't follow. Wait, sorry, what did you say, Em?
I said it depends where you live.
Yeah.
So it is not a universal law.
Yeah. No.
If I decide that like shooting a dog is now three murders, that doesn't mean that it is.
Yeah, but the reason that
it depends on where you are.
Yeah, but I mean, well, at least in America, the reason for unaliving
depends on the state even.
Yeah.
Does it not? It depends on the state.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. And the U.S. is not Jesus' country on earth or something.
Yeah. No, I hear. But yeah. Anyways, boys, it's been an interesting one, and you give me a lot to think about. So appreciate you having me up.
Yeah, actually, I wrote down in my notes so far. I take notes on my callers so I can remember who I talked to. I wrote down it was actually a really good conversation. I think you were listening to my points and engaging with my points, and I was listening to your points and engaging with your points, and that's the best you can ask for in one of these dialogues. So many people come in here with a script, and they don't actually want to listen and engage. They just want to run a script, and that's boring. Nobody likes that. So you actually engaged, and we really appreciate that.
Yeah, I'm open-minded, man. I like to learn and take on board what people say, and who knows, even potentially change my viewpoint. So
sure, yeah. I mean, I was open to it myself. I used to be a Christian, and then I changed my viewpoint. And you were once a non-Christian, and you changed your viewpoint. So I think when people are open to change their views, I think honest dialogue can commence.
Yeah, for sure, man.
Well, listen, man, good talking to you. Take care of yourself. Come back anytime, and we'll attack whatever the topic is when you come back.
Yeah, for sure, man. Speak to you soon.
Right. Cheers. What a nice guy. That was a good palate cleanser.
That was like the whole argument seems so like airtight.
I mean, listen, I went through
it's the easiest of the entire list.
It really is. I've got just over 2 pages of notes. I'm sorry I don't have them on the cheat sheet. Maybe I'll put all these on the cheat sheet. But I've got like maybe 2 pages of notes here to run through. But honestly, you could do it all in like just 1 paragraph of bullet points. Like it's not a difficult. It's not a really difficult argument. I haven't seen a problem with it yet. So we'll have to wait and find out. But friends, let me grab just 2 or 3 super chats, and we're going to get Yankee in here, and then pseudonymously Bob. which might be another Bob that came back from yesterday. I'm not really sure. We had a couple Bobs in here yesterday. Miss Megs, thank you for the additional super chat, says, I'm confused. If God is all of us, this is referring to the last caller. God is all of us and we're supposed to be love. What is God when his avatars do bad things to people? He can't be good then. Exactly. That's kind of what I was saying. If we're avatars for God, it's weird that God's like, that we're acting against God's interests, right? Why would God act against his own interests? And Ragnar, brother, all hail Odin. Yes, praise Odin. Says, if an entity appeared to you and pronounced it was God, what question would you ask to ensure its validity? Rock hard for Doug, Simple What for Sharon, Gay for Justin, all hail Odin 344. Good question, Ragnar. Let me think on that for a second, because there certainly are things. I would ask it to predict the future. So what I would do is I would say, listen, tomorrow is a new day. I need you to tell me at least 5 individualistic things about tomorrow that I wouldn't be able to predict normally, and see what it tells me. And by it, I mean her, because obviously if God existed, it would be a her. And maybe if they could predict the future for me, then perhaps I would believe in a God. We'll have to wait and see. House, good to see you. Says, guess if you know your connection is crap, cut the video. Keep audio only. It's elementary. Fuck's sake. You know what? He might not have known how bad his audio is. It's hard if I don't tell them. But yes, if your connection's bad, I wouldn't request up. It does make it difficult. And Mr. Hario, good to see your friend. Says, Justin, do you know about Steam's remote play feature? No, I've never even heard of it. Remote play? Like I can install it on another machine and play it remotely? Install that I Am Jesus game on your Windows PC and stream to your Mac. And bada bing, bada boom.
It is, it's a subscription like system, I think, in which you pay a monthly fee, and it allows you to like stream the games. So it runs them on like their own computers and systems, and you get a live streamed feed, and you just input the controls into the live stream.
Well, fucking A. Okay, so I do have Steam downloaded, and I did download the game, which I can't run on my Mac. I tried. But if I could install it on my PC and then play it remotely because it's installed on my PC.
Like cloud gaming. Just look into it. It's cloud gaming.
I'm looking at it right now on the Steam website. I've never heard of this, but it says it allows you to play your Steam games from a powerful PC to other devices, including phones and tablets. So it's just like a remote desktop, basically. It says it supports cross-device play by running the game on the host PC while streaming audio and video, sending inputs back. It's free even. Oh, fucking A. Okay. Mr. Hario, you saved me so much time and effort trying to stream this gameplay. I cannot thank you enough. And that's absolutely huge. Let's get 1,000 W's to Mr. Hario, because as soon as I get the remote play set up, with my Windows PC, I will fucking absolutely do this thing, and we're going to be streaming I Am Jesus. I don't know how long I'll play. I did watch somebody play all the way through it. I didn't watch it, but I just saw the video. And it looks like it took them like 7 hours to finish the entire game. Wow. I don't know if I want to do that. It seems really boring for the audience, but we could.
Do you game?
I do not game, no.
When was the last time you opened a video game?
Like actually played a video game? I think... I think I played Mario Kart at a party a couple years ago. That's about it. Like I haven't seriously gamed since I was in high school.
I relate. I don't have any time.
Yeah, like who has time for that as an adult? You know, it's just, you know. And if you like it,
I'm so jealous of those who were able to. Because how do you find the time? Like whenever I just want to sit down, it's too overwhelming.
Well, you don't have time for that. That's for sure. And you might never have time for it, given your profession, but. Tracy, formerly Onto, has a message for you. Sure.
Sure.
Good to see you, Tracy. And Kibble and Bit, thank you for the super chat, Princess. Can we argue that whatever is in the womb has no original sin because they are not born of Adam? Fair. So I think I wouldn't argue that, and here's why. Because the general idea of original sin is that the seed of Adam was corrupted, and inside of Adam were all the seeds of all humanity, right? And so the general idea is that when Adam became corrupted, all of his seeds became corrupted. And when all of his seeds became corrupt, then all future generations became corrupt. Now, fixing that's difficult. It's not clear how Jesus fixes that unless God just waved a wand and said, okay, corruption over. But if the corruption's over, why are we still dying? Because the wages of sin is death. We shouldn't be dying anymore. It's a really dumb, like all Christian band-aids fuck up by creating a new problem. Miss Megs, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, I'm assuming this guy is fine with artificial insemination. Probably, actually. That too is against God. He didn't want you to have a child, but they use science to get pregnant. No different from using science to stop pregnancy. True. And you know what? Here's the other thing. And so I did a little bit of work on IVF when I was in seminary, because we had an ethics class. And in our ethics class, we talk specifically about ethical situations as it would relate to Christianity. And I was really intrigued with IVF because it turns out there's IVF has they fertilize like a dozen or more eggs. And then they'll use like one or two of them that's unfrozen and try to get them to plant into the uterus lining. And if it's successful, they have the option of refreezing the rest of them or just throwing them away. So if they're just, if they're just going to dispose of them, but they're fertilized already. So if they're going to dispose of them, that seems like it would be murder, right? But
I feel like the whole concept of Christianity is. Would you say that the theology of Christianity is way less coherent than that of Islam?
I don't know, because my understanding of Islam is not as good as yours, but I'd have to check.
The general topics is that there is no original sin. The soul enters the body at 40 days of gestation, and there is no Trinity. There is no a whole sacrifice of God, having to sacrifice Himself. God just chooses to send you to hell or chooses to send you to heaven, and He does whatever the fuck He wants, and that's it.
Fair point. From a theological standpoint, Islam makes more sense. It's more like Judaism, where your afterlife is very much dependent on your behavior and on your internal workings, like your heart, and less dependent on whether or not you just believe the thing.
No.
But I paused. I'm sorry. I'm still on chapter 5. I've got other stuff that I'm working on right now, but I will be rotating it back in for sure. But anyways, let's get Yankee in here, and then we'll get Bob after that, and then after Bob, it looks like Constantine. Although I don't know if this is the Constantine I've talked to before or a different Constantine, because I think the name got changed. But Yankee, welcome in.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yeah. Are you at least 18?
What's up, fellas?
Can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Gotcha. I think the connection was a bit slow. Okay, so Yankee, which topic on the board did you want to address?
The easiest one for me is God does not exist.
Sure. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I'm not sure I could define without going into discussion, but I'm not a theist. I don't believe in the Islamic God or the Christian God or any like that.
Well, if you believe in a God at all, that means you're a theist. You don't have to believe in one of the traditional religions to be a theist.
Well, okay, let me so as far as our human understanding of everything at this moment in time, we know that there are things that are possible. And in reality, we only know maybe 1% or 10% of all that there is to know. So my theory and my idea of a probability of a God is that and this can all be proven through what we already understand, but we just don't know how to do yet, is go to another planet, find primitive life, and we have like CRISPR now that you can change DNA and things, and sheep that can produce
silk
from black widows because of genetic editing. I'm not. Have you ever heard
Sure.
of that?
So I can, if you can help me here, where does God come in?
Well, I believe that somebody from way in the past, the universe is really old, and to think that we evolved this far in a couple thousand years with our knowledge, that I believe that given millions and billions of years, that the amount of knowledge we have, again, is only like 1 or 10%. Some number that's a fraction of everything that could be known. And we know that we can manipulate life and create life, and we know that it's we know that all this is possible. My thought is that some species came here a long time ago, found some type of primates, and basically
right, but I'm trying to figure out where God comes in.
DNA. Well, they would technically be the gods.
Who would be?
I mean, but it's not the same definition of what.
So do you think
theists think God is?
You think that the aliens brought life here?
That's my best guess. Yes.
But they're not gods.
Well, no. Well, they were perceived as gods, and there were a lot of shit written about them, but I don't technically.
Is it Zacharias Stitchins tonight? Like, was there a beacon sent out for Zacharias Stitchins in Ancient Aliens?
Well, yeah, I mean, but even as time goes on, since Zacharias Stitchin made that claim,
who wrote about aliens?
We have our knowledge in genetics and DNA.
Yep. And Yankee, who in the ancient world wrote about aliens?
Well, it depends on who you listen to, I guess.
Well, I'm asking you.
There's a lot of people that say that. There's a lot of people that have looked at the Sumerian texts, and
yeah, I've looked at them too. I'm asking which Sumerian text talks about aliens.
The name of the text I don't remember, but it was involved Enki.
There's a lot of texts involving Enki. He's one of the primary deities.
Yeah, you're right. Yep, I agree. I'm not going to argue with you a whole lot tonight. I'm trying to be, but that's my idea of what a god would be considered.
Okay. Well, it sounds like we just don't have anywhere to go then, because my understanding of a god is an entity that created the universe and has a mind, and aliens didn't create the universe. They're evolved from within the universe. So they're just a naturalistic phenomenon, and God is supposed to be supernatural. So while it might be true, in fact,
in any kind of God that created the universe, I guess you could say.
Right. So we would agree on that.
I believe that any God there was evolved somehow from over time.
Sure. So it sounds like you don't believe in God, and neither do I, and that's fine. I can understand if you believe in ancient aliens that people would confuse the aliens for God, but we're not talking about whether or not aliens exist right now. And to be fair, I think it's actually pretty likely that some alien life exists somewhere in the universe, given the size of the universe and the fact that we find the building blocks of life literally everywhere. But whether or not they visited us is another thing.
One interesting story I'll leave you with real quick. I don't want to take up any more of your time, but there was an island, I believe it was maybe Midway Island, in somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, and during World War II, they wanted that island to turn it into a landing strip, the U.S. Army, and they basically landed on this island and encountered people that had never been encountered before.
Yeah, people exist all over the place.
Over by giving them boxes of chocolate and all kinds of shit, and they were like, "Yay, yay!" And they used this island for years, but even to this day, to the present day, those people still worship airplanes that came there and gave them chocolate and gave them shit. I don't know. You can look that up.
Sure.
They
I'll definitely give it a look.
still believe that we were gods that came there.
I get it. Yeah, I totally get it. Yep.
Thank you, sir. You have a great night. You guys rock hard for Doug. By the way, that guy that was talking shit about your accent, well, tell him, I'm giving him the message now. Hey, dumbass, next time you go to the ER or you need a doctor, you can be almost assured that you will encounter someone with that type of accent, and you may regret your words talking shit like that. So
fucking A.
Again,
yeah, thank you.
You guys have a great night.
Cheers, buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah, big W at the end for being against racism and xenophobia for sure. Love it. Okay. Also, like, we got Sweet Volta in here. Sorry if you are not on. If you're on verticals, you can't see Volta, but Volta came to say hi. Friends, I'm going to read just a couple of super chats, and we're going to get pseudonymously Bob in here and get some more conversations rolling. Ontological Shock, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, twist on Christians should unalive fetuses. They should also continually get pregnant to unalive more fetuses and send maximum number of souls to heaven. Indeed, because Paul says that Jesus is not coming back yet. He's waiting for the fullness of the Gentiles. In fact, I should put this in my notes. We should say Christians should, let's see. Oop, I forgot my D. Purposefully conceive is probably the right way. Conceive and abort to make the kingdom of heaven come sooner. And then obviously the verse from Paul about, let me grab that verse. Let's see. Fullness of the Gentiles verse. What, Philippians? I forget. Oh, fucking Romans 11:25. Oops, my bad. Sometimes my memory doesn't work. That was one of them. All right, so that's a really good point there. I'm actually adding that right now to my Romans 11:25, adding it to my notes. And we'll actually be integrating that into the argument. This is one of my favorite things about doing these group debates, or these debates, is that the group gets to interact with me and give me helpful stuff. And Carnage, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, your entire audience caught strays with the who has time to play video games comment. Say you're sorry. You know what? I'm not only sorry, I am deeply repentant for saying such a thing. There are many, many people who have time for video games. As I was told by one of my elders a long time ago, people make time for what they care about, which means if you care about video games, you're going to make time for video games. And there's nothing wrong with that. I would just say that it's not something that I care about, so I don't make time for it. But to those who do play games...
Is that games take so long. Like, to finish a single game, you have to like sit for 10 hours. And I get fatigued, so maybe that's a me thing.
Yeah. And to me, I just don't feel, it doesn't bring me the joy that it brings other people. I feel much more joy doing other activities.
It went away since childhood, didn't it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. If they were still fun for me, I'd probably play them more often, but they're not fun for me. It's one of those weird things. Dustframe says, if you get pregnant while studying the Bible, do they call that in seminary? Fuck. In seminary is fantastic. Listen, I'm writing that down. Dustframe gets that joke. Well, we are rating the jokes now, by the way. I don't know what the winner gets. We have to figure out what the winner gets. Dustframe, though, I'm definitely going to rate that joke. I'm going to give that an 8.7 out of 10. That's marvelous. It's a great joke. Loved it. Lega, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says Steam Remote Play is not cloud gaming. It's gaming. It's a game optimized remote desktop that technically only meant for LAN play, but can work fully remote. Okay, so my Windows PC is here. I could do a LAN connection, no problem. So if that's the case, I'm definitely going to get it hooked up. I'm definitely going to get going, and hopefully we'll be able to get some I Am Jesus Christ on the computer finally. Demonzo, thank you for the super chat, friend. Huge W says, Yankee reminds me of something. You might enjoy looking into it. Ramtha and Jay-Z Knight. I've never even heard of that. Hold on. Ramtha and Jay-Z Knight. I see Jay-Z Knight is an American spiritual teacher. Oh, and Ramtha is an enlightenment teacher. Okay. Interesting. For somebody like Yankee probably would be into that. If you're into ancient aliens and UFOs and things like that, you probably do like some of the more weird, vague, modern spiritualism, I would imagine. Okay, let's get pseudonymously Bob and get our next chat rolling. Bob, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yep, 30.
Sure. And which topic on the board did you want to address?
Well, this will be quick. Homosexuality is not wrong.
Sure. And do you think it is wrong? I assume you do?
Yes.
Sure. And why is it wrong?
Well, if you could do me a favor, I know you can pull stuff up on the screen. Could you pull up the Merriam-Webster definition for wrong? Section 2, adjective, meaning number 6.
All right. So in Webster, wrong, I show 3 primary definitions. If you're using it as a noun, although I'm not sure how you do that as a noun, and then 6 of them, if in fact it's going to be used as an adjective, which is I think what we're doing, says of, relating to, or constituting the side of something that is usually held to be opposite of the principal one, that is the one naturally or by design turned down, inward, or away, that is the least finished or polished. That's the definition.
According to the Merriam-Webster dictionary, I think we can agree, just based off of very simple principles, heterosexuality is the norm, and
wait, what do you mean by norm? It didn't say norm here.
So
the word norm didn't show up in this sentence.
It is so principle one. I'm thinking principle one.
This is going to be a rough one.
Bob, can you hear me?
A principal thing.
Bob should be able to hear you, Ems, but his connection's really tough tonight. He's not got a great connection.
So, Bob,
is mine
what does matter is how Justin defines the word in his own claim, not how you define it.
That is true, also. So I think the problem that we're going to have here is even if I accepted your 0.6 in the Merriam-Webster definition, it doesn't say what you need it to say. It doesn't say that if something breaks from the norm, that it would be wrong, because like just about anything breaks from the norm. There's so many things that break from norms that certainly can't be the definition of wrong.
The definition is, and we're just talking about the Merriam-Webster 6th definition, usually held to be opposite to the principal one. If you were going to give an infinite of principle one, a principal concept that is what wrong is in reference to, right? So if you were using an adjective to wrong as an adjective to describe a concept, that means that there is an antithetical concept that is considered to be the principal one. That's why I use norm, right? So you mentioned that norm isn't in the dictionary definition, but a principal concept in a society or in a culture is generally going to be called a norm, right? It's kind of the general gist of things.
Where did you get your definition of the principal one?
I mean, I'm pulling principal one from the dictionary definition. Are you asking how I relate principle one to heterosexuality being the...
No, I don't even know what principle one means.
So, of relating to or constituting the side of something that is usually held to be opposite to the principal one.
Yeah,
so when you use the word...
The better one. Right? What do you think principle means? Like there's... Principle is one of those words that has a lot of definitions, and this probably isn't...
Dude, yeah, let's pull up principle in the dictionary. I mean, if we're going to be pedantic...
The principal one doesn't mean the one that's most common. The principal one usually means the thing that is best or the highest, right? So
Merriam-Webster principle, most important, consequential, or influential, first definition. Second, of relating to or constituting principle or a principle. Oh,
Mhm.
well, that's kind of a silly.
Right.
So I guess really the primary one, most important, consequential, or influential.
Right. Something that is principle is something that is influential. It's above the others. That's why the leader at your school is called the principal, the one at the top. So it's just saying that it's held to be opposite to the principal one, meaning it's the wrong would be in opposition to the thing that is like the higher ranking or the more important thing. If it's used as a adjective.
I think we can agree that heterosexuality has been the principal modality of expressing sexuality, gender dynamics, etc., in the vast majority, if not all, of human civilization for the entirety of the Pleistocene.
But that's not what this definition is referring to. It didn't say anything about modality.
So, okay, then I would like to hear the counter argument.
Bob,
the principle?
This is actually really weird. This is a really weird argument. So it sounds to me like you've probably seen these arguments before. The same-sex marriage topics and whatnot, and you're trying to run a new angle, something that's unexpected, and you're trying to use the dictionary definition against me without really understanding the definition. I think myself and the audience would actually be more interested, rather than playing like a weird semantic game from the dictionary, just to tell me why you think it actually is wrong.
Oh, dude, I have no problem with gays. I think they fucking rock. I just want to argue.
So that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you just want to do something new and novel by utilizing the dictionary.
It's hill to die on, right? Homosexuality is not wrong. There is a niche case in the sixth definition of wrong as the adjective in Merriam-Webster that it does fit, and so then we'd have to maybe argue, is the Merriam-Webster wrong?
I don't think it fits, though.
Adaptation of this is wrong. To say that
I don't think it's saying what you wanted to say is my point, right? And so this cannot be, your interpretation of it literally cannot be true. It cannot be true that just because something is done more often or is it has a higher occurrence, that the opposite of that would be wrong. For example, it's much more common for somebody to be born able to reproduce. But if you're born not able to reproduce, are you wrong for being born that way?
I am arguing that according to the sixth adjective definition of wrong, that yes, you are. Now, does that extrapolate to being morally wrong, ethically wrong?
This is why the argument fails, because that interpretation means anything that is not the most common thing would be wrong. It's an absurd way to interpret this bullet point in the definition. But this can't be the best you got, buddy.
Let's work backwards, right? So principle meaning the most.
We are going to work backwards, and I'm going to go backwards all the way to the beginning of this conversation before I brought you in and just cut you now. We're not going to do any more of this. All right, we'll say do not clip that nonsense conversation either. Wow, what a waste. That's sad, because he sounds like a person who actually has a functional brain. Weird that he wanted to run that nonsense argument. Contraditi, hey, good to see your friends. Says, just a shower thought. I love some shower thoughts. But what does it even mean for an infinite being to be patient? We were just talking about this on the last stream. I actually added this to my contradictions tab, because it can't be true that God's outside of time and then he's also patient. And if God's nature includes patience, that means he must have always existed within time. If God is love and love is patient, anywho, rock hard for Justin, fucking rock, keep cooking. Thank you, Contra, I appreciate that. Yeah, it's an astute point and it's a good one. Anthony says, aliens, geez, I feel dumber just listening to that. I know, the ancient aliens people are painful, but it is what it is. Godwin says, isn't the idea of building up God's army to defeat Satan's army in Armageddon supported by the Bible, Revelation only, or elsewhere? Rock Hard for sharing, kind of. So Armageddon, there's two versions of Armageddon. The one you're probably referring to is in Revelation, and it's not clear exactly who's going to be fighting, but the general idea is that God is going to grant the good side victory, no matter who's fighting, right? It doesn't matter who's going to be there. God's going to and God's warrior, whether it's Melchizedek or whether it's, fucking Metatron or Archangel Michael, God's going to be the one that grants them the power. And Godwin says, I love this prompt about Christian support for abortion. Actually, it's one of my favorites. I used to do it as a standalone topic back in the day. But I thought it'd be fun to mix it in. I'm going to get in Constantine, and then after that is Justine, and then Catholic Thinker, and then Casey after that. So I think I've talked to Casey before, but welcome in Constantine Chronicles. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
All right. And which topic on the board did you want to address?
Yeah, so if God doesn't exist, give me an argument.
Oh, did you not hear the one I gave prior? You were in the queue for a while.
Yeah, give me an argument that God doesn't exist.
That's pretty easy. God being outside of time is illogical and irrational because he would have no causative power. Causes happen in time, and creation is a sequencing of events, causing and effects, which means time had to already exist prior to God creating it. So you got a contradiction.
No, you don't have a contradiction if he's inside of time, and the time scope is depending on the modal time in which you accept, but you've still reduced unity and plurality within this formation in which you've just attended.
You didn't say anything. Do causes and effects happen outside of time?
I don't know why you're asking me questions. I'm asking for an argument.
I'm asking you questions because you're obviously not paying attention to what I just said. Do causes and effects happen outside of time?
Yeah, you're invoking.
I'm asking you a question to see what you would agree to.
Yeah, why are you asking me questions?
Is time required for cause and effect?
Yeah, why are you asking me questions when you should be rendering an argument?
Well, then I'll do a premise-based argument for you, since that's like the only language that you speak.
Yeah, so I'll just render an argument.
We're going to say you actually don't need to render an argument yet.
How about I render an argument, Justin?
I'm just going to show you
How about I render an argument, Justin?
I mean, you're welcome to. Did you want to hear my argument formalized?
Yeah, how about I render an argument, Justin?
Listen, you're more than welcome to.
All right, cool. I'll just go ahead with P1. Are you ready? Because this time language, I could just be a B-time theorist and hold that he's inside of time and have some sort of weird view of God, but that wouldn't negate the God proposition. But listen, the issue is that reality is irreducibly both one and many, and you need an ultimate foundation that can account for both one without reducing one to the other or making it derivative.
Sure, give me P1.
I just did.
I didn't hear a P1. Give me P1.
Yeah, P1. Reality is both one and many, exhibits a genuine unity and coherence, right?
So reality is both one and many. And when you say one and many, what are you talking about?
Yeah, think about the $1 bill as the token of what you conceive of a particular state of $1. And now think about the universal concept of what that dollar value is. They must both reconcile each other equally.
I don't know what you mean by universal concept of what a dollar is.
You understand what a dollar bill is?
I'm gonna go ahead and, for the sake of the audience, put the Philbro timer for arguments on the board.
Oh, it's a philosophical conversation. If God exists, isn't it, Justin?
I can already see that this is going to be.
Wait a minute. Does God is? I'm sorry. Pipe down, sideshow. Hey,
it's going to be a whole lot of nonsense. Actually, you pipe down, you dumb motherfucker. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to either behave or I'll kick you. I'm not gonna let you up here and argue and shout and not let me actually address any points that come up. If you want to have a real conversation, you can quiet the fuck down, calm your nerves. It's going to be okay, little baby. It's all right, Habibi. I'm going to take care of you, okay? All I need for you is to take a deep, deep breath. I'm going to set a timer on the board. We have a timer for philosophical questions, like syllogisms. If you want to present your syllogism, we have a timer for that. And the reason why we have a timer for it is because it's boring to do a whole hour on one syllogism. Nobody likes it. So do you see what's happening now?
Yeah, I see what's happening now, but you're asking me a metaphysical question, but you don't like metaphysical conversations. That's just weird. But we can go through it.
I do like metaphysical conversations.
Yeah, pipe down, Ems. I'll deal with you in a minute.
That's why you won't be dealing with anyone, you fucking chode.
Yeah, Ems, you're a sideshow. I'm going to...
Sure.
You're not even a sideshow.
The thing is, like, you look like a grown man. Why are you always so mad and talk like a child?
Yeah, pipe down. So you ready?
I love it.
Like a child when you're a grown man.
It's weird. And it's specifically a Philbro thing. You notice, like 9 times out of 10,
he's a grown man. He's like a fully grown man.
I don't know. He sounds like he's
like this.
He sounds like he's about 18 or 19.
He's a very. You can see his profile. He's
this is a grown person? No fucking way. Hold on.
Yeah. He has a magnificent.
Are you going to engage with character or just? Are you
no fucking way. This is a grown ass man. Holy shit! Look at this. Hold on. This is a grown ass man.
Don't run from me, Justin.
The point is, Constantine, you can act
Don't run from me,
mature.
Justin.
Hold on, look. Hold on.
Don't run from me, Justin.
We're not running. I'm just disgusted by the
Pipe
fact that you're
down,
acting like a
clown. I'll be
teenager.
with you in a second.
Why are you acting like a teenager?
So this is the guy that we're talking
What are you running
to
for,
right here.
Justin?
This guy right here. This is the one acting like he's.
What you running for, Justin?
That's it. So Ems is correct. It was a little
Yeah,
grown.
Is that about my character or is that
little,
about the content? Let's engage, Justin.
It's absolutely about your character, which is on full display right now.
Lock in. I can just
Buddy,
say
I'm the one that's locked in, not you.
Okay, cool. You ready for P2?
I will be in a second. Hold on.
You're not past P1.
You're not even, yeah. We're still on P1. All right. Let's see. I got to set the timer to the right time, though.
Yeah, give yourself an escape route. That's cool.
It's not an escape route.
You don't like metaphysics, but you want to have metaphysical topics? This is going to be fun.
I don't think it's going to be fun for you. But it's definitely going to be fun for us.
Pipe down, Sideshow. Let's go.
Sideshow didn't do anything.
Sideshow
what are you?
Is every time he speaks
if
up,
you're if Ems is a Sideshow, what are you?
I'm the main character in your movie, bro. Let's go.
Certainly not the main character.
Let's go, Justin.
He hasn't matured past high school.
He definitely didn't mature past high school. Imagine being this.
Is that about character or is that about content?
This annoying in real life. It's 100% about character. All right, so
yeah, I can just say.
I hope this guy doesn't have children.
The proposition on my argument. Do you want to lock in or what, bro?
I'm already locked in. We're waiting for you to tell what you mean by reality is both one and many.
Any adequate foundation must account for both without reducing one to the other and making it derivative.
Yeah, both what?
Unity, diversity.
What is reality?
Okay, why are you asking me questions?
Right. So
are you just going to play amnesia? You don't know what reality is? What truth comports to reality? Reality is what you're experiencing right now. The universe that you live in, that's reality.
So that's what we needed. So reality is, we're going to say, our experience in the world, right?
Sure.
Okay. So our reality is our experience. And you're saying that reality is both one and many. What does that mean to be both one and many?
Yeah, I just answered that for you. Are you slow?
No, you didn't give me an adequate answer. What do you mean by one?
Okay, by one, I'm just going to talk about the token dollar bill. By many, I'm just going to say, or the one would be the universal construct of what we see as a the value of the dollar bill that exists within your mind. Now, the particular of one, which is just a token appreciation,
that didn't actually clear it up.
Okay, so you're just slow. Can you intellectually track?
Is one a number?
Okay, with the $1 bill, right? We've already gone through this. Lock in.
Yeah.
Lock in.
It didn't actually explain it.
Okay, so you're just going to pretend you just have atheist amnesia all of a sudden, and you don't know what a dollar bill is or what the value of a dollar is?
I know exactly what a dollar bill is, and I know what dollar bills represent.
Okay,
they represent a relationship.
Does your concept of a dollar bill match the value of that single dollar bill?
This guy's really making Jesus Christ proud right now. How long did it take you to work up to call in? Did you take it out.
My
amping up like, oh my God, I'm going to call in. I'm going to call in. I'm going to call in. Oh my God, I'm going to call in. And then you just lose your mind. It is wild.
Is this about the argument or is this about my character?
No, this is 100% about your character.
Pipe down, Sideshow. I'm not talking to you. Lock in, Justin.
Again, it makes it insufferable to listen to.
Yeah, so your character, while it doesn't affect your argument, does make you insufferable. Right. And so I don't know if you, maybe you took philosophy, but you forgot to take rhetoric. So if you learn anything about rhetoric or public speaking, the reality is one of the things you need to do to win people in the audience to your side is not just to be persuasive, but also to be likable. Right. So if you're just completely insufferable, it doesn't matter how good your syllogism it is. If you're acting like a buffoon, nobody's going to take you seriously. So if you want people to take you seriously, you need to act like a serious person and not like a donut. So did you want to explain what you mean by our experience, our reality is one?
Yeah, so now that you're done yapping about my character and not engaging in the content, what I'm saying, I'm sorry, step down, Sideshow. I'll be done with you in a minute.
You're a child.
When I say that reality...
Absolute fucking child.
When I say that reality is equally one, right? This is your
concept.
You didn't
say equally one.
Yes, both of them are equal. The dollar bill is equal to your idea. The dollar bill is equal to your idea of what a dollar is. This is really easy.
The dollar bill is a piece of paper that represents an exchange rate.
You know what that dollar bill means in value in your mind.
It's an exchange rate. There is no defined value of a dollar.
There you go. There you go. You got it. You're good.
So dollar bills. So dollar bills don't have an exchange rate. It's floating.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with the argument, you slow boy.
Well, it sounds like you failed to actually substantiate what you mean by one.
Sounds like you
then.
just can't keep track of the conversation.
It sounds like maybe you should learn how to use words.
Or it's the fact that you're slow. Let's just, I don't know, maybe.
Or it's the fact that you're a grown ass man acting like a child. We're still trying to figure out what you mean by our experience is one. It's worth whatever. How much is that worth? It's worth whatever the exchange rate is.
Okay, good. That's a universal concept of what the exchange rate is. Good, you're tracking. You're locked
in. But we know what
to
universal concepts is. Do you mean that our reality is a universal concept?
Oh my gosh, are you dense? You just said
we're just waiting for you to use words appropriately.
You just agreed with the analogy.
Is our reality numerically one, or is our reality an exchange rate?
Yeah, that has nothing to do with what I just said.
We're trying to get you to define what you mean by one.
Yeah, I've already done that 4 times. Maybe you just can't track.
You actually haven't.
Okay, so you just said you just said the dollar value as an exchange rate.
Yeah, we know what exchange rates are. So a value is something that we assign to something. So this ball has a value as well, right? So if you're just saying that one means a value, do you want me to write value rather than one?
In that analogy, yes. Would you like another analogy? Maybe
I don't need analogies. I need you to define what you mean by one. What part of the analogy maps onto the number one?
Okay. So the number one, the dollar bill, that is a particular thing that represents, right, the concept and the identity of its value. Like you said, exchange rate. Okay, those have to be co-fundamental in order for the universe to be intelligible. This is called the problem of the one and the many. Yeah, in other words, you can't think
co-fundamental. Do you think that the ideas would exist if human beings didn't exist?
I'll explain it to you, Justin.
I asked you a question. I just need a simple answer. Do you think ideas would exist if brains didn't exist?
That has nothing to do with what I just said.
That's exactly because we're defining like a value assigned by brains.
That was a brain dead comment. Establish the relevancy, please.
I just did. Did we not listening, slow boy?
So let's get back to the substance. Now,
donut.
If your idea of the
so let's get back to you answering my question.
Match.
So is it true then that if human beings didn't exist, that value wouldn't exist?
Okay. What does that have to do with anything about the reality
because
in which we
I
live
still
now?
Don't know what you mean by one. If one is referring to the value of something,
you're dodging, Justin.
If one is referring to the value of something, then what I need to know is I'm actually just trying to get you to explain.
Yeah, Justin, I will explain.
Just trying to get the explanation.
Which is limited to the reality in which we are in, right? The dollar bill, the single dollar bill, you're thinking of it in your head. The value of that dollar bill inside of your head is a concept. Matches
we agree.
The particular
yes.
What that dollar bill is.
Concepts exist. Yes.
Okay, now we're there. So the concept matches the token of that dollar bill. That is a universal.
What the fuck is a token?
The dollar bill itself. That is
okay. So the dollar is the token. So the token is any object.
This is a Dodge.
Buddy, I'm just trying to get you to define your terms. This is why nobody likes you.
Yeah, I've been defining them 5 different ways to Sunday. And you still can't track.
Not clearly, Donut. So we're trying to figure out then if the dollar bill is a token that represents an exchange rate. Do you mean an exchange rate is what compared to one?
You're good. That's it. You got it.
How does the exchange rate compare to the word one?
Okay, so that is a universal concept of the one.
Why is it universal?
Now, the dollar bill in itself.
Whoa.
The dollar bill in itself.
You didn't. No, again, you didn't explain what you even mean by universal concept.
Okay. Do you have a concept of what the value of a dollar is?
Some of us went to school to learn real things. You know that, right? Like you could have went to school and like
going to be another dodge.
You could have went to school and like done a degree where you learned something like actually valuable.
Do you not want P2?
No, I've known the analogy the entire time. I don't know how your analogy is functioning with the number one. No, I don't know what it has to do with the number one.
Okay, the one is the dollar bill, slow boy.
No, that's the token.
You're
confusing your own argument. Is the dollar bill the token?
The token is just a representation of the concept of the dollar bill, and which forms itself as a particular U.S. dollar, bro.
Is one a concept?
Oh my lord, dude.
Imagine going to school and getting your brain fried by not knowing how to define words properly. I have a concept because I have a real dollar bill. Unlike this guy who will not be earning dollars in his future because he's going to go to school. This is absolutely about your character, yeah. So unlike you, some of us went to school to like learn real things. Your argument is not even explainable yet.
You haven't even gotten through it because you can't grasp the concept of a dollar bill, you slow boy.
Well, we do grasp it. I'm not misunderstanding.
Okay, if you grasp it, then that's the end of the analogy. Lock in.
So, no, the analogy was never a problem. What we're trying to figure out is what the analogy has to do with the number one, you fucking idiot. So what does your analogy have to do with number one? I'm an idiot,
but you can't even
number one in your sentence, in your proposition, when you're saying reality is both one, what does one mean? And the best you can give me is a dollar bill is a token, and that token represents an idea, but that doesn't tell me what one is referring to. Is one referring to the token? Is one referring to the idea? What is one referring to?
Right. One would refer to the idea or the concept, and the particular thing would be many things. For example, let me give you the tree.
So
let's move on from the dollar bill.
By one, you actually mean concept.
The tree
reality
is one tree, Justin.
Reality
there are
is
many
both
parts to the tree.
Is both
there are many
concept,
components to the tree. There's the bark.
Yeah, I'm just gonna reword your syllogism. Stop fucking talking. So what you mean to say then, because it doesn't work. So what you mean to say then is reality, which is our experience, is both concept and then what else? What's the many?
Yeah, the many would be the particulars of what that dollar bill is, right?
Which is
so there's many dollar bills, but there's one concept, universal.
You mean the classification?
What does that have? Sure, I guess if that helps you. Do you want another analogy since you can't track dollar bills?
I actually don't need analogies. I need to use words properly. So if reality is both
what have you not gotten so far about what a dollar bill is versus the
if reality is both conceptual and classifications, that's probably what you wanted to say.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, sure. It's you're just. So if you're going to change the semantic, it doesn't change the validity of the argument.
I didn't try to change the validity. I'm trying to word it in a way that people would even understand it, because the way you're using words,
you understand that there's one tree, right?
The way that you're using the word in the syllogism is not the way that anybody else would use these words. So the problem,
what's your argument?
The problem has nothing to do with locking in. The problem is that you don't know how words function, and you went to like philosophy 101 and you learned how to misuse a bunch of words or use a bunch of words in a way that are non-standard, and then you run around yelling at people demanding that we accept your new definition of words without actually explaining what the meaning of those words are. I'm muting you because you're an insufferable piece of shit that won't stop talking over me, and you won't honestly engage in the conversation. Because you're a fucking man-child and you can leave and get lost. We're done with you now. And imagine being a grown-ass man doing that. And imagine being a fanboy in the TikTok comments crashing out without the balls to actually come up and debate. This is the type of leaders they have to run to.
He's using like Gen Z and Gen Alpha vocab mid-conversation.
It's pretty wild that like the spineless, defenseless Christians, they will run to any defender of God that they can find, even the ones that behave like that. It's pretty wild, actually. Anyways, nevertheless, I think we have some actual adults in the queue, so we'll get some adults from the queue in after Constantine. Constantine and his minions, you guys can all run around and talk about how I kicked them. I don't really care. Nobody's got time for that type of nonsense here. We're at least going to get somebody here tonight to have an adult conversation. And Misha says, how much caffeine has this loser had, Constantine? Apparently a lot. I don't know what his regimen is, but he sounded like he had something a lot more than caffeine. Something that might, give him a little better experience than caffeine. Gretchen, my friend, good to see you. That's what it is. That's what it is. Constantine is a MBJB simp. except worse and dumber. Wait, who's MB and JB? Do you know who that refers to?
Nope.
No. Anyways, yeah. I mean, listen, if you come up acting like Constantine, you're not going to get far in the world of debate. Hard Work says, when Ian visited Constantine's live a month ago, he refused to engage Ian. Of course he would, because he's a fucking coward. He knew he couldn't hang, so he deferred to someone else to handle Ian. What a clown and coward. Of course he's a coward. But listen, people don't act like that. They don't yell at you and demand you to just blindly accept their premises. Unless they're too cowardly to actually discuss whether or not the premise makes sense. Peace Up and King says, Rabbit may not chew cud, but Constantine sure does with his word vomit. Yes, that is the case. This is why like people don't take Phil Bros on the internet seriously, is because they're not actually interested in having a conversation. They're just going to come and crash out. Game Guy says, you need an audible buzzer for the Phil Bro timer so you don't forget to kick these clowns. Well, I apologize. There's not... As far as I know, there's not a way to integrate the buzzer with my OBS timer. I can look into it, maybe, because the code is open source. I could crack it open and modify the code and then rebuild the plugin to have an audible timer. I can look into that. Ben Bloodworth says, I'm so confused by this fully grown adult acting like a brain-rotted teenager while making Mr. Ed references. Wilbur in 2026 is wild. It's crazy. Like, I expected him to be a child. I had no idea this was a grown-ass man acting like that. It's really embarrassing. Not a Robot says, Constantine hurt himself in his confusion. He sure did, and rock hard for Doug. Listen, all that was asking was a simple explanation by what the fuck does he mean when he says one and many? Do you mean we experience some sort of personal experience, but then there are many personal experiences? There's so many ways to interpret that premise. And we didn't even get off the first base because he was, just a piece of shit. But speaking of people that are actually nice, I'm going to bring in, after Justine, I'm going to bring in Catholic Thinker. Catholic Thinker is a philosophy type who actually is a full-grown adult. And then after that, it looks like No Hang Up Please and Athea will be next in line. And so we'll get people hopefully in the order that they come in. Rusty Trombone, amazing name, and thank you for the $20 super chat. Says theists claim belief in an omnipresent God, but still admit to sinning. True. This indicates to me that they don't actually believe God is watching. Sure, they might say that they can beg for forgiveness, but there's no guarantee in that. I agree. Actually, I had a pastor once that talked about this particular problem, which is people's behaviors don't typically align with their beliefs. And if Christians really believed in the Bible and that God was there and whatnot, one, they wouldn't be sinning like they are, and number two, they actually wouldn't be afraid of death. So the fact that neither of one of those things are actually true just tells me they don't really believe this stuff. But Justine, welcome in. Are you at least 18?
Yeah.
And which which topic on the selection would you like to tackle?
The gods. Sorry, my screen isn't really working. I put you in this like little tiny box and I can barely see it now. The evidence for God, I think, something like that.
Yeah. So the point on the board just says God does not exist, and if you have a particular God, we can talk about the Christian God. If you want to talk about a generic God, we can talk about a generic God. But what would be a good reason to believe that God does exist?
Well, first I want to say that guy was not acting like Christians are supposed to act. So that. Anyways, but also tell me if my background noise is like too loud, because if it is, I'll have to come back in like a little bit. But
I can hear it. I think audience, is the audio okay? It seemed okay to me. I think we're okay. So Justine, yeah, go ahead. What do you think would be a good reason to believe in the God?
Well, so earlier you were saying that if like God, someone did a super chat, if you were to ask God a question, you said something about if he could predict the future.
Yeah.
So like, what about people, like for me, like something always happens to me where I have dreams that come true like all the time, like constantly. Would that be proof?
So I think the problem, also, Justine, we've talked before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's been, last time we talked was just a month, a couple of weeks ago. I wrote down, okay. I wrote down in my notes that you're actually a kind person to talk to, so it sounds like the same is still true. But all right, so the reason why I think personal experiences are tough is for a couple of reasons. Now, it might be proof for you, but it couldn't be proof for me because I wasn't there. Now, we have done some studies on premonitions, and in the study, typically what they'll do is they'll have people in the study who claim to get premonitions, and then they'll reorganize their life. They'll say, listen, when you get a premonition, you must write the premonition down. And then there's access. People who are involved in the study will have access to what they wrote down. And then, they wait to see if the events come true or not. I mean, it just happens to be that when people write down their premonition so that they're publicly seen, the premonition doesn't, almost never comes true. So my understanding with the premonition phenomenon is that premonitions happen in the same way that deja vu happens, where when you're in the experience, you think that this thing has already happened to you when a lot of times it actually hasn't. And in the same way, a lot of premonitions appear to be that way, where people think that they had already previously thought that this was going to happen when they actually didn't. That's why writing it down ahead of time seems to be a problem. But nevertheless, if you are convinced by your own premonitions, I can understand why you would be. I just hope you know that it wouldn't be evidence for me because I have no way to validate any of your premonitions or anything that happens in your life that would prove that your premonition came true.
There's a guy on YouTube who he had a dream or vision or something that Trump got shot in the ear and then later it ended up coming true. What do you think about that?
I thought it was pretty impressive, actually. I don't find it to be all that helpful. There's a lot of predictions surrounding presidents. Now, I did watch the video, by the way. But when you have a president, YouTube is littered just full of predictions. It's just millions and millions of people talking about what God told them about the president, right? It stands to reason, even if somebody makes a really bombastic claim, eventually somebody's going to say something that sounds outlandish that actually strikes the nail on the head. Now, the other thing too is I remember listening to it. I mean, there's a couple of details that weren't quite right, but I do agree with you. It is rather astonishing that somebody could make the prediction that he would be struck in the ear, and then it happened, right? So, I'm more than willing to grant. I'm more than willing to grant that that the odds of that happening, the odds that somebody would predict that is incredibly low.
Well, and then the other thing though was he's been predicting a lot of things that keep coming true. Not saying everything he's predicted has come true, but it's kind of crazy how that happens to a lot of other people too. That happens to me all the time, but usually when I have a dream, I don't know it's going to actually come true until it comes true. So I just think it's a dream. But he did have a lot of other dreams that came true too.
Yeah.
That aren't probably being publicized as much.
Well, that certainly might be the case. I think the guy's name was Brandon, right? Brandon Briggs.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't watch his channel, so I don't know all of his predictions. I'd be curious to see on his channel if he publishes all of his predictions so that they can be tested. It certainly is one of those things where, listen, if in fact he is receiving words from some sort of a deity and they all come true, I think that actually would be really compelling. But I would say this. I grew up, when I was Christian, for a long time, I was in the charismatic movement. Non-denominational charismatic, and I saw lots and lots of people give prophecies. So many people gave prophecies, and in reality, most of them miss. But the fun thing is sometimes somebody will say something that seems like they actually had something revealed to them. Oh, that's weird that they would have been able to predict that. But the reality is, when you have thousands and thousands of people making predictions, on the regular, eventually something's going to come true. I think the bigger issue is what do we make of all the predictions that don't come true? Because in Deuteronomy 18, it says that, how can we tell if a prophet is not speaking for the Lord? And it'll say that the thing, doesn't prove to be true and it doesn't come to pass. Well, and then it says, if that happens, if a prophet speaks something and then it doesn't come true, then you just get to kill him. Which it seems to me then that the test is that all of the predictions of the prophet necessarily need to come true, not just one of them,
Yeah. But so then basically what you were saying earlier about like if God came down and like you asked him to predict the future and it came true, you're kind of saying maybe that wouldn't be enough proof then?
No, it'd be enough proof for me. It wouldn't be proof for you at all.
But like, because this guy did see stuff that like actually came true, but to you, you're saying like it's not really proof. That's why I'm confused. Because you said it would be proof for you.
For me, because I experienced it. It's not proof for anybody else.
Oh, you're saying like, okay. But so does that like kind of, if you saw that more often, would you think God is real, I guess?
I could be convinced, like if it happened and it was provable, like it happened all the time, I could definitely be convinced that a God is real, but I would never be convinced that Christianity is true. Christianity is just so easily and demonstrably false that I would have to appeal to something else. I would have to appeal to the spirits, like dead relatives, or maybe some other God, or maybe even polytheism. But to me, whether or not God exists is irrelevant to whether or not Christianity is true. That's just dead in the water.
So also like there's this one guy who created I'm thinking of like the Book of Revelations and the Mark of the Beast and the Antichrist. There's this one guy who created a microchip, and he said that like the only place that it could implant is the right hand or the forehead.
I know about this one.
So what do you think about that? Or even if the Antichrist came and all that stuff started coming true, would you think that was like proof?
No, not for Revelation, because Revelation already failed. So these predictions were for the 1st century. And the Mark of the Beast is the reference to Nero. So, and I'll show you what I mean.
What if it's not? What if it actually happens? I'm just saying if it ended up happening now, if there was a Antichrist figure who came out and implanted like a microchip in your right hand or forehead and you couldn't buy or sell, and if you didn't do it, you would die. Would that mean that if that happened, I'm asking, would that mean that the Bible's true?
No, it wouldn't.
Oh, it wouldn't. Not
yeah, because somebody taking a position of leadership and then forcing, say, an RFID chip on somebody is something that you could fulfill as a human being. Like, it's just something that you could do. And since the prophecies are out there, it's one of the most famous prophecies in all of Christendom. Then somebody making that come true, to me, isn't even miraculous. I'm much more interested in like what this prophecy was supposed to function as. This prophecy was supposed to function as a prediction for Nero. So that's why we get to 666, right? In the end of Revelation 13, it says, "Let anyone with understanding calculate the number of the beast, for it is the number of a person, and its number is 666." So the 666, that mark refers to an actual individual. It just happens to be Nero. When you do gematria on this passage, on the Greek rendering of the passage, it comes out to 666 on Neron Kaiser. If you look at the Latin manuscripts, our Latin tradition says 616. And the reason why it does is because they understood this to be about Nero. If you go to the Latinized spelling of Nero's name, which is Nero rather than Neron, it comes out to 616. And then we have one other Greek tradition where it says 606. And 606 in the gematria comes out to Gaius Kaiser, which is really interesting because that was another name for the Caesar. So all of our manuscript traditions point towards this being Nero, and even the same chapter says that he's revived of a mortal wound, which is what they were all saying about Nero. So I really don't have a good reason to believe that this is anything but a failed prophecy for the 1st century.
So even if it came true, like you wouldn't even have like any type of like ounce of like thought, okay, maybe the Bible's true if that like all of that happened. Because even if someone could force it to come true, I think that'd be kind of crazy if it.
I don't think so.
Even if someone
because
did on purpose.
it's not specific enough to be special. We don't even know. Like, so if somebody put microchips inside of us, I have no idea why it would have anything to do with 666. What does 666 have to do with it?
I actually don't know that. I mean, there could be something about it if I looked it up and researched it that the microchip has something to do with 666, but I don't know.
Well, it says it's the number of a person.
When you were talking about Nero, how does it explain Nero? How is Nero 666?
I'll show you. Actually, I have an illustration for this that might help. All right, so.
Hey, Justin.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be dropping. Thank you for having me. I'll get a few hours of sleep before work. Bye-bye.
Ems, buddy, get some rest. It's great to see you. Thanks for popping in. Love you, buddy. Take care. All right, so I'm going to show you the Hebrew Gematria. So in Hebrew Gematria, like what they were doing, and they kind of borrowed this from the Greeks, what they would do is they would like encode stuff into numbers. So every letter of the Hebrew alphabet then would receive a numerical value, and then you can use numbers to encode letters or vice versa, right? So on the Gematria, I'm going to put it on the screen so hopefully you'll be able to see it. Is that readable or do you need to make it bigger?
Yeah, it's readable. I don't know why you're in like a tiny little corner. I don't know what happened to my screen.
Wait, I'm in a corner?
Yeah, I could see it. Well, I think my screen did something weird because I see like 5 request box and then me and you in like a little corner. I don't know how to fix it, but it's okay. I could still see it.
Oh, that's weird.
Just...
I'm not sure why it would do that. That's might be a TikTok glitch. But nevertheless, so on the image on the screen, you've got the way Nero's name is spelled in Greek, but laid out in Hebrew letters because that's how the Gematria works. And it's Neron Kaiser reading from the right to the left. And when you add the values to the name, it comes out to 666. And then if you do the Latin manuscripts have have 616 in Revelation 13, not 666. But the Latinized spelling of Nero, which is how we pronounce it, Nero Kaiser, comes out to 616 when you do the Gematria value on it. So that tells me that all of the early Christians understood this to be about Nero, which is why when they wrote the manuscript in Latin, they made sure that it had the right number in it to represent the name of Nero.
Oh, okay. I mean, I have heard that like www. Like the website thing has something to do with 666, so maybe the RFID chip is connected to the internet. Maybe, I mean, I feel like 666 they could do that with a lot of things, like what they did with Nero. Like a lot of things could kind of somehow equal the 666, but I didn't actually specifically research. I just thought it was interesting that this guy made a microchip that it only implants in the right hand or the forehead, and then afterwards he prayed and asked God, like, did I just create the mark of the beast? And then according to him, he felt like God said yeah, and then he resigned from his job and stopped.
So I know exactly the guy that you're talking about. I actually heard he produced tapes on this like way back in the 90s, like literal cassette tapes. I know this because I owned one. So I know exactly what you're talking about, but the reality is I'm an electrical engineer. That guy was an electrical engineer. So there's no actual reason why it would have to go in your right hand. So typically the way that these things worked is you typically have like a lithium rechargeable battery in it that is typically recharged using some sort of heat. Now, that was his device. That never really made it to market. That wasn't a viable concept, and lithium is super dangerous to have in your body, so that didn't become a thing. So what we have now are passive RFID chips, where basically you've got a tiny little coil in here that gets excited when you wave something across it. The excitation of the coil causes it to it gives power and signal through the excitation, and then it can typically draw like an identification number, like an 8-digit number off of it. So you can store a little bit of data in there, but not much. So nevertheless, that's what we have now, and that can go anywhere in your body. There's no reason why you have to put it in one location. And even the one that did have the heat transmitted recharging lithium battery, theoretically, you could put it in any part of your body that's warm. You could put it in your armpit if you wanted to. So there's actually no reason why you would have to place this thing in your forehead or your right hand. If you put it in your right hand, obviously you can put it in your left hand. So in fact, your left hand would typically get better blood flow and would be a fraction, like 1 degree warmer because it's closer to your heart. So like, yeah, like I get it. I get it when the guy did the presentation. He sounded very convincing, but nothing that he says and from the point of another electrical engineer actually makes sense. To me, it kind of sounds like he's a charlatan trying to make money selling this narrative to people that don't know any better.
Yeah, so basically you're saying what he said isn't true. Like it didn't only go in the right head or the forehead. It could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, there's no reason why an RFID chip has to go in your forehead or your right hand. It can go literally just about anywhere. In fact, we already have them being implanted on people, RFID chips, and we implant them in multiple different locations. You can even put one in the finger if you want.
So when he said that, do you think he was just lying?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, so there was nothing that he just thought scientifically about that he was just wrong about. It was just he probably was just lying about it.
Oh yeah, I think it was just lying. Yeah. The RFID technology has been around for a long time. It's not like a new technology. There's not a good reason to believe that the location of this device needed to be in the right hand of the forehead. In fact, that was his explanation behind. It says later on in Revelation, like the very next chapter, that those who did receive the mark of the beast broke out with a grievous sore. The grievous is one that typically doesn't heal properly. And so he's like, well, listen, that was what would happen if the lithium battery broke. It would result in a grievous sore because you would have, this essential, radioactive chemical poisoning. But the reality is, that's probably actually not the case.
Okay.
Like it wouldn't be an irreparable source, and like nobody in their right mind would approve putting something small and breakable inside of your body with a lithium battery in it that could be exposed to seepage or spillage or anything like that.
Well, do you think that anything like the Book of Revelations is going to happen? Like there's going to be one world leader coming, like forcing everyone to take the mark. Well, or maybe just people getting the mark in order to buy or sell, like getting the microchip. Like they're going to force people to give up cash and not use cash and like kill them or anything like that. Do you think that looks possible, like just from the way the world is going?
I do think it's definitely possible that, say, I don't know, 500 to 1,000 years from now, they'll just get rid of cash, like physical cash. And it's all just going to be numbers on a computer. But to be fair, that's basically where we're at now. They can do that right now. Like the bank, right? The government could literally call your bank and say, hey, this guy that's got money over here, just make it all zeros now.
Yeah. But do you think there's going to be a world leader like that comes, like looking at the way that things are?
No, I think he'll get murdered.
Oh, okay. Well, what about miracles though? Because I would think that would be proof, like actual miracles. If you've seen them in real life, like, would you think that would be proof?
If I saw a miracle, like say, if I was with a guy that clearly was like missing a leg, and somebody prayed for his leg and it regrew, I'd convert to whatever God just did that. I've never seen a miracle. I've seen hundreds and hundreds of people with illness get prayed for by the most fervent believers and never seen anyone get healed. If healing actually worked, it seems like everybody would doing it. We'd all know about it, and everybody would be Christian. But it just doesn't work. We've done studies on prayer, and when people are getting prayed for, it turns out that it's basically just the flip of a coin. You could flip a coin and get the same rate of benefit from prayer.
Well, like me and my husband, like we go out on the streets and we pray for people, and like they tell us that they get fully healed. Like I have some videos on my TikTok. I don't know if you ever would want to look, but if you saw that happening, like, because we're in a group of Christians who believe we could go out and heal the sick and cast out demons, like the way the Bible says. We believe all Christians are supposed to do that, but not all Christians believe that way. That's what we believe. So we go out and we do that. So we see people like healed all the time. And what do you think about that? Like, we go out on the streets and like we pray for people who have pain, and we'll see that they're completely shocked and their pain leaves. And sometimes I'm like, wait, are you lying? Like, are you telling me the truth? Like, because it's shocking. What do you think about that? Because that happens to us quite often.
It's fairly common in a bunch of religions too, actually, especially in Eastern mysticism. There's a lot of what we would brand like faith healers, and a lot of people are very convinced that they've been healed. And the reality is, this is the placebo effect. And sometimes you can even say it could be psychosomatic. Psychosomatic is not quite the same thing as placebo, but when people think that they could be healed, a lot of them are wanting so badly to be healed that they declare they are. There's a guy named James Randi who used to go to these healing crusades, and he would follow up with people who later claimed that they were healed, and it turned out they were actually never healed. In the moment, they feel like the pain is gone, they feel like they're healed, and they're exuberant and they're excited, but a week or two later, after following up, it actually isn't the case. It's also true that a lot of people go to get prayer for, say, like back and neck soreness, stuff like that. And the statistics on back and neck pain is actually really interesting. Somewhere north of 80% of a back and neck pain is caused typically by some sort of muscle tightness or by like misalignment on the spine, which usually works itself out naturally within 2 weeks. And so if you receive prayer, because you've had a couple of days of neck or back pain and it goes away after a day or two of receiving prayer, obviously you're going to be like, God must have did it. But the reality is, it like, based on statistics, it would have went away anyways.
Oh yeah, for like simple things like that, it's hard to like prove. But like, for instance, my dad, like we were in a Bible study and none of the people there believed in like, oh, we could go heal the sick. And I didn't even know we could do that back then. And this pastor like prayed for my dad's neck, and he had like radiation because he had cancer, so his neck looked all burnt. And then the pastor like prayed for my dad, and like his whole neck looked healed, like before everyone, like before all our eyes. And then I was asking him for prayer after that, but he was like, I've never done this before, I've never seen this before. Like, we were all like shocked. Like, that was like a real miracle, I feel like where you could prove it if you were there.
And it certainly could have been a miracle. And this goes down to kind of what we said at the beginning, which is, if I'm not there to see it, I have no reason to be convinced by it, right? And so I spent 20 years as a Christian, and most of those years I spent praying for sick people just like you, and seeing other people pray for sick people. I've never seen anyone get healed. So while I can understand how something like that could be super convincing for you, it really doesn't do anything for me, since I know that, like, I don't know, 99% of the people I've ever seen pray for, other than one instance, never received healing ever.
Okay, what do you also think about like casting out demons? Like, I know a lot of people, I already asked this question. They said like, unless they were like levitating, it's just psychosomatic, like you said. But when we cast out demons, like, people are throwing up and puking. Like, I was trying to cast demons out of this lady. She was puking for like hours the whole night. It was like 5 hours. And I was like, okay, are you okay? Like, you can't just keep puking. Like, she was like, no, I'm feeling so much better after. And like, I was just like, I don't feel like someone could force themselves to puke like that. That seems like even one time she was just sitting there and someone just laid hands on her and prayed. She just started puking. Like, it was like she wasn't even expecting it. Like, I don't know. That seems like that would have to be like not.
Justine, do you have children? I've got a child, and I spent my life around kids, actually. I don't know if I've ever shared this as part of DZ lore. My mother ran an in-home daycare growing up, and I was the youngest of 8 kids, so I had lots of nieces and nephews. And I literally was just surrounded by children my entire life. Now, what I've seen with children is they will, when they get really worked up in a frenzy, a lot of times they'll get so worked up that they'll puke. I've seen even grown adults. I knew one person when I lived in Indiana that was so upset and so mad and so distressed this one day that she literally threw up. And obviously, I won't reveal her name on the live stream, but this is a close friend of mine who, I thought was relatively normal. But even relatively normal people can get so worked up over something that they make themselves ill. I would consider that possibly. I'm not sure what I would consider that, but it's something, a phenomena that we certainly know about.
But this is like when I've seen it, the people are not worked up at all. Like this lady, like she's just sitting there enjoying church, and someone laid their hand on her, and she just started puking, like within like 5 seconds of praying. Like she wasn't worked up at all, and that's the
Maybe she was
majority
already
of the
sick.
time. Like, I mean, every time someone lays hands on this girl, she starts puking every single time. She's never not. Like we've been trying to cast demons out of her and she's finally starting to get better. But like
Sounds
I'm
like
just
she
saying,
needs a stomach medication.
Well, it just seems like we've been casting demons out of a lot of people, and they'll just start puking before they get worked up.
How many times have you cast demons out of this one particular girl?
Like at least 3 times.
Why does she keep getting repossessed?
Well, she keeps going back to like drugs, so I don't know.
So
maybe that's
you get
why.
demon possessed if you get drugs?
Oh, I was just saying maybe that's why.
But I don't understand why that would be the case, right? Like, I don't understand about doing illicit substances would allow Satan
Well, that
to
would be like
send
kind
a
of a
minion for you.
theological. So that would be a whole thing that like I don't think you really want me to talk about. Like what we believe in, like when we sin, we could get demons. I guess that's the best thing I could say. Is like going back into drugs mostly open up doors for demons. That's what we believe.
Why? Why would we think that?
Oh, we've seen it. You know, like a lot of people who done meth, they have voices in their head, and we've just seen people.
I've seen what
like,
meth
when
does
they're
to
done
people.
doing
Yeah, it destroys their brain.
Yeah, but
I've like not to be glib. Like I've literally watched it firsthand. You know, I always say I'm incredibly lucky because I don't have an addictive personality to any substance, but a lot of people in my family had struggled with addiction all their lives. That's why I have a huge soft spot for anybody who's overcome addiction. Even if you used God to overcome the addiction, I think it's the one of the most amazing things a human being could ever do is overcome a drug addiction. But nevertheless, I've never seen a single one of my friends and family member that were on these substances that ever were demon possessed.
Okay, well the one thing to like clarify is that the people who were casting demons out, like you wouldn't know they're demon possessed until you start like praying for them, or like they might say like, okay, I'm dealing with anxiety or stress. What?
I was a pastor for over a decade. Of course I prayed for these people.
No, but like casting demons out of them, like actually casting them out.
But why would I assume they have a demon?
What I'm saying is these people are completely normal. They might not even know they have a demon. They might just be like, okay, I have nightmares all the time. I have depression. I have anxiety. So then you start casting out spirit of anxiety, and then they start puking. You start casting out all those things, and they didn't even know it was a demon. That kind of thing, if that makes sense.
You know that
they're still normal, 100% normal.
You know that the other religions do exorcism too, right? Like even in ancient Greece, they would you invoke the gods like Zeus, and in ancient Babylon they would invoke Marduk to cast out demons. Why are demons afraid of Zeus and Marduk?
I don't really know. Can you say that again? They invoked Marduk and Zeus?
Yeah, there's a bunch of rituals and incantations dedicated to other gods for getting rid of these demons, for doing exorcisms. And there's a lot of stories in ancient Greece of people being exorcised of their demons. And so if the name of Zeus is enough to run them off, to me it just sounds less like the Christian God is real and more like people are mentally unstable.
But like, does that actually happen like nowadays, or is that just a story? Like the stuff about Zeus, I always thought was just stories. How do we know that like really actually happened?
It does happen nowadays in other religions. Certainly, you see demon possession in other religions other than Christianity, and exorcism in other religions as well. So it just seems like
I would say that they could cast out demons too, though. Like even if they're a different religion. I would say that if God is real and someone has a demon, that he would be helping them cast out demons too, just because he's God. Maybe he wants to help them cast out demons, even if they're not doing it the right way.
Right, but what I'm saying is, if you need like the power of the Christian God to cast out demons, and then you pray to Zeus to cast out a demon, it would actually convert that person to the wrong religion and condemn them to hell, wouldn't it?
I don't know. I've never seen that people cast out demons in the name of Zeus. Like, I've never seen like proof that they're actually free after, or that they just, like, I don't know what happened to them after.
I mean,
think that if
it's incredibly common.
I do think, I guess, if that happened, then they could possibly go to Zeus and like go to whatever god that they think set them free. But I think at the end of the day, like, God maybe has them on a journey where they got free from a demon. So even if they're following the wrong God at the moment, they'll end up in the whatever place he wants them to be in the end. Like, it's just part of their journey. So yeah, that could probably happen. But I think God's still setting people free, even if they're in the wrong religion.
Don't you think that would be counterproductive?
So well, the Bible says that he gave us authority over demons. So if that's true, then that means a lot of people could be doing this.
But in the name of what, though? Remember, he says to cast out demons in the name of Jesus. He not the name of Zeus. That would be like evidence that Zeus is real.
Well, I would definitely want to see the proof that those people are free if they got free in the name of Zeus.
Well, we don't even know. Like, the people that are getting free in Christianity, first of all, we have no evidence that they were ever possessed to begin with, and second of all, we have no evidence that they're free. In fact, that one girl that you were talking about was demon possessed 3 different times. So it sounds like even if we did ask, if this is legitimate because the person's getting delivered, this person's not getting delivered, theoretically.
Well, we have seen that it takes a couple times of doing deliverance for someone to get free. But yeah, I kind of wanted to know what you thought about, like, how we're seeing people like puke, like, just within 5 seconds of praying for them. Like, if that was any type of proof to you, just because to me, like, that doesn't seem like a psychological thing. It just, they don't even think about it. They just start puking when people start praying for them. So I just wanted to know what you thought about that part.
Yeah, I don't think it's unique to Christianity. I think it's something that happens all over the place. And given that it's a rather common phenomenon in the other religions, I think it's just more likely that this is somebody who needs a mental health expert, not a religious exorcism.
Well, I did think maybe it could be proof of demons and God. Like, if demons are real, God could be real.
I think if we had evidence of demons, they'd be able to maybe change or alter our behavior. They'd be like supernatural. So, like, if you were demon possessed, I might be inclined to believe it if you could levitate. If someone claimed they were possessed by demons and then they started levitating, then I'm like, oh fuck, that's not supposed to happen. But those types of things never happen. Typically, people that are demon possessed are just making weird noises and like writhing on the ground and doing stuff that you could do even if you weren't demon possessed. So I'm not inclined to believe that these people are possessed. I'd say the other thing too is really interesting. As far as I know, recorded cases of demon possession, there's never been a recorded case of demon possession among like an actual staunch atheist who literally has no belief in the spirit world. That's something that doesn't happen. It seems like demon possession typically happens in cultures where they believe you can get possessed by a demon, which means it's a psychological phenomenon.
Yeah, what about the people that don't believe they could have a demon and they get prayed for and then they just start like going crazy and they're like, okay, I didn't know I had a demon.
Well, no. If they're at your church, then they believe demon possession could happen. So, like, overall, actually, if you live in a culture...
Well, some of the people don't. Like, because some of the people are like, they don't believe in demons. And we start praying for them and they're like, okay, I did not know that was real. Like, that was crazy. Like, I can't believe I have a demon. And then they like get free and stuff. And they never believed in demons.
I don't know to be the case.
Having a demon themselves.
If you live in a culture or you're going to a church that believes in demon possession and casting them out, it's at least going to be crossing your mind that you could be demon possessed.
Well, you mean like, I guess I can see what you're saying. Yeah, I guess I'm just saying because like they think that Christians, if you believe in Jesus, you can't be demon possessed. So that's what I meant, is they don't believe they could have demons at all, and then they all of a sudden start acting crazy when they get prayer.
Sure.
But yeah, I see what you're saying, because they believe in demons in general. That would open up a door for like what you're saying, right?
Right. Yeah, but people who have literally no belief in spirits and demons and religious stuff, we don't have any reported cases of them getting demon possessed and then exorcised. It seems to only happen to people who believe that it could happen, and that to me is pretty good evidence that this is a cultural, environmental phenomenon rather than an actual spiritual phenomenon. But I'll tell you one thing: in terms of like if Christianity was true, I could tell you. If Jesus fulfilled all of the prophecies that are in the Hebrew Bible, then he would have been the Messiah and Christianity would have been true, but he just didn't. And you've been, Justine, you've been, well, I say you've been hanging around long enough, I think, you already know my spiel on the prophecy, so I won't do it to you. But the reality is, like, those are undeniable prophecies. World peace, all the nations worshiping the same God. But it didn't.
It hasn't happened yet, but we believe it's going to happen.
But it won't.
But we believe Jesus is going to come back and there's going to be a new heaven and a new earth. There's going to be all those things you were saying.
But the new heaven, new earth includes sacrifices, offerings, and circumcision. And Jesus was supposed to be the end of circumcision, end of the law, and end of the sacrifices and offerings. So the New Testament can't possibly be a fulfillment of the Old Testament if those things are going to go, or if those things are going to go on forever.
Oh, that part, yeah. I always actually wondered about that part. I didn't understand why there would be like sacrifices if Jesus does come back and all those things happen and then there's still sacrifices. Mm-hmm. Is that like what's supposed to happen?
It couldn't be. Hebrews says that he was the final sacrifice and that the Levitical priesthood was insufficient and that it needed to be replaced by a better priesthood. But the Hebrew Bible says the exact opposite. It says that the Levites will be offering sacrifices and grain offerings in my presence forever, which means like these are just actual Mosaic offerings as expected.
Okay, so you're saying because the Bible says that like there's still going to be sacrifices, it doesn't really make sense.
Yeah, it's incompatible. This idea that the law and the sacrifices went away when the Old Testament clearly says that it won't go away, and even when God does grant the world peace, it says in Deuteronomy 30 that they'll be following the laws that Moses gave them.
But like you're just saying the part about the sacrifices is the confusing part, right? Of if there's still going to be.
Well, it's more than just that. There's going to be sacrifices and you're going to follow the law. You know, the crux of the New Testament after Jesus died is that the law was done away with, which cannot be true.
I'm just guessing some of the law can't really be like applicable if like, let's just say like there's no sin anymore, then there'd be no point in like stoning people. Or like, is that what you mean? Like, what part of the law?
Well, it doesn't necessarily say in the Old Testament that there's never going to be any more sin. People still are going to be making mistakes. But even if, let's assume that they didn't, you know, a lot of the sacrifices in the Hebrew Bible are not just for covering sin. A lot of them are free will offerings, goodwill offerings, payment for the Levitical work. And then also God in Exodus even has a daily feeding schedule that needs to be maintained. So there's definitely going to be sacrifices and offerings, even if people aren't sinning.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I didn't really understand that part. I still like want to do research on that part.
Yeah, I get that.
Well, listen, understand why they're...
Justine, my friend, you've been up here for 41 minutes, and as was our conversation like last time, perfectly pleasant. You're a super nice individual. You're a good representation of the type of Christians that probably should be on these platforms. So I appreciate you coming and chatting with me. If something tickles your ear again in the future, pop up. Love to hear from you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, cheers, friend. She was nice. Justine was really nice last time we talked as well. I get like if you're in a charismatic environment though, how you could witness some things that for you might seem unexplainable, and then think that maybe it would be proof for somebody else. But it's not been my experience. My experience is that in these environments, nothing really happens. Some people believe they happen. Like I've been in services where people have been supposedly delivered, right? And then people around them are like, "Oh my God, it's delivered. The demon's gone." And, you know, they're losing their minds and whatnot. But as an observer, I'm like, there's no demon in there. They're just acting really, really weird. Like we just they probably need psychological help. And so it's interesting. I think it's probably a matter of interpretation. Some people are going to witness it and be like, they're going to interpret that as demon possession and deliverance. And then others that are a little more rational might say, actually, I think I just need a little bit of help. Sans Sensibility, good to see you, my friend. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says something stronger than caffeine, like gas station boner. Yeah. Fuck Constantine for how he treated M's alone. Justice for M's. You goddamn right, justice for M's. Constantine is not converting anybody to Christianity at all. Although he does represent the original Constantine pretty well, which is be an absolute ass to everyone who doesn't believe what you believe, and then use your, whatever power you have to, to force them into your way of thinking. And 49 Perfect says, "LO, that guy cries alone at night because no one would ever be in his life. That's why he's so mad constantly. You know it. That is not an individual that is enjoying their life at all. That's a very upset individual and needs somebody to take it out on." And Misha, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, in response to Trump ear prediction, I bet there were predictions about him being shot in the elbow, shoulder, etc., but that didn't happen, so it's not remarkable enough to spread. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's lots of predictions. And it's very common for elected official to have an attempt, especially the president. So you could see why, something could very well come true if you make enough guesses about a very common occurrence. Ben, my friend, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, how would you know for sure if something is supernatural? So I think the way you would know for sure, or at least, you'd have good reason to believe based on priors, is they could break the laws of physics. Like if we have a pretty well-established law of physics and an individual just fucking breaks it, well, it would seem to me that would be a fairly good indication that something interesting, supernatural is happening, because we don't naturally see the thing occurring. So that's what I would say. Obviously, there's a gradient there. Some things might appear supernatural but have explanations, but some things not so much. Design, good to see you again, says, notice this 2,000 year round of, but what if it's true, is best 2 of 3. Yeah, you know what? I mean, I get it. If you're in the faith, you want to cling on to whatever you can cling on to, and you can absolutely cling on to, but what if? Because it could make you feel a little bit better. And Penelope, good to see you. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, one morning I dreamt that Microsoft Office pushed an update to my PC, awakened mid-dream by a digital twerp sound, opened my work PC to see an Office update, goosebumps, but no God, maybe the simulation. Actually, it could be that, or it literally just could be that prior to the update, there was a notification on your computer that popped up and you forgot about it, and then it ended up in your dream. Or it was just in the peripheral of your vision and you didn't think about it. I don't know if you guys know this. Stuff that is in your peripheral can still make it into your subconscious, even if it doesn't make it into your active thinking processes. So that certainly is one possibility. And I'm agreeing here with Kevin when he says, what is a hell of a droog, and you definitely nailed it. It just, Gretchen, my friend, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, is this a Q&A or debate? I don't care if Justine is nice. If this was 100 years ago, Harry Houdini would have debunked and destroyed this charlatan fraud. She's dangerous and hurting people. Fuck this BS. Well, Gretchen, I'm sorry. When people are coming and being nice, I try to be charitable to their position, because they're being nice. I think you can get a long way in life by being nice. But yes, I mean, it seems like there's some, if I had to guess, some charlatanry happening at her church, but I don't know. I'm not there. All they know is whatever's happening there doesn't mean anything to me, since I'm not there to witness it. And Design says, if you're convinced you're casting demons, no reaction could convince you you've done otherwise. Yes, also 3 times. Her husband may be covering for an affair. Oh, fuck. Actually, yes, the demons made me do it is a crazy one. Also, I'm not convinced that there's not charlatanry, because we have clear, like the Catherine Kirk, this online, faith healer, has already been caught, as many of them, literally paying the same people to show up in church and do the thing to convince everybody, puke and writhe on the floor, and then It turns out that a couple weeks later, they're back, or they're back with a different problem. Every time they come, they've got a different health problem that gets healed. It just seems to me like it's more likely that these are frauds. Noah's Lions, 8 dead babies on the ark. Great to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, so when I bend over my toilet, it makes me puke. The toilet must be casting out my demons. Pavlov's dogs, GERD. Oh, fuck. I'm sorry you're dealing with that. That is tough. But yeah, it sounds like you exercised a couple demons there. I hope you're doing all right. 1 million ants, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says theology question here. As we all know, a wet, slightly dilapidated cardboard box created our universe. So is Doug timeless? And if not, is Doug a product of the wet box? Rock hard for Doug, and Joel reads the Bible. Okay, so we've talked about the theology of the wet box, and here's what you need to know, which is boxes are made from wood products. And Sharon is a wood product, which means the wet box is actually a product of Sharon. It's actually a derivative of Sharon, which means it's lower on the God tier than the wet box. So I think Joel's mythology just needs tweaked. It's not quite correct. And Corro says, Justin, you should have a Philbro baby bottle prop for crash outs. You know what? I should. I think I used to have a crybaby sound effect on my soundboard, but I don't anymore. But you're right. I should get like a big crybaby bottle for the crybaby Philbros. I think it'd be really good. Last super chat for now from Not a Robot says, or an animal. Also, puking whenever you're prayed over is hilarious. A hilarious defense mechanism. True, actually. Although there's a lot of people that just have really bad social anxieties, which means like somebody approaching you in the church is enough to set off your social anxiety that you're going to throw up. You know what I mean? All right, let me get Catholic Thinker in here, and then we're going to get Athea after Catholic Thinker, and then we'll just keep moving through the queue the best we can. Welcome back, Thinker.
Well, thanks for having me. So I wasn't here to challenge anything on that you got on the board, but respond to what you put forward for me on Sunday. Is that okay?
Sure. Yeah. What did we end up on?
When I was looking through it, I want to say that like I usually don't like these types of conversations because a lot of time, like I don't know, like how much you've seen the way that I tend to approach these things. I like to inform people as opposed to try to claim, no, I have the truth and you should believe what I believe.
Yeah.
And I feel like a lot of the conversations regarding like scriptural interpretation easily turns into hey, this is how I understand the text. And then it turns into, no, you need to prove that your interpretation of the text is correct. I don't think you're going to do that, which is why I'm here. But, I did want to say that I do think, based on what I was looking at, your interpretation of James 2:10, I don't think is accurate, which I know is crazy saying that, but like the way that I understood James 2:10, the exact chapter verse says, "Forever keeps the whole law, but falls short in one particular, has become guilty in respect to all of it." And also, in other verses is around that, he also talks about like if one commits if one commits murder but not adultery, they are still in violation of the whole law.
Mm-hmm.
But when I was looking over it, he's talking about
that same chapter actually has the solution you're looking for, by the way.
Okay. So I thought it was going to be something else because I will say, like, I'm looking through it and I don't think that what I came to arrived at like you were saying, a contradiction. Now it makes me a little bit more nervous now that you say that, but I'm just going to continue on what I came to.
So let me fill in the audience where we're at, because you and I both know what we're talking about, but I don't think the audience is going to know. So let me put I made a syllogism a while ago, friends, that was kind of tongue in cheek, and I got to talk to Catholic Thinker on Sunday about it, because while it is tongue in cheek, it might actually work. But let me grab it. Let's see. It should be.
I have it. I got the screenshot and I have it written in front of me if you want me to dictate it, that would be easier.
Well, I've got it written down, so give me a second, perfect. Because I'm just going to copy and paste the whole thing into my notepad so people can see it. So this is, for people wondering, this is, you guys know I do a lot of syllogisms when necessary. This is one I made up for fun. I don't know exactly if it's going to work, but the only solution to this syllogism that I know of creates a contradiction. And to put it out here, I think the contradiction is going to be, it might not work for you because you're a Catholic, but I think the contradiction would work for a Protestant, which is namely that salvation requires works. So, the solution is in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, which is, sorry, let me do the syllogism. So the syllogism, friends, is all sins are equal, meaning that you get the same result. No matter what sin you break, it's just the same result. You have guilt. And premise number 2 is all have sinned and fallen short, meaning we're all guilty of the same thing. And premise 3 is that certain sins will send people to hell, meaning if all sins are equal of guilt, and some sins will send people to hell, even if they're theoretically saved, then premise 4 is that all of the sins are the same as any other sin, and everyone goes to hell. Now, it does depend. Like if you are a works, and if you believe in James, where it's works plus your belief, you have to believe in Jesus and have the works, then it's actually not that big of a contradiction, because you're like, well, yeah, I mean, just believing isn't enough to obtain salvation. You actually have to do, what Jesus told you to do. This syllogism, though, the solution to it will cook almost all the Protestants, because the Protestants will stand against the Catholics and say, no, you can't earn your salvation. No works will get you to heaven. And so their solution to the syllogism is going to be contradictory, because they're going to go to 1 Corinthians. They're going to say, look, in 1 Corinthians, Paul says that sexual immorality is a worse sin because you're sinning against your body, and then you can unite your body with a prostitute. And so this is a worse sin than the other sins. Now, the only problem that we would have with a Catholic like yourself is I don't know what it means for this sin, the sin of sexual immorality or seeing a prostitute. I don't know how that's a worse sin consequentially than, say, any other sin. If even one sin will condemn you to hell, if you're unrepentant, then I don't know how one sin can be worse than another.
Yeah. So one of the things that I do whenever I try to engage with scriptural interpretation is I look at not just the verse, but I also try to look at the entire chapter surrounding it. So when I was looking at, for example, James 2:10 and what that chapter was talking about, James is talking about people who were giving favor to the rich, but ignoring the poor, and effectively going, oh, well, I should be okay because I was treating my neighbor kindly 99% of the time. So it should be fine that I'm ignoring the 1%. And James here is pointing out that no, like if you violate the law, you're violating the law. So I'm not seeing a claim of all sins are equal in this verse, rather of that if you're guilty of you're guilty of breaking the law, not necessarily that the consequence of the breaking of the law is the same for each way that you break the law. Basically, like, hey, just because you're kind to the rich but mean to the poor, and you're mean to the poor one time, that doesn't mean that you didn't break the law. You being mean to the poor is still breaking the law, as if you broke the law, every time. You got to be full to the law in its entirety. And then for Romans...
Can I make a quick comment on that? Because I think my understanding of James here is something kind of like what he's suggesting is that the consequence of the sin is the same. I'm not suggesting that the sin itself is necessarily equal in like how it might enrage God, but the consequence of the sin is same. So maybe my syllogism needs reworded. I would say maybe all sins are of equal consequence. Would that be a better?
Let me see.
Meaning, it doesn't matter what sin you commit. Any unrepentant
Mhm.
sin can send you to hell.
Well, because from what I'm looking at, from continuing on, for he who said you should not commit adultery, if you do not commit adultery but do commit murder, you have become a lawbreaker. Speak and act as those who are going to be judged by the law that gives freedom, because judgment without mercy will be shown to anyone who has not been merciful. Mercy triumphs over judgment. So I'm not seeing here a statement about the consequence for how one violates the law is going to be equal. Just that one can't say, hey, because I kept the law 99% of the time, it's good enough.
Well, let me ask you a question to see if we can work through this a little bit. If I am, and everyone's going to have a different answer. So if I sin, let's say I commit a sin, I don't know, say I lie. I'm a liar now.
Yeah.
And then let's say I'm young. I don't know, maybe I just reached the age of accountability. Let's say I'm like 18 and I tell a lie and I'm unrepentant. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't care about this Jesus character and I die. I mean, in my understanding in Catholic doctrine is that I would go to hell, right?
So that gets into what it means to have knowledge that the act is grave. Now, lying in and of itself is not necessarily grave, and even then, like I know, like the famous Nazi knocking on your door problem. There is a theological answer to that that I myself am personally leaning towards, where lying is a sin because you are withholding truth from one who has the right to that truth, which the Nazi in this situation does not have.
Well, but I think I don't know if the lying example is my favorite for this conversation, only because it's not.
Well, and so sorry, I did get sidetracked a little bit, my brain. But to
Yeah,
get to your main point,
I don't know if the Bible necessarily teaches that every lie is a sin.
Yeah. Now, as far as like, so instead of the lie, like, whatever you did something that is grave matter. You need to know that it's grave matter. And
let's assume that I did though. Let's assume that I did lie, and I know that at least I'm convicted. I might not know it, right? Because I don't believe in Jesus.
But that's the problem. That's my point itself. Is so. While the church does not have an official definition, philosophically speaking, on what it means to know something, because of the way that I understand it, and the way that the church usually talks about culpability, especially in theological circles, in order for you to be guilty or culpable of the sin, you need to know that it's grave matter and still freely do it anyways without coercion. Now, if you don't know that it's grave matter, so like, for example, you might know that a lie, you probably shouldn't lie, but you're not convinced that it's grave matter, then you wouldn't be guilty of a mortal sin, even though you might know that, hey, there's this group of people who claim that it is. Now, as far as something that as I was going through that I did want to share that might help you in future versions of this, especially if you want to use this with Catholics. Go ahead.
Well, so you brought up a point that I learned in Catholic school as well. So when I was in Catholic school, we had mortal sins and venial sins. And there is a difference between them. Here's where I get, where I think that particular theology gets difficult, which is if there are sins that you can commit and then still not end up in hell, then it's hard for me to understand why Jesus had to die. Like it seems like there's like a loophole or something in there.
That's actually going to be relevant to the point that I was going to be making here. So when we're looking at, I like I said, I was going through every single one of these verses that you had provided me, and something that stood out to me is in Romans 3. just looking at that, like I said, that entire chapter, Paul, beyond just talking as it is written, there is no one just, not one. He's talking about how faithfulness to the law is not the deciding factor because of the fact that no one can keep the full law. But he also points out that just because the people are not faithful to the law, it doesn't nullify the faithfulness of God and how God must be true even if we're not. And that the law is only applicable to those who are under it, but the law is what makes us aware of sin. And now, through Christ, the righteousness of God has been manifested apart, separate from the law. And that the righteousness is through faith in Jesus Christ for all who believe.
Mm-hmm.
All have sinned, yes. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So
all
help me understand what if Jesus died for all, meaning anyone who commits a sin, then why would it be that certain sins would be mortal and certain sins would not?
So the way that I understand sins, and this isn't something that like I can find like stated expressly in scripture, this is part of like the Catholic oral tradition and just based on my studies, but the understanding that I have of sin is if you start thinking of sins as this list of do's and don'ts, which unfortunately is how it's usually taught, you're going to have the wrong idea of what sin is.
Sure, I get that.
The example that I like to use is someone who is transgender and they now identify themselves as a woman. Now, let's say you knew Brianna as Brian for 20 years, and she now comes out to you as Brianna. Because of your habit of calling her Brian and he, him for 20 years, you might accidentally slip up and dead name her by mistake or use the wrong pronoun unintentionally. Now you would apologize and, hey, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Would that harm that relationship that you have with Brianna?
Oh, you mean like there's a difference between intentional and unintentional sin?
Sort of, and and that's getting into that part where it's like a bigot who is now doing the exact same thing that you did because the intention is to harm. Now you're harming that relationship. And so what a mortal sin is, because that knowledge and willingness to do it anyway is required for the sin to be mortal, it's not a case of where you are now damaging your relationship, like where now you are going to be going up to God and God says, all right, I am now going to force you to hell. It is you looking up to God and saying, I don't want to be with you. Bishop Barron, I know he talks about the hope for an empty hell, but he does have an interesting perspective on hell that I really appreciate. On like, let's say there is someone that is in hell because God is omnipresent. If someone is in the presence of pure goodness but rejects that goodness sincerely in their heart, then being in the presence of goodness isn't going to be a source of joy for them because they're rejecting it. It's going to be a source of pain. Whereas for those that do accept that goodness, it's a source of joy for them.
Right, but I guess I'm confused about how one sin would necessarily commit somebody to hell, but not another, right? Because so I'll give you my reasoning if you want.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So James says something in chapter 1 when he says about temptation. He says, one is tempted by one's own desire, being lured and enticed by it. Then when desire is conceived, engenders sin, and sin, when it is fully grown, gives birth to death. Meaning, like the primary consequence of all sin is that we die, right? So that's consequence number 1. Consequence number 2 seems to be in the afterlife, right? And that consequence it seemed to be molded around the idea that we're going to get punished. So if you go to
It sounded like you were about to give me what I was asking for, the verse for it, because I'm in front of my computer to.
Yeah. So there's two verses that I would go to. I'm going to go first to Second Thessalonians chapter 1, verse 5 through 10. And this
2
can be paired.
Thessalonians 5, you said?
Yeah, 5 through 10. This can be paired with Revelation 21:8 as well. But so this is really interesting because it talks about people who don't believe. It says, "This is evidence of the righteous judgment of God and is intended to make you worthy of the kingdom of God, for which you are also suffering. For it is indeed just of God to repay with affliction those who afflict you and to give relief to the afflicted as well as to us when the Lord Jesus is revealed from heaven with his mighty angels." So he's saying this is like when Jesus comes back. It says, "In a fiery flame, inflicting vengeance on those who do not know God and those who do not obey the gospel of our Lord Jesus Christ." So my understanding, and this seems to be the case from like from the Catechism as well, which is if you do not know and follow this God, then you don't get to enter the kingdom. Like, am I wrong?
Yes. So, granted, there's you'll have people who will try to contest to extra ecclesium nullus salus, and outside of the church there is no salvation. Funnily enough, I was doing research. The church never actually has that Latin phrase in any of her documents. It actually came from someone that the church condemned because he was trying to use that phrase to justify the idea that baptism by heretics wasn't salvific. And the church said, no, anyone can offer a baptism. But the church also holds to the idea of invincible ignorance and implicit faith, as talked about by Thomas Aquinas, where one can be ignorant of God through no fault of their own, or even prevented from having that full relationship. Like, as an example, suppose someone left the Catholic faith because of what happened with the sex abuse scandals.
So
an argument could.
So
an argument.
I just want to read real quickly what I learned. If you go, I'm just pulling up this answer from the Magisterium AI bot, who's pulling from their documents. We can talk about whether or not the AI bot is getting it right or getting it wrong, but this is actually in line, with what I learned growing up. Let me close this sidebar so I can zoom in on the text. So I asked, what are the bare minimum requirements for getting into heaven? And it says the core minimum, it says heaven is for those who die in God's friendship, i.e., free from personal mortal sin and ultimately purified of what is incompatible with full union of God. Only the perfectly pure and holy can enter heaven, and God will bestow happiness on all those who depart this life free from original sin and personal mortal sin, who are consequently in the state of justice and friendship with God. So I don't know how that happens. I don't know how you get free of your original sin, or free of any of your mortal sins, or know God unless you believe in Jesus. So it seems like you need to do three minimal things. One, you got to believe in Jesus. Two, you got to repent. That gets rid of your mortal sin and your, I guess, two things. You got to know and believe in Jesus, and then you've got to repent of your mortal sin and your original sin, and then you should be able to get in. But it seems like the first requirement of knowing and believing in Jesus would be necessary for salvation, right?
So the way that, if you read that first line, die in God's friendship, i.e., so and I could be completely misunderstanding grammatic syntax here, but my understanding, i.e., means the example or explanation of what I mean by the previous statement. So what it's saying there is that heaven is for those who die in God's friendship. And it means to die in God's friendship is to be free from personal mortal sin. Now, as I was talking about, someone can be living in a same-sex relationship. Someone can be having copious amounts of sex outside of marriage. And, those are things that the church state is grave matter, but because they don't believe that it's grave matter through no fault of their own, they're not guilty of a mortal sin. Therefore, there's no mortal sin for them to be that they're like there's no personal mortal sin that they're guilty of, even if they've committed a grave matter, because their knowledge of the act is not one that leads them to conclude that it is one of grave matter, then they're not guilty of mortal sin. So them dying.
What do we do with the Catechism when it says that faith is necessary for salvation?
So for faith here, as I understand it, that gets into what Thomas Aquinas again is talking about, the implicit faith. So the implicit faith is if you were to remove all obstacles from this individual, would they accept Christ? And the way that I like to describe it is I'm sure you're familiar growing up in the Catholic faith of the particular and the final judgment.
Yeah. Yeah, Protestants reject that, and they shouldn't, but they do.
So my understanding of it is, and I know like a lot of people say, oh, the particular judgment is God, you standing in front of God and him reading through your life story and judging you on each of those things. I think it's more accurate to say that the particular judgment, or at least it's more accurate to say this to capture what the intent of the teaching is, that the particular judgment is you standing in front of God and you judging God whether he's deserving of worship or not. And a mortal sin is you here on earth deciding whether or not God is deserving to be worthy of worship or not. So this goes back to that example of the trans woman that I was talking about, Brianna, where if you desire that relationship with Brianna, you're going to be living your life in a way that preserves and strengthens that relationship. If you don't know Brianna, as another example, let's say Brianna just transitioned, but she hasn't taken the medication or the surgery for it yet, and goes to the barista, orders a coffee, and the barista has no idea and says, "Here's your coffee, sir." But they've got no idea that Brianna has transitioned. Are they guilty of being a transphobe?
Well, no, I don't think so. But I think you and I already agree on, to commit particular sins, knowledge of the sin is kind of necessarily. And in the Catechism, it does say that when it talks about having to have faith, it says that this is only required for people. It's required for all people, but the exception is if there is somebody who, through like no fault of their own, like nothing they could have done about it, they just couldn't come to knowledge. Like say people that lived in North Central Island. But to me, I think the
answer, I do want to say like Catholic answers. While I always like put a pinch of salt on it whenever I recommend Catholic answers, because sometimes I disagree with some of the stuff that they say, but there's someone who did write an article on Catholic answers about what it means to be invincible ignorant, and he hates it when people use it as like this get out of hell free card type thing. But even he acknowledged that, which I agree with, which is why I was talking about like the priest sexual abuse scandal, that can count as causing someone to now be in a state of invincible ignorance.
Yeah, but let me pause for a second. There's a lot of people right now that are leaving and crying because this is a boring conversation. I'm sorry, friends. I really like Catholic Thinker, and so I want to make sure we have this conversation. If you're bored, go to my main Deconstruction Zone profile on my YouTube channel and watch my latest video drop where I explain how Genesis 37 is a legit contradiction that can't be dealt with. And then come back after you watch the 17-minute video, and we'll probably be on to the next guest. But I realize that not everyone's going to like this conversation, but this conversation is actually kind of important for me because if we can get to the end of the conversation, I will have another syllogism or something, maybe it's something to work on for the future that it will be on the cheat sheet that we can use in the future. But so if in fact you can come to salvation without knowing about Jesus, it sounds like I don't really understand why Jesus needed to die then, because for example, let's imagine Jesus died for your sins, and then he disappeared, and then a meteor struck, and everybody that knew about Jesus died. And so nobody had knowledge of Jesus for the rest of time. Well, then it would seem to me that those people could get into heaven without Jesus, and I don't see what Jesus, like, what did he solve?
So this is how I understand, and I came to this when I was looking into, what exactly single predestination is. And I bring this up as like a introduction to the point, but in Catholic theology, you have the teaching of limbo of the fathers, and there's debate as far as like limbo of the infants as well. But if you,
I was taught that limbo was for unbaptized infants.
Yeah. So from there, we're revealed something I think very interesting. So you have an unbaptized infant who dies. They're not guilty of any sin of their own, right? But and they haven't received the sacrament of baptism. Now, they don't go to hell. So original sin doesn't damn it. Yeah, they go to limbo, but not hell. So original sin doesn't damn a person to hell.
But you can't go to heaven, right? In limbo.
Correct.
It's not like purgatory where you can't graduate out of limbo.
Correct. So that was going to be my next point, was that like it does prevent us from entering heaven, because what ended up happening with the fall is the gates of heaven were locked. That doesn't necessarily mean that people would automatically start going to hell. Like that was the end result. In fact, it's funny because someone shared a video with me where someone was sadly a Catholic, was arguing that the default state of humanity is, or our default destination is hell. And I'm like, no, that's like completely contrary to church fathers and everything else like that.
But I'm digging into the magisterium, asking it the same questions that I'm asking you, and they came up with a really interesting response, which is that Jesus died for all men without exception. But here's the interesting thing. So it says that Christ obtained universal salvation. This is from John Paul II, one of my favorite popes.
Yeah.
He obtained salvation.
Oh yeah, he was fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, my mom was upset because they started dialing back the Latin Mass. But listen, the young people were, anyways, it says, Christ obtained universal salvation with the gift of his own life. No other mediator has been established by God as a savior. And he's basically saying in this small dialogue that when Christ died, he basically broke the power of sin and death. That's how Christ's death and resurrection was both universal and necessary, because it was needed to break the power of death. But now it pushes it back one more, which is, well, God's omnipotent. Why didn't he just click his fingers and fucking make it go away, right?
Yeah, so Thomas Aquinas says that there are certain aspects or acts of God that, like, you are correct. God could have just snapped his fingers, flipped it away, like, whatever. Like, so this is not something that we can answer via necessity, like God had to do X, Y, and Z. So it is absolutely 100% Catholic theology to say that the cross was not necessary. The language that Thomas Aquinas likes to use is, it was fitting, because God chose the cross in order to accomplish and display a particular goal for us. And it is up in the realm of theology to determine or provide possible explanations for why it was fitting for him to do that. Some people say, oh, it was to showcase how much he loves us to the point that he was willing even to experience something like that, to show that he's willing to walk that path with us. Like, there's all of these different explanations, but we don't ultimately know, because you are correct. God could have just snapped his fingers and done it a different way.
And so that was my thought. So when I was near the tail end of my deconstruction, I came to a similar conclusion, because it seemed clear that God didn't have to do any of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, well, why would he do any of that stuff? And my thought was, well, obviously it was like the final symbol or the final act that he could do to demonstrate his love for humanity. And through that demonstration of love for humanity, people would come to hear the story. And then those people would come to convert to Jesus because they would in fact be, they would be so overwhelmed by the message of one laying down their life for another that it would put them into a mental state where they wanted to change. They wanted to, regenerate, as you might say in Christian circles. And so while I can understand that to be the case, I would say that you could also flip that over and say, actually, it's really weird. Like, there's a lot of people that would look at that and say, actually, this doesn't make any sense to me that God would incarnate or have a son that incarnated and then murder him for the innocent, given that God literally says that there are 7 things that he hates. And one of those things is hands who shed innocent blood. And he demands in the Old Testament all over and over again, don't sacrifice your children, don't do it, it's evil, it's bad.
Yeah.
And then that's his final act of how much I love you, is this horrible thing that I told you guys not to do. And so I understand where you can get to a point where, like, man, what a cool thing that, he would suffer and die for us. But to me, I think it's kind of grotesque and contradictory. It's not logical. So I don't know if that's the best way to convince people of God's goodness and God's existence. I think maybe the best way is like a good father. So for example, my father's not around. I'm old. I've been around for a million years. My father's been gone for some time, but my father, his behavior was such that you couldn't help but like him. You see what I'm saying? Like, he was always there. He was present. What you needed, he would drop what he was doing. He didn't have to sacrifice his life for me. He didn't have to jump in front of a bullet for me. I knew and loved and appreciated my father because he was a genuinely good person. And so I think if God was present and good, and like a father will try to prevent their children from suffering rather than causing suffering. If God did all these things where you prayed and he was there, people who, when they called out in distress, he was there, the help came, and he didn't cause unnecessary suffering like what we find with the creation, then I think that would be a much better symbol to bring people to God's, grace than to, I don't know, murder an innocent person.
Yeah, and and that's valid, and I understand that is like Paul himself even says, that it's a stumbling block for the Jews. So I agree 100% with you that, like, that is something that people, even Catholics, struggle with, because I remember seeing someone, and unfortunately there was a little bit of misogyny in the outcry, but there was a female author who was writing on, oh yeah, no, it is Catholic teaching that Jesus's death wasn't necessary, and so many Catholics were harassing that paper, and I stepped up and was like, no, she's talking exactly on what Thomas Aquinas said. But you are correct. Like, so what a lot of Christians and Catholics will do is, because it's hard if it wasn't the only way to understand why God did that, they tell themselves that it had to have been the only way. But you are correct. Like, that it is the case that wasn't the only way for God to achieve our salvation. But in answer to your earlier question of, like, well, then what is the purpose of Jesus and the cross and everything else? Yes, it is to open the gates of heaven, break the chains of sin and death, and that's how it's necessary in that sense. But it wasn't it wasn't necessary in the sense of, like, it had to have been that way. It's just that is the way that God decided to break that. So even if someone is ignorant of God and of Jesus through no fault of their own, that still happened in order to open up the gates of heaven for us.
Sure. Yeah, I get that. Okay. Well, listen, you brought up a lot of really good points. I think what we're I'll probably go back and revamp the syllogism a little bit and probably only use it with Protestants, because and this is one reason why I wanted to talk about it with you, because I knew you're going to bring up you're definitely going to bring up some good points, and you absolutely did. I think
Appreciate
if
it.
you're a Protestant, the general view is obviously if you're unrepentant for any reason, and there's a biblical case for this, but then you just you go to hell, right? And so I don't know if this is a syllogism that's going to work really well on Catholics or maybe even Orthodox.
If I may offer a piece of advice that might help you strengthen it against Catholics, because like you were talking about, like the statement of the faith and works comment.
Well, I did make one change. On premise number 1, I reworded it to say, all sins are of equal consequence, and then I put a note that consequence is not going to heaven. It's not necessarily going to hell. The consequence is just not going to heaven. But even that's not technically true, because obviously it seems like there are some sins that, like mortal sins, would be that.
You have Matthew 5:19, where Jesus talks about if one of you breaks the least of the commandments and teaches others to do the same, he will be the least in the kingdom of heaven. So you do have the case of like there are, sins that you can commit and still go to heaven. But what I was going to say is if you want to strengthen this for specifically against Catholics, and so that way then they don't, because a lot of Catholics will say like, oh no, it's faith and works. But what they're talking about in a sense is that works merit salvation. That position is actually condemned by the Council of Trent.
Did it get
so faith and works?
Oh
yeah, faith and works. Faith and works are important and they do work together, but the specific terminology is that works do not merit salvation, because it can't be the case where I do all of these good things and then I look at God and say, you owe me this, because salvation is always a gift. So
look at that. I mean, when I was in Catholic school, I was taught that you couldn't just use works; you had to have works and faith. That's obviously from James.
Because what it's talking about is that it's works participating in faith and grace, and the works are that expression of it, where it becomes a benevolent cycle, where the grace inspires the works, and then the works open us to more grace, which inspires more works, and so on and so forth. But the Catholic Church did condemn in the Council of Trent the idea that you can use works to earn your way into heaven. So if you have a Catholic that's coming up and trying to use the faith without works is dead, like we can earn our way to heaven, you can use that. It still doesn't work to someone who does fully understand that full relationship accurately. But, if a Catholic does say, hey, no, I can just earn my way to, no, Council of Trent condemned.
Okay. Fair enough. I added that to my notes. I'll revamp this a little bit and see what I can work up, but I appreciate the input, buddy.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me up, and I appreciate you engaging in good faith. Like I said, this is something that I tend to avoid because I've had so many bad experiences on this, where people will say, oh, I'm just trying to have a conversation, but really they're trying to bully me into proving a position or uphold a burden of proof I never agreed to hold to. So I tend to stay away from this. Yeah, I know you wouldn't, which is why I showed up.
Yeah. You proved yourself in this space to be good faith over and over again.
So I just wanted to let you know that I do appreciate it.
All right. I appreciate you. Have fun. Get some sleep.
You too. Bye.
W Catholic thinker. I know. I get it. I'm sorry. We spent 40 minutes on a conversation that nobody asked for. But the reality is I did on Sunday ask him to come and find me so we can work through this, because I think this is actually a workable syllogism. It's on the Deconstruction cheat sheet for those that are debating. He's actually helping me work through a syllogism to see if I can get it to work for Catholics. It obviously is going to work. It's tongue in cheek, but it will obviously work for Protestants. But I needed to work it a little bit and see what I can do to get it to work out for Catholics. But anyways, Catholic Thinker is a really good individual, and I apologize that I bored some of y'all. Wasn't my intention. Just, sometimes you have to hit the pause button for a minute and take a conversation when you have the opportunity to do it. Catholic Thinker is not always available. We don't work on the same schedule, Ben, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, what was your best argument for God, etc., when you were a pastor? Also, you're the boss, and thank you for fighting the good fight. Well, thank you, Ben. I appreciate that. My best argument, the two arguments I would have given you for God was, number one, the Bible is historically reliable. It's not perfect, but it's historically reliable. And then number two, I would have said that you can't necessarily prove God to be true. It's not something you can prove. It's a faith, not a fact. So what you need to do is ask God for clarity, and God will give you clarity. And so that's what I would have said. I wouldn't have tried to say, well, it's a fact, and if you don't believe it, you're stupid. I was definitely a lot more like Catholic Thinker, where I was like, well, listen, it's convincing to me, and here's why I was convinced. I also would have thought, I like Justine, I thought miracles were early on. I thought miracles were a good sign that the religion was true. And then I started talking to people of other religions, and I'm like, oh, and they got miracles too, I guess. But yeah, that's what I would have said. Bacon and Bush, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, friend. It says, for the polite debate and thoughtful exchange of information and ideas. Crash outs are fun, but not as educational. I agree, Bacon. I get a lot of people are coming to see like the gloves come off and see a bunch of madness. But I do enjoy one of these good conversations, getting into the minutia. Not everyone cares about the minutia, but sometimes you got to do it. And Matthew says, I find the philo interesting to a point. Then I can't help but think God is really bad at his job if it requires these mental gymnastics to make sense. I'm with you, Matthew. In fact, when I first, I read a little bit of Aristotle when I was in Bible college, and I thought, man, if you have to do all this to prove God or to prove the soul, damn, this is too much. You shouldn't have to do these word games to do it. And Graylum says, hi, Justin. In the Bible suggests a class system in heaven. Yeah, of course, Matthew 5:19. And others, actually, Jesus says, is it Matthew 19? He says that the disciples will be ruling and reigning over the 12 tribes of Israel when the kingdom comes. Let me make sure I got the right chapter. But I thought that was Matthew 19. Hold on. Or what am I thinking? Okay, say. Maybe it wasn't Matthew 19. Oh, no, it was. I'm an idiot. I just looked right by it. It is Matthew 19:28. It was like one more verse. Jesus said to them, truly I tell you, at the renewal of all things, when the Son of Man is seated on the throne of his glory, you will have followed me. So you who have followed me will also sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. So there's absolutely going to be some kind of a system inside of this kingdom when it comes. It's going to include judging, settlements, and probably some sort of system where people have like a ranking within society. So I said, let me see. Aletha, I hope I'm reading, the text is so small when it's in the box, I'm reading it correctly. It looks like Alethea is next. Welcome in. Am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Oh, it's not actually my name. It's the word in Greek for truth. It's just a screen name.
Gotcha. All right. Well, fantastic.
Hi, Justin.
Hey, Venus. Welcome in, friend.
Oh my God, it's been ages. You start your lives way too early, cunt. I'm in Australia. It's like you start at 9 a.m.
The problem is we're on different sides of the world, but we just lost Aletha. Hopefully she'll come back. Hold on.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, your connection went. Your connection went to 3 red bars.
Okay.
You might just give it a second to see if it comes back. You might have to refresh your browser. So your connection's vacillating between like no connection and some connection. If you have Wi-Fi available, it might help to connect to the Wi-Fi. I don't know if she can hear me now that she just went.
How you been, Justin? How your life been?
You know what, Venus? I don't know if I can get any better. How about you?
Wow, already got here.
Yeah.
There's nothing above God here.
I'm living the dream.
No, I agree. I agree.
How you been?
I go past your lives every now and then, and it's like you talking to one of them, and you're being so nice, and I'm like, if I was up there,
He needs to be
I
up here
would not
fucking
let that
people up.
slide. I let absolutely nothing slide.
That's what people love about you. You're on point, and you are like you're not going to let anyone wiggle out of it, and it's an amazing thing to witness. We love it. All right, when are you going live next?
When am I going live next? I was gonna go live this morning, but I woke up too late.
Oh shit!
I reckon though, because it's hard to give like times when you're on the other side of the world. I'm going live about tomorrow, but okay, so in 23 hours approximately.
Okay. Well, Venus, our guest didn't come back. I don't know. Maybe her connection isn't going to work. We'll grab another guest since she didn't come back, and maybe we can do a little bit of cooking. Let's bring in YLO and get some conversation going. How you doing, Y?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah. How you doing?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
How are you? Yep.
I'm doing well.
Yep.
Okay. So let's do a delay check. I'm gonna count to 3. I want you to say 4 when you hear me say 3. 1, 2, 3.
4.
We got a 5-second delay. Do you have any Wi-Fi available? It's kind of a long delay to have a conversation.
Oh, I'm riding into Lincoln right now.
Justin, I reckon he was just delayed because he responded pretty quickly after that question.
Yeah, but then he just said he's riding in a Lincoln, so he's driving. And I heard the car moving, so I don't know if he's going to be a whole... He's not... I don't know if he's actually with us. Let's grab our next guest. We'll get user 642403461 and some change. Although I clicked on them, and I don't know if they're going to connect. I see the loading dots of doom. I wonder what kind of Lincoln he was driving. He sounded a little bit like he could have been related to Matthew McConaughey. Well, they're not going to connect, but Alethea came back, so let's grab Alethea and we'll try to get this thing rolling. Welcome back, friend.
Hey, my internet was the battery went low.
So one of the things we can do is to speed this up. If your internet connection's not very quick, you can just turn off the camera and do audio only, and then it should speed up the connection.
Oh, okay. Let's see. How do I turn off? Okay, I'll try to turn that off.
Yeah, let's see if that does it.
All right, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so am I supposed to pick one of the topics in the in the box?
Yep, we can hear you just fine, but we can also hear your background really loudly. You may want to try a quieter room.
Okay. Okay. Is that better?
I think it would be all right. So yeah, typically what we do is you pick a topic on the board, whichever one you think is of most interest, and we can start there. You're not limited to just one. You can do multiples if you really wanted to, but you have to start somewhere, right?
Okay, so I was curious why you think Christians should be pro-abortion.
Yeah, for a couple reasons, but I think it's because, let me make a biblical case for you. And the case is, the goal of Jesus, we'll say Jesus's goal is he wanted as many people to achieve salvation and get to heaven as possible, right?
Right.
Okay. So if that's Jesus's goal and we have Jesus's goal, that means we should prioritize doing whatever we can do to make sure as many people get to heaven as possible, right? Okay. Now, do you agree or disagree that aborted babies go to heaven and they don't have any risk of going to hell?
Correct, but I also have concern for the mothers losing their children, their salvation.
But it's forgivable.
Well, there's the scripture, where is it? It's in Luke, where it says that, if you stumble the little ones, then a millstone will be about your neck. It's better to have a millstone about your neck and be cast into the sea than to stumble a little one.
Right, but can you not get forgiveness of your sins?
Well, I would think that's pretty risky. I would not risk that because I'm not sure, because it's a very brutal process that you're doing to an infant. And
well, is it more brutal than
Catholics
hell?
believe in well, nobody innocent suffers in hell, so hell could be
why would somebody
considered a
innocent
better
be in
place
hell?
than earth.
You're not causing these little ones to stumble by aborting them. They're not even born yet. You're literally just sending them straight to heaven. And the consequence of being born means that you could theoretically end up in hell. And that's what can be worse than that?
But if the act is actually killing a baby, so if you do that, then that sin is upon your soul.
Yeah.
And then what if hell is every harm that you've ever done on this earth revisited upon you until you reach a place of repentance? But there are dark sins that I don't know that there's an escape for hell for.
Well, there's no escape for hell in Catholic doctrine or Christian doctrine. Once you're in hell, you're in hell. But Jesus says that all people will be forgiven for every sin and blasphemy, but blasphemy against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. So he says all sins, every one of them can be forgiven, just not blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. So if you commit the sin of abortion, you can get forgiveness of that.
I guess I would be cautious because of the verse I already mentioned with the if you stumble a little one.
Well, what do you think stumble means?
Oh, I wish I had my Greek concordance handy, but I can look that up at another conversation in the future. I could look that up. But I believe it's harming them in any way. If I was just to say offhand how I interpret that, harming a child in any way, I believe it's going to be worse for you than if you have a millstone around your neck and be cast into the sea. I want mothers and children to be, together in heaven. I don't want them to be separated. And what about
Okay, ma'am, but
purgatory? Isn't that considered?
The thing is, we have to talk about what the Bible considers a little one to be, because the Hebrew had a very different understanding of life than us. They didn't think that a fetus was alive. And we can look at this in Exodus, where it says that if you cause a pregnant woman to miscarry, you just pay some money. But that wouldn't make sense if it was an eye for an eye. So they don't consider a fetus to be a person or a life per se. I'm pretty sure you weren't even considered a baby until you survived past 30 days, or you were still stillborn, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I looked up that verse before. I'm familiar with it. And if the woman is injured, when two men are fighting, if she's injured from that fight, but if she's injured, then it's a severe consequence. Miscarriage, causing a woman to miscarry, is considered an injury. It's considered an injury to a woman if you do that.
But it's not considered a death.
That verse is...
So it says if you do that, then you'll pay a fine. You won't get eye for an eye. You'll just pay a fine. It's essentially a property crime.
Well, if she is injured during the fight, you're saying that they have to pay a fine if she actually sustains an injury?
No, if she doesn't sustain an injury, right? It says, when people are fighting and injure a pregnant woman so that there is a miscarriage, and yet no further harm follows, the one responsible shall be fined what the woman's husband demands, paying as much as the judge determines. If harm does follow, then you will give life for life. So if you injure the woman, whatever injury you cause to the woman, you'll get back to you. But if you just cause a miscarriage, then you pay a fine.
Well, I think that's different in Hebrew if we look up miscarriage, because if she gives birth and the baby survives, then it's not an injury.
But why would we think it survived?
Because if she's injured to the extent that she loses the baby, then it's more than a fine.
Where's that? I've never
Madam,
seen that
are
in the
you
Bible.
listening? We're not
Well,
talking
I'll
about the
have to
woman
look.
being
This
injured.
is
We're
something I'll
taking
have to
into
look up in
play.
the
Okay, I
Hebrew
get it.
for
There's a
you.
delay. I get it. There's a
But
delay. I get it. There's a delay. But we have to take into account whether it's a life or not. If it was a life, it would be life for a life. A miscarriage is not the same as delivering a baby. A miscarriage involves the death of the baby. So she miscarries in that verse. And guess what? The person who causes her to miscarry, they don't get killed because they didn't consider that fetus to be a living person or a life, right? The whole notion is life comes after breath. This God breathes life into people. They didn't consider you to even be living until 30 days when you were properly breathing.
well, the other issue with the Old Testament, and you'll find this in many places of the Old Testament, is that Jesus gave a summary for, I believe, the real Old Testament, which
Well, I
was
didn't hear that. Sorry, Venus, that was really loud. Whatever you just did, I don't. It sounded like you're rubbing your phone
my
on the
God,
carpet.
sorry. No, I was moving my phone.
Oh, sorry. I don't know why it was so loud, but I didn't hear anything. Can
Because
you
my
say that
mic is
again?
under my phone.
Oh,
I'm
okay, okay.
sorry. I'll keep that in mind next time.
I will investigate that verse further in the Hebrew, but I also wanted to say, as far as the Old Testament is concerned, the Jews have a very peculiar tradition of burying their oldest, worn out copies of the Torah.
No,
So
they don't.
yes, I can look it up for you. It's in the
No, they don't.
Chabad. Look up Chabad.
No, I know about. I know
look
about.
it up.
I know about Chabad. This is a modern practice. This isn't something that people were doing in ancient times. In fact, I've seen.
There's evidence of it.
I've seen
There's
the
evidence.
I've seen the manuscripts. They're not burying them or anything like that. In fact, all these like fake scribal practices, like, you know, if they make one mistake, they've got to burn the whole thing. That's not true at all. Anyone who's taken any look at the manuscripts knows that they've been edited, amended, erased, written over. It happens all the time. Marginal notes.
But the other thing too to consider is that the dates, the carbon dates on the Torah are 300 BCE, whereas the events, I believe, took place starting back in 1500 BCE.
What's this got to do with
they're
anything?
well after they took place.
What are we talking about right now?
Love, what does
I'm
this have
trying to talk
do
about
with
this verse
abortion?
that you brought up from the Old Testament to justify that Christians should abort children.
This verse alone isn't the justification. This is just addressing the fact that fetuses didn't have the same moral consideration as an already born child. And that seems clear. In fact, it's even true that the children didn't have the same moral consideration or the same value because, as it turns out, in Deuteronomy 21, if your child is rebellious, you have a rebellious son, you can drag them before the elders and you can have your son executed. Now, that would be murder. If your son was fully grown, say it was just a grown man, and they were rebellious, you couldn't have them killed. They would just be gone. They'd be moved out of the house.
But I'm saying the Old Testament doesn't match Jesus's summary. And then there's that peculiar practice I brought up about
what do you mean by
started
summary?
happening in the first century, according to the sources that I looked at.
I don't know what you're referring to when you say these words. Summary of what?
The Old Testament. Jesus gave a summary of the real Old Testament.
Where did he do that?
Let's see. It's in Matthew. He said, this sums up the law and the prophets. He
That's
said, do unto others
it's
what you
Matthew
have.
22, and he said that you can give the two most important commands are love the Lord with all your mind, heart, and soul. That's Deuteronomy 6:5, and then he said love your neighbor as yourself. That's Leviticus 19:18. And then he says essentially all of the law can be categorized into these two individual laws, something that the Jewish rabbis were already saying at the time period. But I don't know what that has to do with any of this. The point is very clear. Infants had different moral consideration than grown adults. Zygotes had different moral consideration than adults. And the reality is, until you become an adult, God had different rules for you. In fact, even different rules for men and women in terms of their value. So the point is actually like pretty clear here. You don't, according to God's law, you don't get an eye for an eye or tooth for a tooth if you, if you cause a miscarriage or abortion. In fact, in Numbers 5, God gives you commands to do a ritual that would literally cause an abortion.
I've looked up the actual Hebrew on that verse, and it says,
I don't think you have.
It doesn't say miscarriage. It says rotting thigh or swollen belly, but it doesn't say miscarriage in the
says
Hebrew.
Okay, so just to be fair, I actually know Hebrew. So I don't know if you're just like looking up in the Strong's Concordance, but there's a reason why almost all modern translations say what it says. It's not because they're making it up. So in like proper English, we would say that the womb is going to rot and fall away. That's what it would say. That they don't typically say words like wombs or various genitals. They almost always use some sort of coded language. So rather than
that could
saying
be bareness, though. That could be bareness.
No,
well,
it can't
they
be.
didn't know what a womb was. They didn't understand human anatomy like that.
Right. So what it means is that her insides. It means that her insides are going to rot and fall out. That's what that means. So it literally says that essentially it would say her insides, her uterus is going to fall out. It's going to come out. If there was a baby in there, that's what's going to happen.
Well, not every act of adultery is going to cause a pregnancy, though.
Well, I didn't say everyone would, but some of them would, wouldn't they?
No, I don't believe that the Lord would cause that because it says that he valued.
Wait, what?
He knit us in the womb. He knit us in the womb.
No.
He knit us in the womb.
There's no exceptions on the number 5 ritual.
I knew you from the womb.
No, he said that to David, and I agree that you can apply that liberally to everybody, but that doesn't fix the problem. So God doesn't care about miscarriages. He causes them all the time. In fact, because of the way humans are designed, about 40% of all fertilized eggs will never make it to birth. So that's God doesn't care about zygotes for sure.
And he doesn't even care about them after they come out either. He says you should dash them on the stones. So
that is true.
Well, I only believe the parts of the Old Testament that match Jesus Christ's summary of the Old Testament.
The day of the Lord is in the New Testament, so you're wrong.
I couldn't hear everything you said.
I don't think you've actually read the book, which is kind of funny. The day of the Lord is in Luke.
No, I have.
No, that's the new. Yes, no. Well, if you had read it, you would have already known the 2 points that we've given. But they seem to have bamboozled you, and now you have to make up some counterpoints on the spot.
No, I've looked them up before.
Okay, right.
You just have a different interpretation. What I looked up in Strong's Concordance is swollen belly. It doesn't say that the uterus will rot and fall out. I don't see that.
Strong's Concordance isn't a Hebrew lexicon. You should stop using it. The Strong's Concordance is only telling you how words were used in regard to the King James Bible. There are proper Hebrew lexicons like the Brown Driver Briggs or the Hallett, which is the Hebrew Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament, that will give you the better understanding of these words. The Strong's Concordance is not an actual lexicon of the language, and it's like super old.
Well, do you understand that I only believe parts of the Old Testament that match Jesus Christ's summary of the Old Testament?
Well, that's not really important here. What we're trying to figure out is...
It is, though,
Wait,
because you're using the Old Testament to justify abortion.
Did God give all the laws?
What?
Did God give all the laws to Moses?
In the Old Testament. Not the ones that we have recorded now. No.
God didn't give those laws? Where'd they come from?
Human beings.
But the Bible
some
doesn't
of them
say
came
that.
from God, and some
Jesus,
of them not.
Jesus didn't say that either. Jesus literally said that the laws came from God. Matthew 15 and Mark chapter 7, and he literally says to he gives you the most important laws. In fact, he gives you all kinds of laws, and all of them come from the law of Moses. Jesus not once ever said that you shouldn't follow some of the laws. In fact, in Matthew 5. He said to follow all of the laws.
He got rid of eye for an eye.
Yeah, he modified an eye for an eye. But listen to what I'm trying to tell you here. In Matthew 5:17 through 19, he made it harder. By the way, also he also, like the author, whoever wrote Jesus in the book of Matthew, capitalized on two different occasions of a contradiction in the Hebrew Bible, and the one that you just brought up is one of those contradictions that they capitalized on and made Jesus appear like a great moral teacher. But in Matthew 5, he says, "Whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven." So these commandments, we know what they are.
Name them.
That we know what they are.
He doesn't name them.
He doesn't have to. He's a Jew.
He names them in the summary, and those are the ones.
Those are not the ones. They come after the statement.
Those are the ones that summarize the valid things in the Old Testament.
No,
if it doesn't match that summary, it's been added.
Jesus said to follow all of the law, and then he instructed the disciples and everybody else to obey the law as it was taught by the Pharisees. It says the Pharisees sit in the seat of Moses, so listen to all that they said.
And Jesus also quotes the Old Testament to the Pharisees. He asks them why they don't stone their children.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so Jesus implicitly wants you to follow all of the Old Testament, and stoning your children is not mentioned in Matthew when Jesus, right after he changes the law. So we can't just take these verses that are quoted under and pretend these are the specific ones he wants to change. He quotes many other verses referring back to the Old Testament. So we understand what laws he's talking about because they're the laws in the start of the book. The laws given to Moses, the prophet. He didn't come to change the law of the prophets. It's pretty linguistically obvious what law he's talking about.
Well, if it's written 100 years after all of the events took place, you guys dismissed the New Testament for less than that.
What are you talking about? I didn't dismiss the New Testament for that. Who are you talking to right now?
Are you not both atheists?
I don't dismiss the New Testament just because the manuscripts were written 100 to 200 years later. Maybe
I'm just saying. My main thing is how I believe.
Just hold on for a second. Listen, if you want to argue against an atheist, you have to know what that particular atheist believes. You can't just assume that we all are running the same arguments. I've never dismissed the New Testament claims literally just because the manuscripts don't date to Jesus's time period.
I fear she's doing this to really try and run from the point. Like, this is an epic game of dodgeball. We're like,
it really is. Like we're nowhere close. We're nowhere close to where we're supposed to be. Listen, this is irrelevant. We know that these laws came from God. Jesus quotes Moses, saying that Moses gave you the law. We know what that means. In fact, when in Luke chapter, he didn't say some of them ever. Never once did he say some of them. In fact, he
then
says.
Why did he get rid of eye for an eye?
He didn't get rid of it. He capitalized on a contradiction. He does the same thing in Matthew 19 when he talks about the law of divorce. He capitalized on a contradiction that was in the text because Malachi, God says, actually, I hate divorce. And he's like, oh, interesting. Moses says that you can grant a divorce, but God says, I hate a divorce. So he capitalized on that particular crime or that particular issue and said, this means that God's original intention, that namely he could change his mind apparently, was that you wouldn't get divorced unless in the case of adultery. So that's how he capitalized on that one. This is another one of those things, because there's actually passages in the Bible that talk specifically like Leviticus 19:18 that contradicts this law. This is why it's imperative that you actually read the Hebrew Bible. Whoever wrote Matthew knew enough of the Hebrew Bible to put some of these words in Jesus's mouth. In Jesus's mouth, he quotes that you shouldn't do an eye for an eye. And then what does he say after that?
I can't remember offhand.
He says, you have heard...
I think it's turn the other cheek. Turn the other cheek.
Well, that's different. He says, you have heard it said, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. But I say to you, do not resist an evildoer, right? If anyone strikes you, so on and so forth. Now, this is actually hearkening back to Leviticus 19:18 again, where it says, do not seek vengeance. So he found a contradiction in the Hebrew Bible, and he took advantage of it. That's why he's able to modify this law so easily, because he's appealing to the same law. He's appealing to Leviticus.
But you understand that Leviticus has a lot of contradictions within it, besides the one that Jesus mentioned.
The whole Bible's got contradictions. The New Testament's got dozens and dozens of them.
So my main point is just simply this. I trust Jesus' summary over anything that contradicts that summary. I believe he's the authority.
He didn't give you a summary. Nowhere once did he say this is a summary of the laws you have to follow, and then you don't have to follow anything else.
He said this sums up the law and the prophets.
Look, no, he didn't.
We're definitely away from the point. That's not what
I'll have
says.
to look it up for you. I don't have it offhand, unfortunately.
No, yeah, have fun doing that.
It's Matthew 22.
Can you let me know? Oh.
It's Matthew 22, and he gave you two laws. He didn't say these are the only two laws you have to follow. He says these are the two most important laws. They asked him, what is the greatest command? And he says, these are the two greatest commands. He didn't say the only commands. He says these are the two greatest, because all of the other laws depend on these two. They fall into one of these two categories. That's all he's saying. He didn't give you a summary of which laws to follow.
Well, I believe that all of the laws that are valid in the Old Testament are going to be compatible with that summary. So I'm not saying just those two. I'm saying everything that matches that
right
summary,
now?
that lines up.
All of them match that summary. Those two passages come from the Hebrew Bible. That's Deuteronomy 6:5 and Leviticus 19:18, which means if all of the Mosaic laws fall into those two categories, that means all of the Mosaic law are compatible with those two categories. Every one of them. They already existed.
No, stoning children to death is not compatible with love.
Why?
Loving your neighbor as yourself.
Your neighbor's not your child. Your child is your property.
I don't believe that.
Well, you didn't read Jesus' words, because in Mark 7, he literally chastises the Pharisees for not stoning their children. Want me to show you that one?
Yeah, I'm not very familiar with. I haven't read Mark in a while, so.
Yeah. So
how is it worded?
It's in Matthew 15 and Mark 7. Both of them will actually give you the same sense of the word, or same sense of the passage. I'll pull them both up. So the passage starts with them criticizing Jesus because he doesn't follow the tradition of the elders. And it says, for the Pharisees and all the Jews do not eat unless they wash their hands, thus observing the tradition of the elders. They're like, hey, why don't you do this? Why don't your disciples wash their hands before they eat? And then he explains to them, because you are doing, what you're doing is a command that didn't come from God, and it actually causes you to abandon the commandments of God. In verse 8, it says, you abandon the commandment of God and hold to human tradition. And then he's like, here's an example, right? Verse 9, it says, then he said to them, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said to honor your father and mother. Whoever speaks evil of father or mother must surely die. So Jesus says, hey, this is a commandment of God that you guys aren't following. He says, but you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me as Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit doing anything for a father or mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition. that you have handed on, and you do many things like this. So he says, your law that prevents you from stoning the child that speaks ill of the mother and father is abrogating the law that God actually gave you, which means Jesus understands that this law from Moses is God's law.
Exactly. And this law supports
I'll have
abortion.
to look at that one more. You said it's Mark. Mark what?
Mark chapter 7 and Matthew chapter 15.
Mark and Matthew 7 and 15. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look into those. You pulled one on me that I must have missed. I mean, I've read the Bible a lot, but I missed that one. I must have just grazed by it. So
it's not one that
you're
Christians talk about
saying
a
that
whole lot.
Jesus approved of stoning. You're saying in this verse it approves of stoning.
He literally said that God gave the commandment and that the Pharisees are doing something wrong by nullifying this command.
Wow. Well,
I'm sure you grazed past it when you read through the whole Bible, because you've done that. So it must have just been an honest
yeah,
mistake.
I've read it. I just didn't notice it. I didn't notice it or interpret it that way when I went through it that time, or I just but at the same time the Romans were lead poisoned, so and the Catholic Church held on to the New Testament.
Anything? Listen, we know the Romans were drinking wine out of lead vessels. What does that have to do with this?
Your Jesus.
Well, they're not reasonable, and they were the ones in charge of the New Testament before it was ever given to the public.
So we shouldn't trust the New Testament either?
I wouldn't trust that verse that you just said.
So how much of the New Testament should we trust?
Huh?
How much of the New Testament do you trust?
What'd you say?
How much of the New Testament should we trust?
Well, I always rely on that summary that I already spoken with you. If it doesn't match that, if it contradicts that summary, I throw it out. I don't.
Well, how do you know that summary is even original? We can't trust the New Testament.
Well, it's ethical.
So what?
The summary is scientifically ethical.
No,
do
it's
unto
not.
others as you'd have them do unto you. It's ethical.
There's nothing about science in there. Also,
you don't think it's ethical?
That summary pre-existed Jesus. We already had those laws before Jesus. Jesus didn't need to come and say any of that stuff.
Justin, I'm telling you,
just because it was here before doesn't mean
Venus, hold on. I gotta turn you up because the guest is way louder than you. In fact, if you might even be louder than me.
Yelling over me.
Yeah, I know. I gotta turn you up. I can't hear a word you're saying. Hold on.
Yeah, sorry about that. I could try my headphones, but I reckon they suck because I haven't tried them yet, and I don't want to test them right now.
I got you turned up. Don't worry. Okay.
Thank you. Is this much better?
I think it should be better. Alethea, I didn't hear anything you were saying because you were talking at the same time Venus was talking. Can you say it again?
Sorry about that. I didn't mean to do that.
Right.
I guess I'd like to know what Hebrew and Greek references you use for studying Greek and Hebrew if the concordance is not valid enough to you.
Well, I would use the Brown Driver Briggs Hebrew Lexicon if you don't have money. If you have money, get the Hallett. That's the best. And then if you want a cheap Greek lexicon, you can do like a Thayer's Greek lexicon. And if you have money, you can do the BDAG. The BDAG, though, actually, I bet it came down in price. When I bought mine, it was like $300, but I guarantee it's cheaper now. Hold on.
If I could suggest anything, it would be to, maybe read the whole book first. Try and get a feel for the story and the things that don't make sense. Then you go back and, look at the concordance. But I reckon you should, read the whole thing first and understand the story. Then go to the lexicon to try and get more sense of it. But the first step is to actually read it. It might make more sense than you think if you just read the NRSVUE.
Also,
John the Baptist
BDAG,
also leapt in the womb.
The BDAG is about $150 right now if you want the hardcover. So it came down a lot. Here's what I would say though. First of all, I agree with Venus, but second of all, there's danger in just a layperson picking up a lexicon and thinking that they can correct the authors. I know people that are translating these modern translations. They were professors of mine. They're not stupid. They're not getting it wrong. The reality is they just know way more than you do. That's why when I went to school, I had to learn Greek and Hebrew. And even having learned Greek and Hebrew, I'm not out here trying to correct the translators of these modern translations. Now, I might correct the King James because that was a load of trash from, a time period where we didn't know a lot of stuff. We know a lot more now. But the reality is, if you don't actually know these languages, you're not going to do yourself too many favors by trying to correct the translators. You just have to have a little bit of humility and realize that the guy with the PhD who spent, 5 decades studying the language knows more about it than what you're going to glean just by looking at a lexicon.
Well, I can recognize a military insertion.
A military insertion? What are we talking about?
Like when people put Luke 3:14. There's a verse that says in the King James version, and it's also in the Greek. It says, "Do violence to no man," and this is said to a soldier. But
Okay.
in other versions, it doesn't translate it that way. It just says, "Do not extort money."
So how do you know which is correct?
By comparing it with Jesus' summary that he provided for what's valid.
But you haven't demonstrated. First of all, that's not rational. That's not how that works. Do not extort money would match Jesus's summary, so that didn't help you out. You can't translate a passage based on what you think Jesus's summary was. That's not how translation works. Also, you've already mentioned that we can't trust the New Testament. So how do we know that Jesus even gave that summary?
How do we know that Jesus even gave that summary? Well, I guess for me, it's because I believe it's ethical. I don't believe that
No. I'm not
contradicts
asking you if it's
the
ethical.
ethics.
I'm asking you, how do you know he gave that summary? How do you know that the words written down were attributed, they were actually words he spoke?
Well, for me, it would just be faith matter than a matter of faith.
Right, so matter of
That's
faith.
how I
She
don't.
wants you to trust her her interpretation, her hermeneutics over the actual PhD holders because she's got faith and Matthew in Mark 17, 5 verse 17.
Yeah, I mean,
I've never heard of that.
It's a pretty big leap. I'm certainly not willing to make. So let's get back on track here, because I think you're getting way off track. The argument here is really simple, which is namely, babies, when you abort them, go directly to heaven. If you allow them to be born, they have the opportunity to go to hell, and hell is like the ultimate evil. If you abort a baby, God will forgive you for aborting said baby, because all sins are forgivable other than the unforgivable sin. And you'll also be accomplishing Jesus's goal by maximizing the number of people that are in heaven. So I don't see a problem yet with abortion. Where's the actual problem?
Well, I don't know that it's forgivable. That's something you're assuming.
No, the Bible says so. It literally says that all sins will be forgiven other than blasphemy of the Holy Spirit.
But there's also the verse that if you stubble the little one, that it's going to be worse than having a millstone about your neck and cast into the sea.
So I need you,
and there's no out for it.
what they can
you'll get out of it later.
They can be forgiven. So we need you to address, like, I realize that you really want to run to the Bible passage that makes you feel more cozy, but I need you to actually address the Bible passage that I brought up, because you didn't address it by showing me a contradiction, right? So just showing me a contradiction doesn't fix the problem. Jesus says that any sin will be forgiven, any of them, except for blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's what we need an answer for. Was Jesus lying when he said that?
Well, the Holy Spirit is responsible for all life, so we need to respect all life. Murdering people in the womb, outside of the womb, it could be considered a blasphemy.
I'm sure it is, but I need you to focus. All right. Well, I'm asking right now, according to Jesus' words, can all sins be forgiven except for this one sin? It's just a yes or no.
Only if murder is considered a blasphemy.
It's not blasphemy.
Why don't you think murder is blasphemy? Every human being was made in the image of God.
Blasphemy is not murder, or else they would get the same punishment throughout the Bible. Blasphemy is when you degrade God, which is why blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is a very specific sin. It's when you see the Holy Spirit working, and then you accuse the Holy Spirit of being from the devil. That's blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. That's why Jesus says, everyone who speaks a word against the Son of Man will be forgiven, but whoever blasphemes against the Holy Spirit will not be forgiven. So the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is a very specific thing.
How's my audio? Is it okay?
But you're
It's kind of
defining
muddy.
it, as you see fit.
Okay.
No, I'm not just telling you how I see it. I'm telling you how literally like every scholar alive almost is going to see this. Blasphemy is not the same as murder. That they would have this a little bit. Yeah, it's less muddy.
Why should I trust scholars?
Was it better before? Wait, sorry, just 1 minute. Was it better before?
Yeah, it was better before. It was louder, but it was muddier.
I can't win. I'll take the clear off.
So, Alita, you should trust the scholars because they know more than you, and because they're Christians also. And like you can't just think that you know more than all the scholars because you have faith. That's not how that works. So the words
don't
are.
Most scholars spank their children?
I'm saying, say what now?
I don't trust people that spank their kids.
I don't know that all scholars spank their kids. Where in the world would you get that from?
Well, I've been looking for a church that doesn't promote that, and it's hard to find.
Okay, it's your belief. You're the Christian here. Your book says, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." The scholars aren't fucking. The scholars don't necessarily have to be Christian.
Why
and
would
how
you...
the fuck can you deduce that being Christian equals spanking your child? What the fuck are we doing?
I want to make. I realize this is a deviation, but like I really want to know where you got the idea that Christians shouldn't spank their child because the Bible explicitly tells you to.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. In fact, the
not the Bible that I
the
believe
Proverbs
in.
The Proverbs literally says to specifically beat your child with a rod. If you beat them, they'll be okay.
Well, I don't believe that matches Jesus' summary, so I don't follow that.
It does match Jesus' summary, yeah.
So you want other people to hit you? So if you don't want to be hit, you're not supposed to hit other people.
Well, they're children. You have to form them. That's why it says in Proverbs 13:24, he that spares the rod hates his son, but he that loves him chases him. If you love your child, you must beat them.
I don't buy it. That's their private area. That's their buttocks. You don't
I
hit
know
their
it
buttocks.
is. Well, that's what the Bible says. That's why you should reject this book.
I reject the Old Testament, the Torah that's currently in place, except for the areas
You can't reject
that
the Old
match
Testament.
the
Jesus didn't reject it. Jesus believed in it. Jesus literally said the law came from God.
I don't believe that about Jesus.
That's what he said.
That's
Also,
what
right
the
above your
Bible
favorite
says.
summary.
Also,
Miss
the definition of blasphemy in Greek means slander, distraction, speech injurious to another's good name. So blasphemy is just not murder. Sorry, what are you gonna say, Venus?
In your favorite summary, right above it, it actually says that you shouldn't teach the least of these commandments. You know, in the only part of the book you read, your favorite part, that's what it says.
Well, I know, but he doesn't list all the least of these commandments. He specifies the ones that are going to capture the essence of all the law and
Here,
prophets.
it's already listed It's called the Levitical law. It's already in the book. So why the fuck would they list all 613 again when you can just flip the book and find it?
Well, they should list every one that they consider valid. If they took away eye for an eye, they could have taken
Why would
away
they do
others.
that? Why would
The
Jesus
people
list
like her,
every
Justin.
single law? This is the most preposterous thing I've ever heard in my life. Why would Jesus say, only follow these laws, even though the other ones come from God? Don't follow those.
You're saying why should he repeat it in the New Testament
Why
as
would
well as the Old
Jesus
Testament?
reiterate the entire law rather than just saying follow all of it?
Well, I believe in that summary. Like, I can't.
The summary
I'm
doesn't.
not a
The summary
I'm not
doesn't
a
help
cookie
you.
cutter Christian that buys the whole
I've
Bible.
already explained to you why the summary doesn't mean anything. The summary is just explaining that all of the laws of Moses can be summed up in two different categories. That's all he's saying. He's not saying that these are the only two laws. Listen to the actual passage in Matthew 22.
say that either.
Just hold on. In Matthew 22, the scribes and the Pharisees approach him and they ask him, they ask the teacher, what's the most important law of Moses? Did he say, did anyone in that verse say, like, of the real law of Moses or the fake law of Moses? No. The law of Moses, they knew what it was. The same law of Moses that was written down on a scroll at the time Jesus walked the earth. We have those. We have manuscripts of the law that predate Jesus. We know what he was reading. He wasn't reading a copy of the law that was missing half of the commands.
He knew it by heart.
No, he didn't. He absolutely didn't know it by heart, which is why he misquotes it.
Jesus, he knows.
No, he doesn't know. He misquotes it.
No, he didn't misquote it. I'm telling you, they
Yeah, he
tampered
does.
with it.
No, he misquotes it.
They tampered with it.
They didn't tamper with it. It predates
Jesus doesn't
Jesus.
make a mistake.
He does. He makes lots of mistakes.
People may have recorded about him incorrectly, but I
Well,
don't
if
believe
people
Jesus makes
recorded
mistakes.
Jesus incorrectly, then we have no idea what Jesus actually did or said.
Well, that's why it's faith-based.
Well,
It's considered a faith.
Well, I have faith that Jesus didn't say anything in the New Testament. Who wins?
Well, neither
I
of
have
us
faith
right
that it
now,
was
but
made
I
up.
mean, when we cross that bridge to the hereafter and you meet Jesus,
I'm not worried
you're
about
gonna
that.
have to say
Jesus was
I was
a
mistaken.
liar and a fraud. Jesus was a fake Messiah who didn't do
No, he
anything the
wasn't.
Messiah was supposed to do. He didn't rise from the dead, and even if he did, it would mean nothing. He's a useless sky carcass.
So is he guilty before considering him innocent, or innocent until proven guilty?
He's guilty for being a fake Messiah and not even getting to fulfill his own second coming predictions, which is supposed to be within the lifetime of his disciples.
Well, just like you don't want me to assume what you think as an atheist, I feel like in this conversation, it's being told to me what I have to do to be a Christian
I didn't do that.
when I have my own faith.
I didn't tell you what you have to do to be a
No,
Christian.
you're kind of pushing on these Old Testament verses on me, and
I'm just telling you
things
what the Bible says.
that aren't a part of my faith.
Half of them aren't the Old Testament, and it's not our opinion. We're just reading it to you. We're literally just reading it to you, which you should have already done. You should have already have read this and understand what we're saying. But
I
you
have
seem to have
read
only
this.
read. You seem to have only read Matthew and these like, and you've missed the rest of the Bible. We're just telling you what it says.
I understand that, but you can't expect me to believe the entirety of the Bible if I'm a Christian.
Yes, we can. Christians will say that this is God's word and it must be true. Yeah, that's why like it's in a canonical text.
Well, I'm not that kind of Christian.
But why would anyone trust the Bible if you can't tell what's true and what's not true in it? Just by faith? Why would we have faith in this?
Well, I do the same thing when I'm studying science and any other subject like history. I go through it, and some things are acceptable
what I'm
and some
asking
things are
though,
unacceptable.
just what I'm asking is why would somebody like us have faith in the Bible? What would be a good reason to do that?
Because there's a chance that parts of it could be relevant to your eternity.
Is there a chance that part of the Book of Mormon could be relevant to your eternity?
The Book of Mormon?
Mm-hmm.
There are a few passages in the Book of Mormon that are nice.
Do you have faith in the Book of Mormon?
I'm not buying it. Huh?
You should just have faith in it. Obviously, some parts of the Book of Mormon are from God and some parts are not. So you should have faith in it.
Well, they just basically copied things down from the Bible and put in their own stuff in addition. And
that's what the New Testament did. The New Testament just copied nonsense from the Hebrew Bible and made stories up. Like you're not applying critical thinking to anything. You're just saying maybe the New Testament could be partially true and therefore you should believe it. You wouldn't apply that to any other book. You're only applying it to this book because you like it.
Believe in it. I'm saying admitting the possibility that there could be more to it than you're accepting right now.
I don't know what you mean by admitting the possibility. The possibility of what?
The possibility of an afterlife.
No, there is no afterlife.
The possibility that Jesus was a real person.
No, there is no possibility of that. I mean, there's a possibility that Jesus was a real person. There's absolutely yes. There's absolutely no possibility that Jesus is the Messiah. That's for sure. That's not a real possibility at all. Remember, Jesus' whole shtick was that he was the prophesied Messiah that fulfilled all the prophecies. The clown didn't even fulfill one, not even one prophecy. So he's obviously just a fraud.
He rode a donkey.
So did I, though. And did you see my crown?
Are you the Messiah?
Actually, I am the Messiah.
No,
I'll fulfill prophecies in this very live stream.
What the fuck? We've got the real Messiah here.
It's getting pretty late for me.
It is the real Messiah. I'll take your tithes and offerings, though. You should know, though, Alethea, that as the Messiah, I won't sentence you to hell, but I do require tribute.
The Messiah?
In fact, I fulfilled Isaiah 66:4 in your hearing today. When I spoke, they did not listen.
And I have a lot of faith right now that it's you.
I'm going to take those suggestions for studying Hebrew and I'll call you back another day. I got to head out.
All right. Take care of yourself, Alethea. Call back sometime. Also, learn a little bit of Hebrew. Don't just learn how to use a lexicon. Learn how the grammar actually functions. It'll be helpful. Oh, and she gone. Okay. Well, shit. All right, friends. Listen, it's midnight. I could keep going, but I'm actually going to try to get to bed and get some sleep tonight. Friday I'll be up later.
Justin.
I know I can't. Every time I'm live, I'm like just one more, and then it's 4 a.m.
Just one more.
I can't. I cannot do it. I gotta go to bed. I love you, but I gotta go. I gotta go. I'll be live again on Friday. So come on, Venus. Come join me on Friday if you're awake.
Yeah, I might be. I'm joining Thinker that night. So I'll join you in the morning and I'll be live all day.
That's what's up. That's what I'm talking about. Perfect. Okay.
Any super chats?
Yeah, we got a lot of super chats. You gonna hang out?
Yeah, I love the super chats. They're the best part. You think I enjoyed that?
Actually, I like the super chats. Yeah. The nights you say having to talk to him is an example of harm. This is a reference to. I'm sorry. This you weren't here for the first guest, but we had a guest in here named Papa Bless. And he didn't know, he couldn't articulate what the word was, the meaning of the word wrong. He struggled. He stumbled on trying to define the word wrong. It was the Philbro types really crumble hard the minute you have to like look up definitions. Lucor says Muhammad's favorite type of restaurant, a la carte. Oh, jeez.
We need to ban them.
I've been ranking jokes here today. Dusk already had an 8.7, and Lou, you know I love you, Lou, but here's what's gonna happen. I'm actually just gonna give this a negative 3. This is gonna be a negative 3. I love you, but that was that was awful. I love you. I love you more than Muhammad split the moon in two, but that wasn't. You can't do that one. That was bad. Elias says knobhead. Oh well, yeah, of that same guess. He was a knobhead. When you have to debate like the definition of the word wrong, you're in the wrong place. Elias, I'm sorry. Ellie L says, "Sir, you might need spectacles." Well, that's actually not the case. So the reason why it's hard to read some of these names is because in order to fit all of the shit I'm happening like during the stream, I've got 4 separate monitors and they're all 4K, so I can shrink everything down real small to fit everything that I've got going on. Because remember, I'm streaming and producing this entire show to multiple platforms all at once with multiple, different streams happening. And so my stream where I bring in people over on the Video Ninja for YouTube, I have to make that screen really small. So when people load up in that particular queue, it's really hard to read their name in that queue. But in TikTok, it's easy because their name's bigger. So sorry, sometimes reading people's names is nearly impossible. My eyes, I promise, aren't that bad. But maybe in like 10 years, I might need some specs. Misha says, no, not a Philbro this early in the live. Go away, buddy. Nobody wants to deal with your nonsense. And you know what? We had maybe a couple of them tonight, unfortunately. It wasn't good. We did get an appearance from Constantine Chronicles, which you've probably ran into. Have you seen Constantine Chronicles?
No, is he Catholic?
I don't think he's. Well, he might be Catholic. He's one of those Philbros that runs into people's live streams and shouts over top of them, and then rattles off.
Oh, Constantine. Yeah, I know Constantine. He's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, he'll rattle off syllogisms as fast as humanly possible, and then when you ask for a clarification on a word, he'll just start calling you slow. And he didn't enjoy himself too much.
Absolute loser.
Yeah, total loser.
That's all he does when he realizes that he's not gonna win the debate. He just like starts trying to like act like he's smarter than you by asking you to define stupid shit.
Yeah, he was a real dummy. DJ Biggle says Ems needs to become a narrator for the Nature Channel. You know what? Fuck, if Ems started narrating like any documentary, I'd be first in line to buy that. Ems' voice is phenomenal. 5G's a Josh Ball. Good to see you again. Says, really means it's my turn. Is it my turn to talk yet? I think you nailed that guess too. That guess was pretending to be polite when he kept doing the the active listening. What he was really doing was like, are you done? Are you done? Are you done? I need to get back to my script.
It's like the steamrolling.
Oh, every time. You can tell when someone's doing it honestly. Like I had a professor in school that when you were talking, she'd be like, but she'd be like shaking her head and like intently focused on you. You knew she was listening.
Yeah.
But a lot of these callers, they're just saying, yeah, just get over it. Just go. Just get the thing out. Yeah.
Yeah.
House 70, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, please don't take a shot for every You'd be in a world of hurt. I know. Listen, I'm already out of Kraken, so I can't even take a shot. I'd be on the floor. Yeah, I know. I ran out. I didn't replace it yet.
That's fine.
Also, for anyone who's still hanging around on TikTok this late, if you haven't followed Venus yet, are you out of your minds right now? Make sure you're dropping Venus a follow while we're plowing through some of these super chats.
I'm always live.
You're actually live quite a bit. Yeah.
Just not on my own live. Low-key.
That's okay, though.
I will, though. Remember?
Helping out on other people's live stream is just as fun.
24 hours, guys. 22 hours. Remember that. 22 hours from whatever time it is, your time, I will actually be going live. I swear to God.
So 10 p.m. tomorrow night, 10 p.m. tomorrow, Venus will be live.
Is it 10 p.m. for you guys?
It's 12.
Damn. Okay. I'll try and go live at 9 a.m.
Okay. So
for
you
you
heard it,
guys.
friends.
Wait, no, 9 a.m. for
What,
me.
9
So
p.m.
it'll be like, yeah.
Yeah, it's rough.
We'll see. We'll see. You'll see me live and you'll see me live.
Yeah, we'll catch you. We'll catch you. Ellie says, checking out conlanging could help out with the arguments about words being made up. Tolkien literally made languages up. I don't know what conlanging is, but I think the problem is, so like, what will happen in these philosophical conversations if people, they want to get you to some weird admission that words are made up and that they don't have any real meaning, and then force you into just accepting their meaning, or like it's just whenever they want to argue the semantics of, well, definitions are just subjective, they're not in good faith. Like, everyone knows that while words can change their meanings, you and I are using a word to convey a particular meaning, and that meaning is typically in our dictionary, which is updated every year to reflect that new meaning. So you don't have to, we don't have to do all that. Ectoful says, caller, cut the meta. You are impressing no one. They're never impressing anybody. But they do, it makes them feel tough. It's like that bully in grade school who would like push around to little kids. And everyone that seen it was like, what the fuck's happening over here with this, like, this guy 3 grades above this kid pushing him around? What an imbecile. What a fake tough guy. But that fake tough guy went home thinking, I was really cool. I showed that kid today. The reality in their head is not the reality everybody else is witnessing. Ellie Ellsworth Initial says, has the Philbro timer been retired? I'm slow. Sorry, it didn't retire. I bring it out for like when somebody comes in and I know they're going to be like an unbearable Philbro and they're going to give like a really dumb syllogism that's going to take 3 hours. But if they're coming in and they just mention like a philosophical term here or there, they're not really running a syllogism, I'm not going to force them into the Philbro timer. I think the Philbro timer is really best for people like trying to run official philosophical syllogisms.
Justin, I'm being summoned.
Oh shit. Well, have fun.
I do like these 10-minute 1v1 debates on like Empress and Brown Sugar's live. It's so good. Like, it's like flash debates.
Well, have fun. Thanks for stopping by. It's good to see you.
Thank you guys so much for having me. I wish I woke up earlier, but I've been, because Thinker goes live, Thinker and Mama Bash, they go live so late for me. They go live till like 4 a.m. for me, so I stay there, and I've got to pick one or the other. I either start the live really early or I stay up really late.
Venus, you show up in the Bible, right?
Really?
Yeah, there's references to
the
Venus
Morning
in the
Star?
Bible.
The Morning Star? Lucifer? I am in the Bible because I'm a prophetess, like I said. I know you guys are sick of me. So I'm going to go now. And you guys better join my live approximately 20 hours from now.
Right.
20 hours.
Put a timer in.
Yeah. Put a timer on your phone. Bye, Justin. Bye, everyone.
Venus. Good to see you. Brian says, no show God without assumption or inference. Now show God without assumption or inference. Well, that's actually a good point, Brian. Most of these arguments or syllogisms for God are really relying on some like loose inference. It's not one of those things where like they have really good proof. That's why they're doing metaphysics rather than actual evidence. Nicasius says Enlightenment philosophy is the death of religion. Actually, that is the case. That's why, like, even in the post-Enlightenment era, people like Nietzsche would say that, that God is dead. We basically killed him with science and modern philosophy. The survey on whether or not God is real in modern philosophy is pretty demonstrably no. That most of them don't believe God is real. Andrews says Jeff Dunham should get into apologetics speaking through a Jesus puppet. That'd be fucking gold, actually. He's kind of a goof, unless he's changed his ways. He was really into like right-wing MAGA bullshit. I don't know if he still is, but I don't know. I'd cook him if he was doing apologetics with the dummies. An atheist altar boy, wild name. Thank you for the super chat. Says Justin, if you were born 50 years earlier, God would already be dead. Fucking A. That's what's up. We're gonna move as much of the culture as humanly possible to get this God out of it. We don't need this God. And MK Ultra says evolution isn't friggin' Pokemon, genius. I know. I don't know why they think like evolution is just this process where one animal is going to give birth to an entirely new animal. If you change something 1 billion times, it's just not going to look the same. It's preposterous. Space Lord says, I, for one, welcome our new cannibal ape overlords. Absolutely. Absolutely. Bring them in. Bring in the cannibal apes. And Juan says, are you brave enough to die as an atheist? Because I'm not. Yeah? What the fuck does that mean? Do you get a choice? Can I choose not to die? I'm so confused, Juan, what you're talking about. Listen, death is scary for everybody. I get that, but you got to do it. Like, you don't get a choice. Death is one of those decisions in life that you don't get to make. It makes it for you. And with the follow-up, Juan says, maybe we are designed to believe. No, maybe people are evolved to, not evolved. Maybe people have evolved with a lack of proper thinking and information for a long period of time. So we're just now getting rid of the God belief. The early days of God were just trying to explain the universe around us because they didn't know. Well, now we fucking know. We don't need God anymore. It doesn't do anything for us. We didn't need a God belief. People thought we needed to believe in God because the gods would be mad. But now we know that's not true. Zeus isn't sending the rain. Speaking of, Zeuso, good to see ya. Never mind the thing I just said about you. Just saying, photosynthesis is not instinct. Oh, true. I mean, obviously, yeah, it's not an instinct. I think maybe the wording from Ems was missed, but he was basically saying it's a reaction. It's like a chemical, physical reaction, not necessarily an instinct. Instincts are things that are like typically in the subconscious, maybe. Like the cat's instinct to need and suckle, even on things that will never produce milk. Jordan, thank you for the super chat, says, would it be rude to ask lunatic callers not to say, yeah, every 3 seconds while you're speaking? Love your streams, great work. You know what? Actually, it wouldn't be rude. It actually makes it harder to listen to. I should have told him not to do that because for the audience, while he doesn't hear the audio the way you guys hear it, but the audience is going to hear a really muddy conversation. So Ben, hey, thank you for the $2 super thanks and for being new. Appreciate it. And Gamer Guy says he's not saying it was aliens, but he didn't. Well, he got around to it saying that it actually was aliens. The alien theories tonight. We had 2 alien theories here tonight. Mike IV says binging your Bible lessons like a Netflix series. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know how many I've got up there right now. If I go to because they're just on Deconstruction Zone, my Bible lessons and my response videos. I only have them on my main channel. My DZ debates is literally just fucking debates. You'll never see anything on there other than like debates and live stream clips and things like that. I did release a video on Deconstruction Zone addressing the blunder in Genesis 37, conflating the Ishmaelites and the Midianites, and addressing the fact that the solution from Apologetics press.org is garbage and rubbish, and it doesn't actually fucking work. And so that's up there. But I do have a playlist. If I go to content and go to playlists, I do have one playlist called Questions. I got 48 videos in there where I just answer like Bible questions. And then I've got another one called I gotta expand my list. Failed prophecies, Bible stories, testimonies, books of law. Fuck, I don't know what I called it now. I thought I had one in here literally just called Bible lessons, but I don't see it. I know it's in there. I don't know why it's not showing up. It's in there. There we go. Bible lessons. Yeah, I don't have on my Bible lessons tab. I don't have that many right now. I've only got 8 videos listed, and the 8 are let's see. Why Greece is the 4th kingdom in Nebuchadnezzar's statue. Why does the Bible say no to eating pork in Leviticus 11? Did Jesus deceive us? The truth behind Psalm 110 and the God Messiah. Were the Old Testament sacrifices a foreshadowing of Jesus? John the Baptist was not Elijah. They lied to you about Psalm 22. 7 times the Bible God was horrifically unjust. And another one in here that shouldn't be in here called A Biblical Love Letter. I don't know how that one made it into this playlist. That must have been a bad click. I have no idea what was going on there. That should be listed probably as a short. But nevertheless, those are what I got there. But yeah, I'll be doing more Bible responses and lessons here in the near future. So thank you for watching. And Ben Say EG says, gotta go, Justin. But Justin, you're the boss. Thanks for fighting the good fight. I think that's actually a duplicate from the system. But thank you anyways. I really appreciate that, friend. Master Macheteer, great to see you tonight, says, for the love of Doug. I'm sorry, we had some painful guests tonight, and I get that they tortured the audience. I could tell because the numbers were like doing this. Like, oh boy. Peace, Love, and Cake says, these vessels of wrath have really been coming out of the word work this week. Haven't they? We've had a lot of unsavory guests. It's been a wild week, actually. I mean, to be fair, we're going to have a lot of clips. So there is that. That's going to happen. RM says, what's more annoying? People who calmly support vile ideas and try to make the Bible coherent, or people who rant about Philbro nonsense and use insults? I actually, in terms of annoying, I would pick the insulty Philbro that overtalks you as more annoying. The people who support vile ideas, as long as they're somewhat calm during the conversation, we can typically maneuver the conversation somewhere. But when they're just being obstinate and childish, it's almost impossible to actually have a conversation. So, Ben Bloodworth, thank you for the super chat, says Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins, Left Behind authors, really made a mess of this world. I swear they gave some kind of Christian anxiety disorder. You nailed it. Anxiety over the rapture was at like a fever pitch there for a while. These books really fucked up the Western world, specifically America, with their horrible eschatological teachings. They were just abysmal, the worst. They should be taken out back and, beaten. Helping make a deconstruction says, Justine, why are you healing at hospitals? Why aren't you healing at hospitals? Agreed. If Justine has the power of healing, Justine should have been showing up at the hospitals, curing all the babies with bone cancer, but that doesn't seem to happen. They can only cure people that show up at their church, and the cures are usually not that impressive. Kevin Smith says, Silver timer is done. Drop him. Sorry, Kevin. It was just a pinch past a February timer when I dropped. But we did get him. We did get him, friend. And AI induced apologist is a fucking crazy name, but I love it. Why do Philbros sound high on snow-colored substances so often? The fast-talking bravado is the exact same flavor. So I think there's 2 types of Philbros. Ones that come in talking really slow and monotone, and that's for optics. They want to feel like if they never get excited, then you never got them. So they talk like that. Then there's the other type that just want to steamroll you. And like the goal of the steamrolling is essentially to try to make it appear like you can't keep up, like you can't respond, and then just have their 5 minions that follow them around just shout in the comments, he's getting cooked. Look, he can't answer. Because obviously nobody can answer. They're literally just over talking you the entire time without actually diving into what they mean when they use like phrases and words. Also, who the fuck's spamming this? What a fucking idiot. J in if you know IF. All right, well, you're just gonna get muted there, Jay, you dumb fucking clown. Actually, maybe I'll just block you. I'll mute you for the entire live stream. All right. Joe Roberts, don't fucking spam my chat, dummy. We don't need you to repeat the whole Bible in the TikTok chat. Coco, hey, good to see you, friend. Says, wasn't Noah a drunkard? He didn't have demons. That's a very good point with that girl that says doing drugs would cause demons. But nevertheless, I don't know if they would count those in the same classification, given that God does instruct people to to drink wine. Although they might have made the case that it was non-alcoholic wine, depending on the type of person. That is, like, I think the Nazarenes still believe that. The Nazarene Church teaches that the Bible God doesn't demand or approve of drinking intoxicating wine, only non-intoxicating wine. They'll call it new wine, but that's a whole thing. Chris says that girl legitimately needs psychological help. Yeah, I believe that to be the case. She's obviously been indoctrinated with some weird stuff and maybe even tricked and deceived by people at her church, making it seem like I suspect she goes to one of the churches like where Catherine Crick is, where they're doing these fake healings and she can't tell the difference. So to be sure, I've been to dozens and dozens of churches that do these types of healings. The reality is no one ever gets healed. If you go to a church where people are consistently getting healed, it's almost exclusively because somebody's running a scam. And you're the reason why they're running it, because you believe it. God-eating penguin, great to see you again, says people can puke on command by activating their own gag reflex. I can do it myself. True, actually, nothing special for that one. I used to do it in grade school to go home. Puking proves nothing. Yeah, puking absolutely does prove nothing. Like, anyone can cause themselves to puke. And even if you don't do it on purpose, the ability for one to work themselves up into a frenzy pre-puke is pretty common. Zeuso, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Justine, Zeus is here to cast out your demons. You fucking nailed it. I need a lightning sound effect, like a lightning bolt. Hold on, let me get that. Let's see. How's this one? Oh shit. Okay. Okay. I can go for that. I'll get that added up. I think that's be a good addition. Peace, Love, and Cake says, I sure hope I never bump into Justine, the Demon Hunter. I hate puking. Speaking of Demon Hunter, you know that was a Christian band back in the day, right? There's a rap group called Demon Hunters. Hold on. They were a rap, right? So they formed in Seattle in 2000, known for blending metalcore and alternative metal with, oh, maybe it was metal, not rap. I must be thinking of somebody else. There was another band similar to similar name to Demon Hunter, I think. Or maybe they just had a song about demon hunting. Nevertheless, it was a cool band. I mean, back in the day, it felt like a cool band. Obviously, today it's nonsense. Not a Robot says, daily feeding schedule sounds like God is a baby. You nailed it. Yes. In fact, and even in Leviticus, God refers to the offerings as food. He uses the word food, the food, my food, the food of God. If you go to Exodus, though, I'm going to show you. Let's see if I can get the verse. Go to Exodus, and it's going to be chapter 29. In Exodus 29, the chapter is literally full of practices for daily offerings. Let's see. Yeah, starting in verse 38. This is what you shall offer on the altar: 2 lambs, a year old, regularly each day. So literally every single day, you had 2 lambs offered to God because God needs to get his breakfast, and obviously he loves pork chops. When I was a kid, pork chops was just a show that you watched in the morning. But God was serious about eating pork chops. He was very, very hungry. He needed that pleasing aroma. Design, thank you for the super chat, says, by caller's logic, when a lie is a sin, Adam should have lied. Wait. When a lie is a sin, Adam should have lied. My buddy, Design, I might not know what you mean by this one. Because you're the Catholic friend that was up here this is actually a really good point in Design. Our Catholic friend that was up here was suggesting that lying wasn't something that would condemn you to hell because it's not a mortal sin, but it literally did condemn the entire world to the fallen state, just the lie. So it seems like it actually should be a mortal sin. Also, Revelation 21:8 says that liars go to the lake of fire. So there is that. Hunter Girl, thank you for the super chat, says much better than free game. Listen, few people are worse than free game. Few people will ever get as bad as free game. I wonder if free game will ever come back, though. I'm not really sure. Misha, thank you for the super chat. Says, oh my God, Venus, hi. It's been a while since we've had Venus here. I know it's been a while, but she gets really busy. She visits all of the different live streams. She's really popular in the community. So she's always somewhere on the TikTok live stream. If you follow her on TikTok, you'll see her live all the time. We just don't get to see her on the YouTube side, because YouTube behaves differently than TikTok. Peace, Love, and Cake says Christianity severely harms children every day. I agree. And while that last guest didn't think spanking was part of Christianity, it is. It's baked right into the book, and that's one of the harms. Bacon and Bush, my friend, good to see you, says, can you tell me why Christians believe all babies go to heaven? I can't find anything in the Bible that I think implies it. Oh, I gotcha. So passages you might want to check out is 2 Samuel 12. In 2 Samuel 12, when David receives his punishment and realizes his son is going to die and he mourns over his son, he says, in regards to his son, he says, he can't come to me, but I can go to him, implying that he's going to go to the same place. Deuteronomy 5:9 would imply that you're not accountable for all of your sins as a child. So it says, you shall not bow down to them or serve them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, punishing children for the iniquity of the parents to the third and fourth generation of those who. Oh, sorry, that's not it. That's not what I wanted. I wanted. I wanted Numbers 5:11 through 31. Give me a second. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Fucking A. I got the wrong verses pulled up here. Let me work on this. It's okay. All right, Deuteronomy 1:39, I think, is what one of the ones I was looking for. It also shows up in Isaiah 7:14. But anyways, Deuteronomy 1:39 says, as for your little ones who you thought would become plunder, your children who today have not yet known right from wrong, they shall enter there, so on and so forth. So this is implying that children don't know right from wrong, which is what it says in Isaiah 7:15 as well. And then also, my live been restricted for some audiences. Your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable, harassment and bullying. Who the fuck did I just harass and bully? Oh, that asshole that was quoting the Bible in my comments reported me like 10 times until I got restricted. Who gives a fuck? The live's almost over. Anyways, so if they don't know right from wrong, that means they're not necessarily culpable of oh, you're saying it was me? Oh, well, you can go fuck yourself too. I don't really care. My live stream's almost over. What do you think? You're going to take my live down? You're out of your goddamn mind if you think my live's going to get taken down just because you reported me. They don't do that shit anymore. They used to do that. You used to get your live taken down for anything. They just get violations now. They just send you violations, and and then you can just appeal that shit. Then they overturn it. You're wasting your time. We're in a different time, TikTok idiots. You just get to report people a million times and then get their live removed. They don't do that anymore. When it was owned by ByteDance, they used to do that shit. Let's see. What else? We might turn to we are talking about David's son, and maybe 2 Corinthians 5. Let me see what I've got for that one. It says, for all of us must appear before the judgment seat of Christ, so that each may receive due recompense for actions done in the body, whether good and evil. But if children can't, they're going to get judged on not knowing good and evil. They didn't have any evil actions. So if you're being judged based on your actions and you're a child, well, it would just imply that you have nothing to be judged on. So it doesn't seem. Also, most Christians would concede that there's nothing good or nothing righteous. There's no good reason to believe that a baby would be punished with hell because they died. It's like the most unjust thing ever. Same thing with Romans 2:6 is he will repay everyone according to their deeds, and so on and so forth. So and obviously we got the passage where Jesus says, suffer the children, don't become a stumbling block. It'll be really bad for you if you do, that kind of stuff. So that's kind of where people would make the case that aborted babies would go to heaven. It's on its face, obviously it would just be evil. of God not to. They didn't do anything wrong. All they did was get born. It would be nonsense to punish them for such a thing. I think that's probably about it that I can think of in terms of trying to figure out, like, hey, what is the ultimate fate of a baby that dies? So, Space Lord, my friend, thank you for the super chat. Says, if you trust your God, you should not be leery of being forgiven. Oh, ye of little faith. Fair point. Listen, if like your God is good, you shouldn't be afraid that your God wouldn't forgive you. You're doing the right thing, you know? And Gentleman Viking says, Alethea out here running vibes-based theology. You nailed it. That was nothing but vibes happening in that conversation. But you know what? At least she didn't lose her mind and start demanding that I reject a premise and call me slow boy for asking her to clarify terms, you know? Hey, rock hard for Doug. Great to see you, friend. Thank you for the super that says Yahweh was super original with his laws, unless you read the laws of the contemporary Hittites, Neo-Babylonian, Middle Assyrians, Hammurabi, Lapitishtar, etc. This is definitely the real God. Justin's fucking rock, and simply what for shared. Yes, there are dozens and dozens of places where laws came from in the ancient Near East, and the Bible is not remotely original. They copied directly from the laws of Hammurabi and the Middle Assyrian laws. So there's no good reason to believe that the Bible was doing anything interesting at all. Misha, thank you for the super chat, friend. Says, can't fathom that Alethea isn't a troll. Comedic gold if she's sincere with all these wild-ass takes. Actually, that's the part that's heartbreaking. I think she was sincere, and that's why religion's so dangerous. It poisons the brain. Amisha says, not the buttocks. She can't be real. She literally said that. Yes. Yeah. I'm not convinced. There's a new talking point in the community that that spanking a child should be considered the same as, like, I don't know, sexual assault just because you spank them on the butt. I don't think that follows. I don't think that's the same thing. I get it. Like, you could probably make some kind of vague connection to that. I don't find that to be convincing argument. I'm willing to be convinced that I'm wrong, but I don't think that's a convincing argument. I wouldn't run that at all. Ben Say, thank you for the additional super chat, friend. Says, tuned in earlier, went to sleep, can't sleep, tuning back in. What's your favorite book to lend from the bookshelf behind you? Oh, nice, Venus is here. Any book recommendations, Venus? So there's a couple books that I recommend a lot. The books behind me are not typically the books that I lend. I have other books that I would lend out because I don't lend books out if I want to get them back. But among my favorite books that I would recommend to others, I love the Klaus Westermann commentary series on Genesis, the 3-volume series in the Continental Commentary Library. And then I'm a huge fan of the critical editions. So I got critical editions of the Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament, and I refer to them a lot. They're really helpful. Let me think about. Also, you really owe it to yourself to get the Jewish Pseudepigrapha by Charles Worth. It's a 2-volume series. It's amazing. If you want to understand Judaism at roughly the time of Jesus, those will get you there. They're fucking cool. Really cool. Misha, thank you for the super chat. Says, you can't expect me to believe the entirety of a book if I'm not if I'm a Christian. Pack it up and go home, everyone. Can't top that one. I agree. That was a wild one. We agree. You shouldn't believe the entirety of this book, but the fact that you can't believe it means that you shouldn't be a Christian. That's the logical endpoint there. And Design says, why do you assume I trust the Bible? Yet another Christian in the face of the Bible. Praise Doug. It's baffling to me that there are Christians that will remain in this faith while denying the Bible, the thing that tells you about your faith. It's baffling to me. Peace, love, and cake. Thank you for the additional super chat. Says, God didn't create hell until today and did so just for trad wife Alethea to be locked away and no longer a danger to society. Oh boy, she's taking some hits now. Alethea, I like to think, is probably a nice, caring individual in real life, but she's been bamboozled. You know, she's been brainwashed, and that's why we do the live streams. Bugat says Muhammad also likes Allah, you can eat buffets. Oh, fuck. Okay, Boogit. You know what? That was better, though. That was a better play on words. So I'm going to say, hold on. Let me put the... Boogit, I want to give you a 6.7. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair rating for that joke. Dust Frame, thank you for the super chat, my friend. Says W Venus, love seeing a fellow Aussie on, even though time zones are the devil. I'm a WA, so I'm directly opposite Justin. I don't know WA in WA. That must be like a province or a county or something. I'm not sure how it works out there. But yeah, if you're exact opposite of me, I really want to get Daniel Green on here so we can do a live stream and show the at the right time the different night sky to see how they're opposite, so we can demonstrate to people how flat Earth works. Twisted, or how it doesn't work. Twisted Scripture, thank you for the $10 super chat, friend. Hope you're doing well. It says, thanks, Justin, for your extreme patience, but the money night fights were over the top. The money nights fights over the top. Did I miss? Hold on. Did I? They're capital too. Money nights fights. Does that mean something? Am I supposed to know what that means? Y'all, I apologize. Can somebody in the comments help me out with this one? Are you just referring to that guy on Monday that was threatening to fight me? Is that what's happened? From Monday, is that what you're referring to, Twisted? I think that's probably what you're referring to in the last live. Yeah. That was a wild call, actually. I don't know what to make of that. Like it was a really weird one. Like, he did get under my skin a little bit, but I don't know. I've seen a lot of crash outs. I don't know how to classify that particular crash out. It was a fun one, though. And Daniel De La Noche says, don't know if you've ever asked a Christian about this, but I like asking, why is it too late to accept Jesus after you die? So I've talked about that a bit. I've said it's actually, it doesn't make any sense that you would be condemned for just what you did here, given that you know so little, and that the afterlife is so damn long. If God was truly loving and merciful, you would have an opportunity to repent. Why would it be incumbent that you must do it when you know nothing prior to death? It doesn't make any sense. Silly. Chris, hey, thank you for the super that says pre-ordered the Greek New Testament study Bible. Interesting thoughts on if this project will be worth the wait. Hail fucking Doug. I don't even know if I've seen that. Let me take a look at that. Greek New Testament study Bible. Is this a new release? It's by Zonder Van, and it looks like it was released. Oh fuck, this year. It's still on pre-order. No, I've not seen that. I'll have to check it out. Who's the author? Constantine Campbell was the general editor, so it must have lots of different contributors. Well, here's what I would think. My suspicion is that it'll be really good. And the reason why is Zondervan, as of recent, have been doing a really, really good job of trying to prop up their academic publications. They used to not do that. They were like religious publications, but not typically academic in nature. They're really trying to beef up their academic publications so that they can run around with the big boys and publish real academic works. So I actually think it's probably going to be pretty good. The guy who wrote it's a real PhD. He's not a goof. Maybe I'll get a copy when it comes out. Let me know how it turns out. Danny Melander, thank you for the 20 New Zealand dollars. I really appreciate it. It says, love your fucking work, man. Watch it just about every day. Well, hell yeah, Danny. I appreciate that. Thanks for supporting the channel. The channel exists because people like you watch, like, share, and support the channel. So thank you. And Jerk Porkins, thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, do you think that the universe has a finite number of permutations? If so, does that mean we already live in eternity? I don't know what you mean by number of permutations. I think that the universe only exists once, but it can take, zillions of different forms. So depending on how, like, if you believe, look at this fucking idiot posting Bible verses again in the chat like we've never fucking read the Bible. What a goon. All right, let's see. What can I see? Harassment. Yeah, I'm just gonna report this guest for. There we go. Oh, look, there you go. Reeb, I reported you. Now I'm just going to block you. Bye. Don't come back. Anyways, the question was, do you think that the universe has a finite number of permutations? So, no, I think there's, well, it depends on how you're going to interpret the word permutations. If we're saying like a form that something can take, I think it is finite. I think it's, well, no, I guess it's finite, but it's like, it's so astronomically large that it feels infinite. But if the universe has limits into what it can and cannot do, like say for example, the universe will never be able to form a fundamental particle that has the mass of a sun. Let's just say that. If that is a real boundary that can't be broken, well, that would just mean that the universe doesn't have an infinite number of permutations. It might have, I don't know, infinite minus one. See what I'm saying? So it's not really, I wouldn't say infinite. I would say it's finite. But when I say finite, I don't mean a tiny amount. It just means that there's not an infinite number of ways that all the stuff in the universe could be arranged. Unless you believe that the universe goes on infinitely. If you think the universe is infinitely large, meaning outside of our observable universe, it goes on forever. If that's the case, then yes, there would be an infinite number of permutations, even if there was one eternal universe. Orin Patch says, Sound of Lightning, McQueen, ka-chow, rock hard for Doug, Symbol of Sharon. That's not a bad one. I could grab that one for sure. That would be a recognizable sound effect. At least for us older folks, we can make that work out. That's a good suggestion. An expert contrarian, thank you for the super chat, says, what do you think about the Christians who say the Bible isn't against homosexuality? Aren't there multiple verses denouncing it? Yeah. To be fair, if you're a Christian and you're running the Apologetics, the Bible isn't against homosexuality. I get it. I know what you're doing. You're trying to soften the blow from the Bible. The problem is it just clearly condemns it. There's not a good way around it. I get that there are some passages that are rather clunky, where the interpretation could go one of two ways, or you will say, well, the thing that they're talking about isn't identical to what we do today, and therefore we shouldn't apply it. I get all that. I don't think it's good. I don't think any of the apologetics are good. I think the Bible clearly condemns same-sex behavior. If not in Leviticus, at least in the book of Romans, that seems like abundantly clear. I think it's just one more reason why you should throw the damn thing away. We don't need it. We know for a fact that there's nothing wrong, there's nothing harmful about these relationships, and the fact that it would make somebody, a god, upset is meaningless. The reality is a bunch of ancient dudes thought it was icky, and they thought people were weird who did it, and so they wrote laws about it and claimed that God said it. It's also even against something like cross-dressing. Like it says that you can't wear women's clothing, and you can't wear you can't appear effeminate if you're a man. These are things that we wouldn't expect if God wasn't against homosexuality. We wouldn't expect God also saying, actually, men don't wear women's clothes and don't even appear effeminate. Like, what are you talking about? I apologize, and I get it. Very well-meaning, very educated people, like I would say even Dan McClellan would argue that the Bible doesn't specifically condone homosexuality. But if you press him long enough, I think you get him to the point like where he would come to an admission that obviously there's at least an implication that it's bad, even if it doesn't outright condemn it like it condemns some of the other sins. Although I think it does. That's like one area where I agree with the conservative scholars. I actually agree with the conservative scholars. I find their arguments to be way more convincing on the topic of Bible condoning homosexuality. I have not seen a good article ever explaining why the Bible doesn't. Twisted Scriptures, thank you for the super chat. Says, I was joking. The guy wanted to fight Monday night. I knew what you mean, but I couldn't quite connect what you were saying. But I got it eventually, so I appreciate the clarification, Twisted. And I hope you're doing well, by the way, friend. It's good to see you tonight, and hopefully we'll see you again on Friday night. And speaking of which, friends, it is the end of the live stream. I got out before 1 a.m, so congratulations for staying up with me till 1, but I'm not going to stay up till 4 this time. So I really appreciate you. Who's live right now that we can go raid? I'm sure a bunch of people are going to be live. I bet Thinker's live. Is Rock Hard for Doug live? Or the Inquiry couple? Hold on, let me find out. Also, friends, I dropped a new video on Deconstruction Zone main channel on one of the fun Bible contradictions that apologists have literally no answer for. Go check it out. It's a good one. But I don't see the Inquiry couple live tonight. Hold on. I don't see Thinker live on YouTube either. Huh. Is Mezzo live? Mezzo is live. All right, friends. Hey, we're going to go raid Mezzo's live stream. And I apologize, but he's got a clown show apologist doing Philbro stuff here. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. So for those who don't know Mezzo's channel, Mezzo and Joel are both live right now on YouTube and on TikTok. And what you want to do on YouTube is go to Mezzo's channel. And it's just Mezzo_WS. At MEZZO_WS. Good friend of mine. Same with Joel. Awesome creators. Can't recommend their content enough. Go check them out. Tell them, give them a raid. Tell them Justin sent you. And I'll pop over and say hi as well. And friends, thank you for being here. I'll see you on Friday.